After what seems like a very brief amount of time, we're at the end of our 10-week season. Can you believe it? It doesn't feel like 10 weeks since we started season 3, but this is the final night of the season, not just for season 3, but for 2020 as a whole. Good afternoon, everybody. Nice to have you company wherever you're tuning in all around Australia, all around the world. In fact, be it via Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. The Gentleman Sim Racing Club on Simshed Broadcasting for the last time this season. Zach Cabin alongside Nico Pop, Paul Nichols, and Dylan Gray there as well for you as we gear up for our last triple header of the season. And it's been a very busy week. We originally went into this season looking to cover 70 races over 10 weeks. We ended up covering, well, we've already covered 70. We've got 3 more to go. So we're going to end up with a total of 73. And we're going to have an almighty night of entertainment to take us out. TCR Racing from Mount Panorama as the final round of the Production Car Series unfolds. Then we head to Daytona to the road course for the stock car finale, and then, of course, back to the mountain for the finale of the Stone Cold Racing Supercar Series, and that will be a 1-hour affair. Extended races right across the board tonight. The stock car race goes about 10-15 minutes longer than what it normally would. The production car race is 10 minutes longer. It's up to 40 minutes from 30, and the supercar race up a quarter of an hour from 45 to 60 minutes. So we're ending with a very big night of action here and wrapping up what has been a marvellous season. I think in total, 73 races, 24 different circuits across 5 continents, across 31 nights of broadcasting, and I'm privileged to say that I've been here for the lot. However, the bloke that is alongside me immediately off the top hasn't been here for the lot, but he's been an integral part of the season as a whole, not just season 3, but also 1 and 2 as well. Paul Nichols, good evening to you. TCR, Mount Panorama, nice recipe for the entree of tonight's triple treat.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this track, this combination, this car, I really enjoy it. Front-wheel drive is obviously a little bit different to drive, and you need to adapt to front-wheel drive. Obviously, they can understeer quite a bit if you put too much power down through the corners. So it's all about flowing the car. It should be great. We've got, how many got in here? About 16 at the moment in here. So not a huge field, but should be a lot of fun. As normal, Hobbo's up the front there.
Not really surprising, to say the least. He's leading by 0.4 of a second at the moment. The absence of Michael Hammond will just about ensure that Brenton Hobson secures this championship in the production cars. In fact, if we can have a look at the season so far, and indeed the point standings for the production car series, by gee, we've had a lot of fun here. That's the production car series coming into the final round after 9 rounds, of course. And this is taking into consideration the 2 drop rounds that are in play for this season as well. Hobbo by 27 points at the moment, and then Daylight. So the absence of Michael Hammond pretty much means that even if he didn't start the race, Brenton Hobson is champion in season 3. And he's got the job done over Michael Hammond and Simon Ferris there. 236 plays, 209 and 162. That's the season so far. Brenton Hobson, see, look how integral qualifying has been here. The race has been won from the front row every single week. Pole position has won the race. Oh, the pole position sitter, I should say, has gone on to win the race on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 occasions. And we've had Brenton Hobson, Damien Rasmussen, Ben Snell, and Michael Hammond, I should say, all taking wins. That's the situation with the points. Little bit of moving and shaking to be done possibly down there. Paul Nichols is only 3 points shy of Ben Collard. Josh Thomas and Jaden Russell only 2 points away from each other as well. So a little bit of moving and shaking to be done here, I should say, as Nico Pop joins the broadcast for the first time this evening. The 4th and final one of the week, mate. It's been a busy one, and we're going out with the biggest of bangs possible.
Yeah, well, we got some little bum draggers up now, and then we got 2 big monstrous V8s afterwards. Should be good.
Indeed, it should be. Now, this circuit, you know and love Mount Panorama, 6.213 kilometres. The Audi RS3 LMS is the car of choice tonight. We've gone back in time. We've gone back to Wednesday, and we're at 10:26 in the morning. So it's about a 10:30 start, which is a traditional time for starting certain races here. Track 37 degrees, clear and 20 in the sky. Southerly winds 7 k's an hour, so very light. In fact, the race will be 40 minutes. The pace car speed should we need it, same as every other race this week at Mount Panorama, 88 k's an hour. Pit lane speed 50 k's an hour. The incident count penalties will be 15x and then every 5x after that, and there will be one fast repair available to these drivers. Nico, small field, but some quality talent in here. Jackson Rayhana, Angus Cook, they had a lot of fun in the TCRs on Wednesday night. They said, mate, we've got to come back and have another crack at that. So they've been really pumped up about the prospect of having 2 cracks at the TCR this week. And as we can see, there's always some love out there for the TCR, but obviously we're still trying to boost the numbers up to, the lofty heights of what we have with the Porsches, the GTs, and the supercars, for instance.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Friday night, end of season, there's probably a lot of socialising going on at this time of year. So, reasonable field, a good quality field. Obviously up the front there, Brenton Jackson, Angus, Simon, Ferris, Grant, Gill, Rick Vincent, and what's his name? Nico. Yeah, so, not a bad field.
Yeah. It's on already, and we've only got him for the first race tonight because he's making the most of the fact that Victoria has rejoined the rest of the country and shooting off down south tomorrow morning. But Nico, yep. I'll be down in 3 weeks. I'm looking forward to catching up and debriefing the season that was.
Absolutely.
And by the way, you're not getting let off the hook immediately after the checkered flag flies, so I want you to stick around until at least the start of the stock car race because I want to get some closing thoughts from you before you do sign off and go and grab your wine. Yep. But in the meantime, good luck with this race coming up. Nick, you're obviously all focused on the stock cars, not having a steer of the bum dragger tonight?
No.
Fair enough.
He says that with dissent, doesn't he? He's like, oh, no.
Pretty much, yeah.
I drive a rear drive car for a reason, mate. I don't drive bum draggers.
Exactly. There it is. There's the circuit. And we're looking forward to this race. Brenton Hobson from pole position. Good luck, mate. Go well. And it's funny. I thought we were going to have Nico for in-race comments, but we'll at least have Dylan Gray. And looking forward to having him in the booth as well. In fact, let's say good evening to Dylan Gray at this point in time, mate. Good evening to you. You've been a busy boy this week, but we knew you would be because whenever there's a race at Bathurst, there's a Dylan Gray in the server.
Yeah, 100%. Bathurst is a high track except for Wednesday night.
It's been a wild week, actually, when you think about it. We had a tame up-and-comers race. We had a sensationally entertaining IndyCar race last night with the Zero to Hero Oval Series. Wednesday night, well, the less said about the Porsche races, the better, I think, from race control standpoint. Poor old Chris Kisby's still seeking therapy over that one. And, of course, Monday night was an absolute classic, and I couldn't help but share the tail end of that on my Facebook and Instagram story because not only was I really happy with how it turned out in terms of the quality of the race, but I was actually happy with the call for a change as well. Brenton Hobson and Jackson Rayhana are the front row here for the last production car race of the year. A rolling start. You can have them either way in TCR, but we're going to go a rolling start tonight. Angus Cook, Simon Ferris, the second row. Watch Cookie and Rayhana team up. They ended up in the wall like the Coke boys the other night, but we'll see if they can stay away from each other tonight. Grant Gill, Rick Vincent from row 3, and then Paul Nichols and Chris Stark from row 4. Jonathan Turner, I should say, and Lockie Beresford from row 5, and then, of course, Dylan Gray and Pete Matson from row 6. The rest of the grid looks like this. Wayne Visser and Julia Muckey, and Adam Lavis and Chris Kisby. So Kisby at the back of the field, but out there having a steer, and he deserves one after the week he's had. And he'll be in race control at some point later tonight, I'm sure. And he'll probably be in the commentary box with us at some point too, which will be good to see. Nick, keys to the race. Well, 2 things to consider here. Firstly, I'm just having a look at the fuel. There's no... I'm not reading a fuel cap here, so I'm not sure where we sit with that. But let's be perfectly honest, the other production car races, they've been 30 minutes long. Now we're going to 40, so that brings with it a little bit of risk in its own right.
Yeah, look, there's more time, but there's also more time to make mistakes, but also more time to catch up. So I've just got some other streamers or Twitch streamers streaming on my screen here, so I can just keep an eye on what's going on their screens. But yeah, look, plenty of time to make mistakes, but also plenty of time to catch up. So least amount of mistakes wins, basically. We'll see how this pans out.
Brenton Hobson's the champion by virtue of the fact that Michael Hammond is absent from the grid tonight, but he'll still want to go out of this season on a high. Ahead of wrapping up the Supercar Championship later tonight, let's Grab up the production cars one first, and he's still a chance in the stock cars as well. The final triple header of the year is underway. Production cars from the mountain, the TCRs roll down to Hell Corner. Great start up on the outside from Ray Hart, forcing the issue to turn one on Brenton Hobson. And we go on board with Jackson immediately on the run-up Mountain Straight. Look at that, in the slipstream in the draft already. He'll pull to the outside. If he can hang there, he'll be in the right position when they get up to the cutting. He's already got a great run-up Mountain Straight. Takes the lead, but Hobbo will have the inside as they get down to Griffins for the first time. Oh, it's Taylor. He's already Taylor. He's way harder. Through on the outside, put him on the inside for the cutting, but no. He lost too much momentum. Hobson has the lead, leads them up to the cutting for the first time. Listen to the roar as they head to the top of the mountain. And look at Paul Nichols in the thick of it as well. Now remember, the last time we had a production car finale here, it was the GT4s, and it was an absolute cracker and a classic, an instant classic. I'm expecting no different tonight, because when we put the TCRs on a Friday night, they've always delivered. Phillip Island, think way back when as well. That was probably one of the races of the season. I think it was late last season, if memory serves, but it feels like only a month ago. It goes to show what sort of a year and how quick it's gone. Goes to show that we've had a lot of fun along the way here. Down through the S's in the dipper for the first time. Hobbo leads them down to the elbow. We're with Hobbo looking out the back at Jackson Rayhan. Right now they've gapped Angus Cook as they hit Conrad for the first time. Nice clean getaway, Nick.
Yeah, all's hunky-dory at the moment, but once again, it's only lap one. Let's see what happens in, 40 minutes time. See Ray Harner to the outside.
We certainly will. He wants to have a look down into the chase for the first time. He's already sending the message to Brenton Hobson. Down the inside, going into the chase. Hobbo will have the inside one for the left-hander. They come out of there. Ray Harner still forcing the issue, though. Look at this. Two of the best in the business going side by side on lap one, as though the checkered flag's about to be waved. Down to Murray's. Ray Harder on the outside, Hobbo on the inside, Hobbo will lead them through, one gone. And we've also got Adam Lavis off the circuit as well at the exit of the chase. There's Ray Harder on the inside of Hobson to turn one and taking the lead away. Nice start. Hobbo's going to have his work cut out for him tonight, because here comes Angus Cook looking to gang up on him as well. The teammates are well and sort on Mount Panorama. Hobbo gets his nose back in front of Cook up on the outside, but here comes Cook on the inside as they come down to Griffins. And all of a sudden he's got nowhere to go, because he's got Ray Harner right in front of him and Hobbo beside him, and you can't go around the you can't go three wide into Griffins Bend. Out of there, up towards the cutting once more. And this is the interesting thing, Nick. It's the last night of the season, and we're already reflecting on comments that have been made across the last 10, 12, 16 weeks, where people like Brenton Hobson have come in here post-race and said to us, I'm starting to feel a little bit wary about this Ray Harner kid. He's starting to show some signs that I'm going to have to lift my game. Tonight might just be that time.
Yeah, well, I mean, early days. Anything can happen from here. It's a bit like the first lap at Le Mans. Everybody wanted to lead that one, but I mean, you know, to the victor the spoils, but you've got to get to the end. So I'll be looking for lap 39 rather than lap 1 here, or minute 39, I should say.
Well, yeah, exactly. I was going to say, when we look at the field, we've got 16 still running. We did have a small issue for Lockie Beresford before the start. There was some internet dropout, but everyone's A-OK and still running. Last in the field is Adam Lavis after that spin at the chase last time round. But Ray Harner leads them down Conrad for the second time. Where are they with regards to... Because if there's no fuel limit, and I couldn't see it in our race info, is that if there's no fuel cap on these cars, they should be able to go through to the checkered flag. To the chase for the second time. Here's a replay. This is Adam Lavis on the last lap. Yes, way off the circuit. He's down there mowing the lawn. On the inside of the chase, past the turning point. So, yeah. Interesting. I don't know exactly how he got there, but he would have lost it out of the left-hander and spun to the left-hand side.
Back in a sec.
So Ray Harner leads across the line. Fastest lap of the race, not really a surprise there as they make their way up Mountain Straight for the third time now. What's interesting here is lap speed is around that 220 mark, so that's going to give you a lap three laps every 7 minutes. So that's 3, 7, 35, 5, so that's 15, 16, 17. We should get to 18 laps on those numbers tonight, with the last lap starting in the last minute, and that's pending fuel stops and other things as well, pending a safety car intervention as well. So plenty to be mindful of as we go racing for the last time this year. Championships on the line, left, right and centre, but we know that this one is just about in Brenton Hobson's hands. We knew it was going to be a long shot for Mikey Hammond, but unfortunately he hasn't even been able to get into the server tonight. Real world commitments and Christmas parties and a few other things happening. Black Friday sales around the country as well. Oh, it's all happening. In fact, on the subject of Black Friday, there's a great new release out in the Classic Australia Motorsports collection. I think it's volume 6 of their collection. It's the Bathurst 24 hour. And that's why I mentioned it, because that's where we are tonight. Oh, Rayhan has been in the wall. He's clipped the wall, I think, down through the dipper. And everyone's just closed right up onto him. Poor run down and Angus Cook down on the inside trying to go through when there was no gap possible on Brenton Hobson. Look at that. The two teammates, they're ganging up on Hobbo tonight. One at the front, one at the back. In fact, just right now, a comment on our Facebook feed from Michael Hammond. Good luck, guys. And no Michael Hammond tonight, which is really unfortunate. And Xander Antonov asking if he can jump into comms. Yes, he can. We'll bring him in for a quick chat because he's always worth a laugh. In fact, I want to ask Xander, as I bring him in here. Good to have you in the commentary box, Xander Antonov, but I'll come to you in a moment. Here's a replay, firstly, of Julian Mookie at the top of the hill. This will either be a shining example of what we saw the other night or just actually, no, it was the next set of corners. It was going into the dipper, not into the S's. Into the S's was where all the drama unfolded on Wednesday night, into the dipper on this occasion. Now, Xander, I've been meaning to send you a message, mate, because obviously we haven't seen you on the grid all week. But this is the difference between real world and sim world. In real world, you can get injured. What have you done to your arm?
I dislocated my elbow.
You dislocated your elbow?
Yeah.
How did you do that, mate? Because obviously we know you were out having a run last weekend, were you not?
Yeah, I went out last weekend and unfortunately I kind of bit it coming out of 6 at QR.
Oh yeah, that'll do it every day of the week.
Yeah, hit it sideways, driving side over like 100 k's, so yeah, hit it pretty hard.
Oh, geez, what commitment from Hobbo over the top of the hill. Side by side with Rayhana. Look at this. These lunatics are insane. And Hobbo goes to the lead. Stick with us there, Xander. It's good to have you on board, mate. I'll get your thoughts on this in a moment because to be fair, we've enjoyed having you in the production cars this year. You've had some success when we've had the Global Mazda. I think that was Alton Park. And obviously you don't mind driving the TCR as well. So good to have you on board. But we need to focus on this just for now. And as I do that, what's the recovery time for the elbow, mate? So obviously I can't see you playing too much before the end of the year.
When it gets better, really.
Okay.
Well, when I went into medical, I ended up accidentally popping it back into place.
Okay.
So it's just waiting until the pain goes away. I'm hoping next week, if not next week, the week after, really. So this week, definitely this week off, and we'll see. Hopefully next week I'll be back at it.
Oh! Big block up in the chase! He gathered it up somehow, but he loses the lead to Rayhana. And look at Simon Ferris coming into this as well. Simon Ferris is right there, and we got a four-way fight at the front of the field as Hobbo gets down on the inside and Cook going into Murray's and can't pull it off yet. Still side by side as they come down the main straight. Cook on the defensive. Massive battle pack forming here at the front of the field, and Rayhana is the ringmaster of all of it. He's out by 3 car lengths. He leads by 0.9 of a second. Cook sitting in behind. Red Hobson, then Ferris, Grant Gill, Rick Vincent, then Paul Nichols. Nick goes in with a chance here. Have a look at this. Lap 5. Oh, you are not serious. This is fantastic stuff. I'm pumped up, Xander. I don't know about you. The last one of the year, it usually brings out the best in these boys. Now,
Yeah, I mean,
just quietly, but let me come back to you for a moment as we watch a battle here with Dylan Gray on the screen, one of the other youngsters of the club. So we've got Dylan Gray, and I don't know how he's listening to us ramble on and focusing on the task at hand as well, but he's sitting here in the comm box. We'll get to him in a moment. He's in the heat of battle here with Wayne Visser and also Pete Matson, and they are running a very nice little tip of the hat to Gary Rogers Motorsport in the old Volvo days tonight by Dylan and Nico. He said we're running a retro livery, but I was going to say it's not so much John Bowe 1986 as it is Scott McLaughlin, 5 years ago. So it's not exactly retro, but compared to some of the retros we see. But we'll get back to him a little bit later. Here's Angus Cook, sitting second at the moment. He's found away by Hobbo, and he's been able to hold him off for the moment. But the champ will be sitting there thinking, just patience. Patience is all that is the name of the game here. Now, if Rayhana wins, it continues that trend of every race being won by a car on the front row of the grid. If Hobbo can get back there, it puts the icing on the cake as far as the championship is concerned. Xander, obviously you're disappointed not to be out there, but that's the whole risk of real world racing, as they say. They say it's dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. We didn't know it was elbow dangerous, but it's still dangerous. Look, with regards to all of that, it's a new. Let's be perfectly honest. You've put the XL to one side. You've upgraded to something faster, but it hasn't got a roof on it, from what I saw.
No roof. So it's a open wheeler. Well, it's classed as an open wheeler, but it still races with like GT3 cars and all that. Which is fun because Dad's said many of stories where he's been going along and he's had like a big Oz truck in front of him and a big like cricket-sized cricket-sized ball bit of rubbers flung up and got him in the chest. So looking forward to that. And yeah, so it's an open wheeler. It's called a Westfield Clubman, made by Arrow Racing. And, so it's 650 kilograms with me in it, and about 200 horsepower snag with big fat slicks on the rear.
I'm really glad you went with 200 horsepower, because I thought after you said 650 with me in it, I thought you were going to say 200 without me in it. I was like, I know you're tall and I know you're big for your age, Xander, but fair dinkum. Actually, on that, you talk about numbing the pain with your injury there. Unfortunately, you're not old enough for me to give you a recommendation of how to do that. And many of us are looking forward to a happy hour or two somewhere down the track. But you're 15, 16, 17, somewhere around there?
Now, I'm 16, yeah.
Yeah, 16 now, yeah. So Xander's one of our young up-and-comers in the ranks of Queensland Motorsport. Sorry, Nick.
No, I was being rude.
Oh, actually, no, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure I got it the second time I thought about it, yes. Yes, let's chat about that at 4:20 in the afternoon for those our Western Australian audience. I'll explain that later. Now, just quickly as well, as they go down Conrod Straight, we're all being a little bit silly tonight. It's the last one of the year. We're in celebration mode. It's party mode. We've got the whistles, the party poppers, and everything else. It's going to be fun. This is Angus Cook under pressure from Brenton Hobson. If you're just wondering as well, ladies and gentlemen, it's the start of the summer of cricket as far as the men are concerned today, the international season. Australia got to the end of their 50 overs with 374 on the board. India chasing 375 for victory at the Sydney Cricket Ground. The innings has just started. They are none for one after one ball. Should they chase that down, it'll be a record run chase on the Sydney Cricket Ground. Previous best 330, which Australia chased down against England 10 summers ago, 2010-11. So
Brenton Hobson,
check that out. We'll give you updates as the night goes on. Hobbo, the fastest lap. That isn't a surprise. 2:19.85, and all of a sudden the top three are separated by less than a second again. This has been awesome stuff, Nick. I mean, you've got three of the best in TC. Well, you've got two of the best in the club, and you've got one of the best as far as TCR is concerned right there with Angus Cook. So you've got Rayhana, Cook, and Hobbo. Then you go back and you've got the little battle pack between Ferris Gill and Rick Vincent, and Paul Nichols is right there as well. So don't rule any of those guys out. 2 laps ago, they were bumper to bumper, the 7 of them. And that is how quickly it changes. Unfortunately, that was because of a little bit of argy-bargy caused by Brenton running into a little bit of trouble and Ray Harder running into a little bit of trouble. But thankfully, no car-to-car contact, just cars being compromised by trying to avoid hazards in front of them. And that's where that's where we stand at this point in time. So Rayhana, Cook, Hobson, there is Pete Matson in 11th.
I'm just going to say the front three are in the 19s. Everybody else is in the 21s or worse. So I dare say your winner's going to come from the front three.
And they've taken a while to get to the 19s. It's only been in the last couple of laps. In fact, that last lap, that was the first time any of them had struck into the 19s. So it's taken them a while. And I seem to recall from conversation had on Wednesday night that these TCRs do take a little bit of time to warm up and get going in terms of grip levels. Now, have a look at Brenton Hobson. He's obviously at the optimum grip point right now. He's going to try and set this up on Angus Cook down Conrad, but Cook's up for the challenge. He's going to defend for his life here, but Hobbo, if he can try the outside through the kink, he'll be on the inside for the left-hander, and that'll set him up nicely. Good move here from Brenton Hobson. Down the inside under Blake's job. Oh, squeezed, and Cook held on. But can Hobbo go with him on the outside and get him on the run into Murray's? Yes, I think that's what's going to happen here. And Brenton Hobson's going to squeeze it down the inside and go back to second now. Very nicely done on Angus Cook. Oh, geez, that's precision driving. And that's not the first time we've seen cars side by side for that long, from the chase all the way down to Murray's tonight. And they're still side by side trying to force the issue to turn one. Cook on the outside this time. And Hobbo finally holds the position, holds sway, and he's now out in pursuit of Jackson Rayhana. But just that squabbling, that small bit of squabbling between that pair there, Nick, Rayhana's been able to build a lead up towards about the 2-second mark.
Yeah. What we got? Angus Cook in the 21s. The other two are in the 20s. Geez, Angus Cook. It's now starting to spread out. So a bit like last night's IndyCar race. These guys just got to knuckle down and work together. I wouldn't be trying to pass anybody. I'll just be following Jackson and making him use up all his fuel, personally. But as we got here now, this is the closest fight here. Simon Ferris, Grant Gill, Rick Vincent, Paul Nichols.
Indeed, and Nico has been sitting at the back of that, just waiting for something to happen since the outset of the race tonight. We'll check in with him post-race and see how things go. Rayhana leads, Hobson second, then Cook, Ferris, Gill, Vincent and Nichols. Stark is eighth, then Jonathan Turner, Wayne Visser. And I'm pleased to say we've got 15 to 16 still running, unfortunately. Julian Mookie out of the race at the 18-minute mark. We're on lap 8. Down onto Conrad straight again. We're on board with Simon Ferris. I think now's probably an opportune moment to take a lap with Brenton Hobson or Jackson Rayhana if we can. Maybe even stay with Simon Ferris if you want, JP. And then actually let's go with Jackson Rayhana because he's about to come on to the main straight here. He's coming out of the chase right now. And Nick, we so often enjoy your descriptions of these racetracks and what these cars do. For one last time this year, please talk us through a lap of Mount Panorama in a TCR car.
All right, third gear through Murray's Corner. Use all the exit curb there. Actually bounces you back onto the track surface because it's cambered the other way. Up to fifth gear, back down to third for Hell Corner here. Carry some speed. These things are set up with a lot of oversteer because it's the only way to get the rear tyres to work, but also it's only the only way to get the front axle to turn. Work your way up Mountain Straight, Work your way up Mountain Straight. Personally, I like to stick along that right-hand side on that white line. That hump there in Mountain Straight is quite severe, but it's a front-wheel drive car, so who cares? Brake really late here, back from 6th gear, back down to 4th gear. Carry a lot of speed, aim for that second set of pedigree signs there at the tree there. Aim for another, there's a driveway on the right here, there it is, that's your turning point through the first part of the cutting. Brake it nice and straight, turn her in, as you can see there's a little bit of oversteer here. Rear brakes, wheels in the air, over the hump, just flat out in these cars, only 350 horsepower. Under the gum tree, my favourite part of the circuit here. Use all the curbs. Man, it's like in slow motion. Down into what I used to call Castrol curve, flat out through here, in 5th gear. up over the rise, blind apex. Take plenty of curb on the right, not too much. Now everybody goes over to the left. I like to keep it in the middle of the road. Through Skyline. Slow motion so you can see all the action here, guys. Over the curbing, back down through the gears. There's 2 apexes here at on the entry to the dipper. That's the first one. You've got to get a second one here to actually get a better run through the actual dipper here. He's missed that by a little bit. Turning it in quite early. Will he hit the wall? No, but he's understeered through and actually used the curbing on the outside there. Through Chaz Mostert corner. On the entry into the elbow, little tight double apex. That wall's flat right there, like the Falcon sign. Work your way back up through the gears. Run yourself down Conrod straight. Choose the left or choose the right. If you run the middle, especially in an open wheel car, you actually are bottoming out and actually slowing yourself down. Up over the rise, coming into the chase. These things aren't going fast enough that you really don't really need the extension there on the left. Braking in just past the 100 metre board. I'm assuming down to 3rd gear, carry a lot of speed across the apexes. Run under the Armour All Bridge, keeps changing names every year. And then back down to 3rd gear, down for Murray's Corner for another lap. So now live pictures again.
Very nicely done, Nick. As per usual. Now,
thank you.
Now, Nick, have I got you for the supercar race at the end of the evening?
We'll see, because I don't know. I wasn't prepared for a full extra couple minutes to be set in the NASCAR plus this, because I don't have the softest of seats. Let's just say.
Fair enough. Nick's requesting a cushion for Christmas, ladies and gentlemen. At this point in time, there's the spin, bang,
and
the 058.
Best thing with the front wheel drive car is to have a taily car, but when it's the complete opposite of a rear drive car in that as soon as the tail starts coming around, pin the throttle, pull it back into line.
So Jackson Rayhana now the fastest lap of the race of 2:19.63. That was Chris Kisby you were seeing spin through the dipper there. So easy to do in these cars. He wasn't the first. We've already seen a couple of cars go in there. At this point in time,
I was just going to say the trick for the dipper is minimal steering and try and keep it as straight as you can. As soon as you put too much lock into it, especially in these cars, the tail end's going to come around on you.
Well, this is Xander Antonov, good to have your company as per usual. Sorry, you were going to say? Or not? Okay.
No, Jackson
Rayhana.
Yeah.
But it is slow.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah, actually, that's the reason why I was asking you about the supercars, Nick, because then at least you'll be able to talk us through a lap and it not feel slow for you. 2:19.63. Yeah, exactly, for Jackson Rayhana. And we're going to have a look now at Angus Cook getting through on the inside of Brenton Hobson. Rayhana the leader. Cook now the second. The margin is 3.05. And have a look at Angus Cook now. I reckon he's going to fire it down the inside going into the chase. He's done that beautifully. I was actually thinking at the braking zone, but no, he wanted to have a crack through the kink. Got the job done. Got the overlap. Got the ride. Got the position. Got the line. Job done. Well played.
It's funny on Hobson's Twitch account here. Someone said, "Oh, that's unfair 2-on-1," but usually Brenton has about 4 teammates in the NASCARs with him, so I don't see the point there. And now they're switched again. Let's have a look at this. As we see, Pete Matson's in the pit lane. He's been in there for quite a while. He got a run onto the front stretch. Got a better run. Had the inside of the corner. Carried more apex speed through because he had the line. Angus runs on the dirty stuff. And, yep, have to start all over again.
So here we go. Jackson Rayhana, Brenton Hobson, Angus Cook, Simon Ferris and Grant Gill. Yeah, and you're right. We've seen how hard it is to overtake in these cars and consolidate the move, by which I mean not lose it the next time round. And already Hobson and Cook have been a great example of all of that as they make their way up over the mountain one more time. Past Reed Park. On down to McPhillamy, across Skyline. Then they'll take the right-hander. The Esters. 2, 3. Then the Dipper. big drop down to the left, then the flick back right, on the run down towards the elbow. And Hobbo just looks that little bit stronger across the top, whereas Angus has all the momentum down the bottom. It's no question that Hobbo pulled 3 car lengths on him up over the top. And Hobbo, of course, will be back here in the Supercar a little bit later on this evening. He's also got a Stock Car Championship to play for, Nick. Can you see him beating Cal Watmore, though? I mean, yes, he has won the last couple of weeks. Here's Cook having a move on the inside, having a look down the inside. I'll tell you what, geez, that was brave. Angus Cook wanted to get by on the inside of Brenton Hobson, couldn't do it, and Hobbo holds on to second as Ray Harner continues to lead. Looking to become the 5th different race winner in the production car series this season is Jackson Ray Harner. He's out with a comfortable lead after 11 laps, 4.1 seconds. This is Hobbo and Cook fighting for second. We know that Hobbo's got the production car championship wrapped up. We know he's got the supercar championship wrapped up. The only uncertainty is that stock car championship, Nick. I think it's a 38-lap race around Daytona tonight. It's going to be an absolute cracker. We have seen Cal Watmore falter once this season. That was the opening round mid-Ohio. We've seen Brenton Hobson win the last 2 weeks, but Cal has been right there. So let's wait and see what plays out tonight. I'll get your thoughts on that in a moment. In the meantime, Cook up on the outside of Brenton Hobson, and then immediately across to the inside to defend the corner. Oh, what a piece of driving from Angus Cook. Very forceful, very aggressive. He's not had a fight like this in the TCR all season. And now Hobbo's come to play. All bets are off. Up into the cutting. Very nicely done from Cook.
The more they fight, the more Jackson gets away. I don't know why they're doing it.
Well, that's exactly right. No, I don't either. I was literally about to make that point.
Sit on Jackson's tail and just get him to tow you around and use up more fuel. I mean, it's too early. Way too early. What are we kicking over? 27 minutes into the 40-minute race. So now Jackson's got a decent gap. If they have to stop, he's going to continue to have a decent gap. So you can't make it up under the pit stops unless you're super duper quick. And most people have pit lane entry pretty set right here, as we see. Oh wow, Brenton, great run through there. You can see what I was saying about minimal steering lock through the dip. And look how much more speed he's got.
And it was exactly the same last lap. It was evident from the opposite angle, following Cook, or riding on board with Cook, I should say, following Hobson. You just saw that Hobbo just gradually pulled away across the top. He had all the momentum. Now Cook's going to weave from left to right to try and break the toe down Conrod. What are your thoughts on the stock car race, mate? Obviously, we know if Hobbo manages to win and beat Cal, A, he's earned it, but B, Cal only needs to finish second or even third, I think, to wrap up the championship. It's tight, but it's still doable for both parties here. Oh no! Cook runs deep, takes Hobbo within the both in the glass. And there's no need to redress that because it wasn't Cook's fault.
I think he's doing it because he just happened to go wide, hit Brenton accidentally. Resume the fight. Now, see, even more time lost.
Exactly, 100%. Jackson's lead is out to 7 seconds.
Yeah, Just sit and follow, pull away again. Yeah, look, I'm just bringing up the point score right now for the stock cars. What do we got? On adjusted points, Brenton 217, Cal Watmore 231. So yeah, I mean, I don't think Callum has to do much more than finish top 5, and he's got it. So, and Callum's got 10 more bonus points. They're still at it. Oh, look, good on them. Have a race. I guess they're thinking more about the actual here and now rather than the final result.
Well, to be fair, Jackson's not in the championship fight, so and nor is Angus.
Yeah, so there's 8 seconds, as you can see there on the totem pole. It's 8 seconds gap. So, hey, look, we're all in it to have a good drive and have a ding-dong fight. If there's no pit stops, yeah, I'd be doing the same thing too. However, you got no chance of a win 8 seconds back.
This is very true. Absolutely. Unless something was to go catastrophically wrong for Jackson Ray Harner, it's looking like a foregone conclusion at this point in time. We are past half race distance. We're almost at 3/4 race distance. And that didn't take long to happen, actually. I'll tell you what. Jeez. Here they go, down through the bottom of the the run down to the bottom of the mountain, I should say, through the S's and on the run towards the elbow onto Conrod Straight they go. Lap 13 here, and there's going to be 5 laps to go, I think, by my numbers.
I'm not sure if they got open setups, but if they do, you can do things like adjust your wing and diff settings, and I dare say Angus is running just that little bit less wing, and obviously Hobson's got some damage on the front left there. And then Angus just drives straight past him on any straight bits of road, whereas Hobson's all over him on any curvy bits of road. So it's interesting to see the strengths and weaknesses, or it could be just drivers if they got the same setup. So it's a very interesting race. If your name's not Jackson Rayhana.
Hey guys, I'm gonna head off. I think dinner's almost ready, and
Give me some.
Oh, what a surprise!
I know.
Give my regards to the Antonev household and your microwave as well, Xander. Mate, lovely to have you on board.
Thanks for having me.
If you need
Hang on, before you go,
Yeah.
before you go, Anthony, Nick, which suburb are you in?
Oh, I said, what suburb are you in?
Me?
Yeah.
Victoria Point here in Queensland.
You had to think about it? Come down the road and drop some off to the Morningside.
Well, we got a good house, so like, yeah, I went to say Sheldon, and I'm like, wait, no, I don't live there no more. I live in BP, so.
Fair income.
Nice area.
Xander, it certainly is. Sorry we didn't get too much of a chance to have a chat to you. There was just so much going on with everything happening on the track. This battle's captivated our attention here, but we're sorry to see you not on the grid. Look after the arm and the elbow, and be bloody careful next time you're out on the racetrack in that new car of yours. And if we don't catch up before, have a good Christmas, and thanks for your input this year, mate.
Thank you for having me. Hope you guys have an awesome Christmas and New Year. And if I don't see you, I'll see you in the New Year.
I'm bound to have an awesome Christmas, mate. I'm heading to Progressive Civilization in New South Wales. Good on you.
All right, sweet. Thanks, guys. Oh, and also quickly with the cars getting like a full rebuild, so having to refix the chassis and everything, so may need a
Might be time to go back to the XL, Xander.
No. No way. All right.
All right, good on you, mate. Thanks again.
Bye-bye.
He's been good fun right throughout the year. And characters like, I mean, Xander's a totally different character to say Mikey Hammond, but having those different characters just make the broadcast all the better.
Nico's unmuted himself. Are you ready to be up for talking, Nico?
Oh, Paul Nichols, what's going on?
Oh, I'm just getting overtaken by Starkey. I think I've got some aero damage, so I'm
Here we go. Into the chase.
Is so getting overtaken by Starkey, that's the trigger for I'm not going so well.
Well, no, not at all. We were having a great race up at the front there with Rick Vincent and Grant Gill. That was awesome fun, but I hit the wall. And I've got some aero, I'd say, because I'm not quick in a straight line anymore.
Is it open setups?
Yeah, open setups, yep.
There you go. So guarantee Angus Cook's running the one wing and Brenton Hobson's running a 5. That's the difference. That's why Brenton's so much quicker through the corners and Angus so much quicker down the straights. We see here, who's this? Adam.
Oh,
Adam's all
Adam
sideways.
Davis.
Go through that. No. Oh.
And that's the funny thing, isn't it? The Porsches went at the top of the crest, and the TCRs have been going at the run into the dipper, but they're all going right into the wall instead of left through the corner.
That back end of the car just gets really light. Well, watch here now. We're on board with Brenton. You'll see here, from about here on, he'll just start reeling him in, and from about the dipper on, he'll really be right on the back bumper bar of Angus, and then Angus will drive away again.
Look at Simon Ferris and Grant Gill going with them, though. Simon Ferris and Grant Gill are going to be right there in a minute.
Well, yes, so Simon Ferris and the 3 in front of him are all in 20s, and Grant Gill's right on a verge of doing a 2-minute 20. So the pace is quickening at front.
It certainly is. So lap 15, we're expecting 18 here, depending upon when Jackson Rayhana gets back to the line.
Oh, spun car.
Oh,
jeez.
jeez.
Angus is using more steering lock again.
So Chris Kisby's got a lap down. Don't worry about that. Brenton Hobson will go back on board with him right now. Watch him in the draft on Conrod Straight here. Paul Nichols sitting 8th at the moment. We'll get back to Nico shortly. He's got a fair bit of time up his sleeve, though. Jonathan Turner is in pursuit, but he's got 2 seconds up his sleeve here as Nico at the moment as they head down Conrod.
See, yeah, Brenton has to stay in the draft just to at least keep competitive on the straight bits of road. But if it's a drag race, Angus is going to win it.
Open setups adds a whole new element to it, Paul, and I realised that there wasn't a fuel cap put on the cars tonight either, so this is a flat-out drag.
Yeah, no fuel cap, open setup. So, yeah, just run to home.
Exactly. Which takes out a little bit of strategy play, but it makes it all the more entertaining if we get a race like this from Angus Cook and Brenton Hobson, where they are literally nose to tail, glued together for the whole duration of this race. Now, 35 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm going to have a quick look here at my iRacing server rather than my timing feed. 35:14. If Rayhana does 2:22s as he did last time round, if he stays in the 22s, this race goes 3 more laps. If he eases out to 23s, this is over in 2 laps time. And that's the give and take we've got here at the moment. It's literally a 2-second barrier. And if Rayhana's aware of that, he may just taper off. We'll wait and see as they come across the mountain one more time. So Cook, Hobson, second, third. Still got our eyes glued here to what's going on. 4th places, of course, Ferris, then Gill, then Vincent, Stark, Nichols, the top 8. So yeah, not the race Nico would have wanted to finish the championship, no doubt, but let's just back up here for a moment, because the production car championship points coming into this round, Paul Nichols was sitting 7th. I haven't seen Ben Collard on the grid, so Nico's going to immediately move up there. He won't have enough to catch Jonathan Turner in 5th, but Nico's looking good for 6th. So overall, Nico, you've missed a couple of race meetings here and there, and there's been a fair bit going on this year. But is 6th the pass mark for you in the championship, mate?
I was just going through the dipper, sorry. Yeah, absolutely. Right. Yeah, top 10's always my aim, as you know. So
excellent stuff. Here's Brenton Hobson all over the back of Angus Cook now, down Conrod. This is lap 16. Now, we're not sure at this point, and I don't think they are either, whether this goes to 17 or 18. Down on the inside into the chase. Cook holds the line. Hobbo's going to try and force it around the outside. Oh, what about that from Brenton Hobson? Around the outside through the chase. You little Anzac. Fantastic stuff. Down on the inside on the run to Murray's, Brenton Hobson becomes defensive all of a sudden. Back to the line, another lap in the books. And Rayhana's lead is 8.4 seconds. He crossed the line at 37.36. This looks like, to me, as Hobbo comes back down on the inside of Angus Cook to the whole corner, holds the line and holds second spot. This looks to me as though we're just going to squeeze in that 18th lap that I was talking about. So watch out. We're on our way to an 18th lap if Rayhana continues at that speed. But it'll be by like a second. So we'll wait and see what the flag does this time around, whether it waves or not. On the inside to Griffin's Bend. Angus Cook and Brenton Hobson. They are line astern here, and of course Simon Ferris is closing in for good measure. Rick Vincent's also trying to close in on Grant Gill in the battle for 5th and 6th. Chris Stark, Paul Nichols, then Jonathan Turner. Nico's got Turner covered at the moment for 8th. Wayne Vizza is 10th. That's the top 10 at the moment. We still have 14 cars out there. Pete Matson's retired. Julian Muckey's retired. Or Mookie, I should say. Chris Kisby. Oh, no, that caught me out so many times last night. But anyway, 2 laps down is Chris Kisby, but we know he loves to just keep ploughing until the checkered flag. So we'll wait and see what he can do. Angus Cook leads us across the top for maybe the last time. I don't know.
Just watching the attitude of Angus's car, he's got a fair bit of steering. There you can see, fair bit of steering wheel lock on. He scrubbed the front tyres off this thing. So I dare say Brenton's now ready to, poised like a cobra, ready to strike. So yeah, well, look at all the arm lock compared to Brenton there. He's not as many degrees input in the steering wheel lock there. So that's why Brenton's all over him down the straights now. And we got a closing Simon Ferris.
Down Conrod. Is this the last time? We'll wait and see. We can't take our eyes off this battle, but we also want to kind of have a look at Jackson Rayhana as well, if this is the last lap. Down the inside comes Hobbo into the chase. Look at this.
I think there's
a little bit of a touch. And Hobbo and Cook are still side by side, and Hobbo takes the line for the moment, down under the bridge. They come to Murray's. Jackson Rayhan across the line. They get one more in.
One more lap.
3 seconds. 2.5 seconds to be precise. One more lap to go. Hobbo's going to lead the charge across the line. One more to go on the mountain. We get to 18 as predicted, but only by the skin of our teeth. The lead is 9.4. Here's Rayhana comfortably over Hobson, Cook, then this freight train, Ferris, Gill, Vincent. You'll see Stark and Nichols at the back of the picture in a moment. There they are. Starkey coming through whole corner, and then Nico, then Turner. There's not much separating second and ninth here, but all eyes are on second. It's Brenton Hobson holding off Angus Cook on the run up to the top of the mountain for the last time.
I think if Angus had second, Jackson would have sped up and crossed the line, but because he lost second, I think he gave him an extra lap.
Yeah.
Played the team game.
He did very nicely.
Now this is where Brenton has to really pour the pace on now and just get away.
Oh, jeez, Hobbo was very close to the wall there. Very close to the wall. You wouldn't want to get any closer than that. So Angus made up a little bit of time last time round on Hobbo. Let's wait and see what he can do on the run down the mountain for the last time. We know this is the section of the circuit where Hobbo is strongest. Down to the dipper for the last time.
The gap's at 8
what
tenths as
pressure.
it stands right now, so...
Oh, jeez, Hobbo was
think he gapped
almost
him
in the
enough.
wall. I think you're right, Nick. I think he's gapped him enough. Let's wait and see as they come out of the elbow for the last time. Grant Gill's running into trouble with Rick Vincent. They're side by side. They've swapped over. Vincent into fifth, Gill back to sixth. That was at the back of shot. Simon Ferris is going to be a forgotten fourth in all of that. But at the front, Jackson Rayhan is going to clean this thing up. But how can you take your eyes off Brenton Hobson and Angus Cook into the chase for the last time? He's too far back. What about this? First start in the production cars on a Friday night in the TCR in quite some time. Just straight to the top of the sheets. And Jackson Rayhan wins on a Friday night on the mountain. Gets his first win at Grand Final week. He'll be stoked. Hobbo's going to hold off Angus Cook for second. And Cook was wide on the exit of Murray's. And Hobbo gets second and is your production car champion for 2020. Ferris fourth, Vincent Gill, then Stark and Nichols. Then Turner's going to come home in ninth. There they are crossing the line. And Wayne Visser will be 10th in the Castrol car. The Audi Brigade of turn one on the mountain. 42 minutes, 19 seconds, the winning time for Jackson Rayhan. 9 seconds in the end. That was phenomenal. And Nico Pop has already escaped to get stuck into what will be a brilliant and very big stock car race here. I think I might be flying solo for that one. I'm not sure at this stage. We'll see. But Paul Nichols, your summations of all of that, obviously, you didn't have the best seat in the house tonight. You did for the first half of the race, but then you dropped back. 8th in the end. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, my own fault. No contact with any other cars. Just hit the wall coming through McPhillamy and just damaged the car, caused a bit of aero damage and slow in a straight line, and that happened. So my own fault. Good fun. Great racing up the front there with Rick and Grant Gill. That was awesome fun.
All right, Nick's back with us, actually. I thought he'd already escaped ready for the stock cars, but we're looking forward to that race very shortly, Nick.
Trying to coax some people in. But looks like everybody wants to do a jump and then get on with it.
Yeah, and that's all right because we're going to do the same thing. There's the running order at the end of the day. So Brenton Hobson from Angus Cook. And... oh, no, actually, no. Hang on. What's going on here? We've got race results that are a class result for some reason. Anyway, what I can tell you is that obviously Jackson Rayhan got it from Brenton Hobson. As we just quickly fast-track and correct ourselves there.
Live timing,
just not wanted to play ball there. Angus Cook, Simon Ferris, Rick Vincent, Grant Gill, then Chris Stark, Paul Nichols, Jonathan Turner and Wayne Visser with Dylan Gray, Adam Lavis and Lockie Beresford making up those that finished on or about the lead lap. And then, of course, Chris Kisby finished 3 laps down. The 2 retirements, Pete Matson and Julia Mucky as well. Righto, let's have a look at this. Let's see who can land at this time as they head down to the chase. Holo's already done the fast escape, but everyone else is having a crack. trying to land it as they go across the gravel here. Doesn't slow them down much. They hit the rise. Not bad. Not bad. Jackson Rayhana's just doing everything good tonight. And behind, that is just a catastrophic wreck behind. Oh, geez, we'll have to see some replays of that. Then Rayhana puts it in the wall at Murray's. Fantastic stuff. Geez. Nicely landed from Rayhana. How he didn't get collected by the side on Angus Cook, I'll never know. And then all of a sudden, we'll see what else we can find there in a moment. In the meantime, Nick, your final thoughts on the podcast. Great performance from Jackson Rayhana, commanding first, a lights out to checkered flag performance, I should say. And now, obviously, all eyes turn to the stock cars, and you know he'll be lining up there too. Look at that from Angus Cook, fair dinkum.
Look, it's fantastic to see new winners as always, and look, always exciting production cars. I wish I knew a bit more of the information before we got going, but look, whatever works. It's flat out race from start to finish. Always like a spicy pit stop or a safety car to bunch it all up, but yeah, look, fantastic race regardless.
I don't think it would have mattered tonight whether we had a safety car or not. No one was catching Jackson Rayhana, mate. Well done. Brilliant performance. Lights out to checkered flag. You were the man to beat. It was pretty hairy there in the opening stages between you, Hobbo, and your teammate Angus Cook, but you managed to skip clear, and that's all you needed, that little bit of a buffer, and away you went.
Yeah, cheers, mate. Good to talk to you again. Good evening.
As per usual, it's becoming a regular occurrence this week.
Yeah, well, isn't it? Yeah, look, for some reason I just really click with the bum draggers a lot more than what I think I would. I think I've said it before, but yeah, look, we had the pace. I actually set the car up more for a cold track, so it was a rocket chip track, but very, very sketchy in the hot weather. So I don't know, you probably would have seen, I had a few big moments there early on in the race, but good thing about a TCR is if you have a moment, you just point the wheel in the way you want the car to go, boot the throttle, and 9 times out of 10 you'll be saved by the right pedal. So it was good. All credit to Hobbo. He put up an awesome fight, and but to my teammate Angus Cook, he had as much pace as I did tonight, and deserved to be up there as well.
He certainly did. Angus, that was a heated battle between you and Brenton Hobson. We couldn't take our eyes off it, if I'm perfectly honest. It must have been fun from the cockpit.
Yeah, it was going to be interesting to see what you had to say after. I was saying, just in Discord while we're racing, that you're probably going off your nut. It's not often that you can say that you can pass Brenton Hobson on pace, and I'm pretty confident I can say that tonight. Even though it was third in the end, he came back and got me. I feel a bit bad for running him deep at the down in the chase.
Yep.
But in all honesty, shout out to the campers crew, and Kathy in particular, who's been cheering me on in the lounge room. We've got 15 people, so they're all running into my room saying you made an overtake. I'm just trying to bloody race. So, I just want to
enthusiasm.
Yeah, I just want to bloody get on with it. So, it's interesting, but what a race. Good night.
Those 15 people are all appropriately socially distanced too, ladies and gentlemen, before any Nazis get on and start having a whinge. Let's throw the conversation. Cookie, stay there for me. I'm going to throw quickly to Grant Gill. It was going so well until the last lap. Unfortunately, you lost out to Rick Vincent there in the last lap. Grant, what happened?
Oh, mate, he was. I think he was going a bit easy on me through the latter part of the race, because he dropped back about 1.6, and I had a few moments going into the chase. I think I had flashbacks to yesterday, but not into the chase, into the S's. Flashbacks from yesterday, but it was fantastic racing. I was on Simon Ferris's hammer pretty much the whole time, and Rick wasn't far behind me. So the TCRs, don't they throw up a wonderful race? And then we closed right in on the back of Angus and Hobbo as well. So absolutely brilliant Friday night.
I'm just going to quickly interrupt, boys, and say that if you want to put Foxtel on left of screen whilst you race tonight, India are 1 for 60 after 6.5. They're racing along, chasing 375 at the Sydney Cricket Ground. More updates from there as we go on. Yes, Nick?
Just going to jump in there. Qualifying's just started on the NAS cars or the stock cars, so I'm going to jump out.
Okay, mate, no worries. We'll catch up with you after that race and debrief on the season that was. I know Paul Nichols is still there and he's been told not to go anywhere because I'm going to come back to him for some final thoughts in just a moment. He's probably just chopping up the wine as we speak. We are standing by 4 stock cars. There are only 9 minutes and 10 seconds remaining there. The race is 1 hour and 20 minutes or 38 laps, whichever comes first, but it should be the 38 laps. I'm looking forward to that immensely. So we've got a couple of minutes to wrap things up here as we get ready to jump into the server over at the Daytona International Speedway, of course. That's long haul flight over to the US and then back here for the supercars. It's going to be good fun. Good luck to Jackson Ray Hunter. He's departed now as well. So it's just Cookie and Grant Gill sitting here with me. Angus, it's great to have you in on a Friday night. Obviously, the TCR with some incentive. The interesting thing for mine is it's the only time I've seen you really tested in the TCR this year.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree. That's why I was really looking forward tonight because Jackson and I, although not going to lie, we were kind of mucking around on Wednesday a little bit, and then he took me out, and then maybe we weren't laughing as much. Whereas tonight, we knew that Hobbo would be around. We knew that we were hoping for maybe a few other big names to pop their head in too, but even just racing Hobbo, for us, that's like, God almost. Like, you look up to him and go, wow, could never be as quick, and then just to go out and be racing door to door. Normally, I'd just let him through. If I see him in mirrors in the Porsche, I wouldn't make it easy, but I'm still going to let him past. Whereas here, I know that I've got the pace in this car to take it to him, and if we probably didn't have that contact at the chase, and then we had sort of a second little incident as well. Without that, I reckon, I would have had him tonight.
Well, this is exactly right. But that being said, to be 95% clean for the 40-minute race there, I mean, that was phenomenal from you guys. And more often than not, we saw you two driving side by side at great speed through the chase, through the kink, into the chase, out of the chase, down through Murray's, and then into Hell Corner and all the way up Mountain Straight as well. You spent more time running side by side to the point where, at one point there, you were stuck behind both Jackson and Brenton. There was no way through for you because 3 wide was just impossible.
That's right, and that's the beauty of these cars. And I think you'll agree that any car that you can bang door to door and get away with is a good car to race. So, I was kind of expecting contact there and fair play. I redressed the first time because I ran deep. That was definitely on me. But, respect to him, he was ready to go door to door and I was too. And, if we have a bump along the way, so what? That's what these cars are made to do.
Exactly right. Grant Gill, fair bit more pace in there compared to the Skip Barber, but just as much fun.
Yes, it is. I do love the TCRs as well. Again, don't spin up the rear wheels on these things, which is lovely. But I was absolutely thrilled to be within sight of the other boys. With that top 4, and that point score wise probably keeps me in pretty good stead. I think I might hang on to 4th in the championship, which will be lovely. But we know Hobbo's, not a great fan of the front wheel drives. He does like the big beefy ones. But just watching those boys up front racing, Jackson, Hobbo, and Angus was an absolute thrill. All through the race, I was thinking this will end in tears. This will end in tears, and it didn't.
And testament to the caliber of the drivers that you're surrounded by at the moment in not only production cars but everything else as well. Now, unfortunately, I've just got a message there on the bottom of the screen that we're not going to have Matthew Cowie in one of our servers tonight, which is unfortunate. He said the heat's got to me, a little bit dehydrated, and training got the better of me. So Matthew Cowie will be sitting out tonight, which is unfortunate. But we've still got 2 great races coming your way, folks. Don't forget about that. We'll be back with you very shortly for Cal Watmore's championship decider in the Stock Car Series. And a good field lining up in the ARCA split of that, or the ARCA section of that split as well. So looking forward to that. In the meantime, let's just go back very quickly to Angus Cook. Now that you've had the TCR experience again, any incentive to jump into these stock cars like Nick's pleading for people to come on board?
I definitely would, but we're hosting, so I'm actually going to go out and probably be present at a function for a change. Maybe we need to go back into lockdown so I could.
No, no, we definitely don't need to go back into lockdown, mate. Enjoy your social life, absolutely.
That's it. So no, but it's good to have people over. It's actually good to have people, watching on the screen while watching live on SimShed broadcasting as well, because some people will watch and go, oh yeah, they're just driving cars around computer, when they're actually seeing someone do it and they go, oh my gosh, that's actually what you're doing. So it's a different world. So thanks to everyone involved, and thanks to everyone for coming and watching tonight.
Were you feeling the extra pressure there with your audience, by the way?
Oh, well, it's pretty difficult when you're trying to talk to people in Discord, trying to start a race and also trying to tell people how iRacing works. So, yeah, something new and probably in the highest pressure race I've raced in a long time. Even more pressure to add.
Yeah, exactly right. I was going to say, rather you than me is all I'll say to all of that. I couldn't imagine it.
It's great drive, mate. Well done.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Yeah, to put all the distractions to one side and still get home on the podium. Yeah, really good stuff. Boys, thank you so very much for stopping by to have a chat. Have a great summer, great Christmas, all that jazz. And we'll obviously catch up with you first thing next year.
Zach, could I just say one thing?
Yes, mate, go for it. As part of the great people at Ocular, you're entitled to say whatever you like, but just don't swear.
And don't take too long.
Yeah.
In all the people we were thanking last night, it is the end of the series. I didn't mention one fella who needs a bit of credit. I think he's a bit of an unsung hero. Always upbeat, always helpful, always friendly. Nick O'Pop Photiadis. The amount he puts into the club is astounding. He's always happy. He's always up, and he's always trying to help someone. So, my personal thanks to him, and I hope on behalf of the club, they're all wishing him well as well. He's a great asset to the club, and certainly well appreciated by me.
Here. I'll second that. Yeah, absolutely. Grant, thank you to you and the great people at Ocular for your support throughout the course of the season, and we'll see you next year, mate. Well done.
All the best. Merry Christmas.
And Merry Christmas to you as well. Although that being said, I know we're saying Merry Christmas and all that early, but can we save off playing Christmas carols in supermarkets until Tuesday, please, when it actually clicks into December? Paul Nichols, see, there's always one political aspect that I've got to bring into the broadcast. I can't help myself.
Just I was about to say you can't help yourself.
No, not at all. On the subject, let's go and reflect on the season that was, mate. While we've still got you, and I appreciate you sticking around. As someone that's been an integral part of this club, both behind the scenes, on the microphone, and everything that you do, it's been a tremendous series. It's been a tremendous season, and I just feel with the way the club's expanded, we're almost in a position where we can't accommodate everybody next year. There's kind of too many people now and not enough nights of the week to organise something, because at the end of the day, what you guys do, and it's brilliant what you do, it's at the end of the day a voluntary role.
Yeah, absolutely. The whole committee, the admin, race control stewards, everyone that gets involved in the club are all volunteers. So no one gets paid to do this. This is a club that was started by a couple of the founding members to have good, clean, fun racing. It's grown so quickly. Thanks to all the members. Thanks to everyone who supports us. Thanks to the viewers. Our sponsors are amazing. They've grown, season on season, which is fantastic. Hopefully we get, they get some benefit out of it. I think they do. From obviously they stick around, which is fantastic. So looking forward to next season. It's going to be a cracking season. So next year's, I don't know what the schedule is yet. No one does. It'll be the off season. We're going to have some pop up races during the off season, so people can jump in and have some fun races. So also, Zach, thank you for your contribution, mate. Absolutely fantastic. JP broadcast fantastic as well. Adam Lavis for his commitment and his broadcasts on Wednesday nights. To all the committee members, all the members, fantastic. Thank you guys for the year. What an awesome year, and looking forward to next year.
Absolutely. And also, while we're on the list of thank yous, we should also say a big thanks to Robert Hazeldine for his involvement in the broadcast earlier in the season as well. And I know he'll be tuning in at some point. I haven't seen him for yonks, but I'm assuming the beard and the curls are still going along strong. He's needed a haircut for a while. I'm not sure if he's actually gone and got it. But no, it's good to have his involvement at the start of the season. JP and Adam Lavis at the back end of the year. It's been fantastic stuff. There's the end of the qualifying session, by the way, folks. We're about to get stuck into the race here. The stock cars from Daytona. Paul Nichols, before you go, though, looking back on the season that was, do you have a personal or a preferred highlight or a standout, apart from maybe your own performances, just from the club as a whole, a particular favourite race, favourite moment?
There's too many to pick, I think, Zach. I think it's been an amazing season overall. So one of the calls, I think, might have been might have been one of the production car, or might have been GT4 race at Bathurst. Your call for that race was just off tap. It was one of the best calls I've listened to. Exciting race. I think the top three were within, or top four were in half a second at the end of the race. It's those type of events to me, that's that kind of those calls that you do. I mean, that gets people excited, and that's what we want to see.
Well, at the end of the day, I've only got one voice box, and it will repair eventually. So that's all good and well. I'm really thrilled that people have enjoyed what we do here, and I'm really thrilled that you guys have had me on board the way you have throughout the course of the year. It's hard to believe that I've actually done, and in a year where I was lining up to do bugger all commentary work, I've actually done more commentary work this year than I've done for about 3 years. Just when you add up the days of the week, not necessarily the hours on air, but it's been great fun. Thank you very much to you and to the rest of the club as well, mate. We will be catching up for a cold one over Christmas, and I'm really looking forward to that.
Mate,
and then obviously looking forward to hearing what's in the pipeline for 2021. But give yourself a pat on the back as you go, because your integral involvement here is what makes this happen. You couldn't have imagined at the start of the year that it would explode the way it has to be one of the more prominent, one of the more popular sim racing clubs going around in the country.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we had a target of maybe 120 members by the end of the year. I think it's up to 360, 370 at the moment. So it's just incredible. Incredible, yeah.
Good stuff. Thank you very much, Paul Nichols. I appreciate it, and enjoy your trip to Melbourne, mate.
Right, thank you, gents. Well done. Good call. Have a good call tonight, and speak to you during the week, and we'll catch up.
We certainly will. There he is, Paul Nichols. Now, in all of that, qualifying's been running on your screen. There, the grid's already been thrown up on the screen as well. It is Cal Watmore from pole position and Brenton Hobson alongside him. The perfect scenario for the championship, ladies and gentlemen. This is awesome because it's the two title contenders. And when we get to the competition caution, I will throw up on the or JP will throw up on the screen the season so far and the point standings just to fill a little bit of a gap there in the caution period. But right now, let's focus on the race that is. Not many in the stock car split, but plenty in the ARCA split of this. Cal Watmore, Brenton Hobson, Nico Pop, Adam Lavis, Jackson Rayhana, and Lee Williamson as far as the stock cars are concerned. Although I'm not sure if the full field is taken to green there. Behind them, Brady McHugh, Warwick Sharp, Ben Martin, Connor Brown, Julian Mookie, and Chris Stark, also Joe Baldwin, Jake Manhire, Paul Williamson, Josh Thomas, and Dylan Gray. They're all in there as far as the ARCA cars are concerned. How many take the start? Who knows? The final stock car race of the year, 38 laps from the Daytona Roval in Daytona Beach, Florida. Watmore v. Hobson for the title. Let's go. Nice clean getaway. Not surprising from Cal Watmore. It is paramount for Brenton Hobson that he goes with Watmore all the way here. Given the size of the field, seemingly difficult to see him winning this battle tonight and winning the championship. But shots fired early because he wants to have a look down on the inside and try and get by Watmore. Watmore's wide. Oh, jeez, already drama, already fireworks, and Hobo's up on the inside to take the lead. Jeez, we'll have to have a better look at that. But Watmore has already dropped to second behind Brenton Hobson. Now, all the key points here. Everything's doubled. The pole award goes to Cal Watmore, so he's got the double points there, so he's extended his championship lead. But the fastest lap is on the line. The most positions gained is also on the line. The 0 incident point bonuses are also on the line. Now, this is Watmore going wide, pinching the brakes. That's what did it. I didn't think he got the grasp, but he did pinch the brakes. Chris Stark's off the circuit as well as they head towards the exit of the outfield, the infield, I should say, onto the outfield. And Watmore is the second place man at the moment. There is Brenton Hobson ahead of him. Nico Pop behind. Then Adam Lavis is there, but he's being passed already by Jackson Rayhana. No Lee Williamson on the start. No Paul Williamson either. It's a field of 15 tonight. Warwick Sharp looking the goods to wrap up the ARCA split here. And it's again between Watmore and Hobson. Now, look, okay, let's break this down for you. Watmore leads by 14 points. Something would have to go drastically wrong, Mid-Ohio style, for Watmore to lose this title. He can sit there in second. He can wrap it up. I don't want to be Adam Lavis at the end of this race crunching those numbers. By gee, he's got an unenviable task when we get to the end of the race. 1 down, 37 to go. Lap 2 of 38 at Daytona. And a wicket for the Aussies in the cricket as well, by the way. So I'll get to that in just a moment. Lap 2 of 38. How good's this? Cal Watmore sitting there in second. This is the perfect scenario because Brenton knows that he has to win. He's doing everything he has to do at the moment. He's leading from the front. He knows he has to win. The fuel burn and all those other race statistics I'm going to get to in just a moment because being a longer race, it could well be a 2-stopper rather than a 3. It could well be a 3-stopper, I should say, rather than a 2, because we have gone to, I think the races this year have been 65, and we've bumped them up to 80 minutes in terms of we've got that time capacity there. So 38 laps around Daytona. What is it? A 5.73 kilometre course. That's pushing 200 kilometres, isn't it? Maybe a little bit over. 5.73 by 38 gets you 217.74 kilometres. So this is easily the longest race of the championship. That could bring with it a third pit stop. So where that competition caution falls is going to be all the more critical tonight. And there will just be, I do believe, one of them. I know last time when we upped it to 90 minutes, we had 2 competition cautions, but I believe it's just one tonight. I'll double check that with Chris Kisby when he stops into race control from race control, I should say, very shortly. Now, that's Cal Watmore all over the back of Brenton Hobson now. This is exactly what we want. 1 and 2 in the championship, all guns blazing. And the Hobbo, let's not forget, he's twice won the triple crown on a Friday night. He's twice got the hat-trick. He can't do that tonight, but he can wrap up 3 championships on a Friday night, and no one's done that. So he's certainly doing everything he needs to do to be the hero of the evening. Watmore will be there to spoil the party, though. He's all over the back of Hobson now. Lap 3 as they go through the horseshoe for the first time. The first of the horseshoes, I should say, on the infield section. Chris Stark's had another spin. Wayne Viz's internet's dropped out, apparently. So I don't know what's going on there. Fair bit going on here. Watmore all over the back of Hobbo. Lap 3. He right on board with Hobson. Oh, sorry, you're right on board with Watmore, I should say. I should have known that. Fair dinkum. I've only been calling them all season. Round they come. And I am flying solo tonight, but I've got JP in here, and they're up on the inside, folks. A little bit taily, a little bit wobbly, waggly, out of the infield section, and therefore up on the inside goes Cal Watmore to get by Brenton Hobson, and that's all it takes. That's all it takes. And it's the same on lap 1. Watmore made a mistake lap 1, Hobbo goes through. Hobbo makes a mistake on lap 3, Watmore goes through. Restores order, takes the lead away, and secures the championship on those numbers. If he stays there, if the checkered flag was to fly now, he's over. Now, I'm a little bit distracted by the cricket tonight, folks, as you might have been able to tell. India are 3 for 84 after 10.1, so they're certainly on track, but wickets are not in their favour at the moment. We've just had a spin there for Connor Brown, actually, going into the banking. So Connor Brown's had a big spin, but he's been able to get back going. Oh, he might have had a little bit of help there, did he, from Chris Stark? No. Well, he got a tap in the first part of the quarter, but then Connor Brown's okay to do it on his own on the exits. And that banking, just getting out from the infield road course up onto the oval, that's awkward. It's an awkward bump. You get the wrong part of that, you're a passenger, as Connor Brown just found out. There was Joe Baldwin. I'll bring Joe in to have a chat here shortly because he's sitting above our commentary box. He's not in our green room though. So when we get to the safety car, I'll bring him in for a quick chat. Lap 4 of 38. You won't be surprised to learn as we return to the leaders that Cal has formed a little bit of a gap here. 3 car lengths. Maybe 5, actually, over Brenton Hobson. How good's the camera work at Daytona? Now, have a look at this too, folks. This is interesting. Oh, we've got trouble in the infield section. It's the second of the horseshoes. Jake Manhire and one other car off the circuit there. So that was what happened to Connor Brown earlier on. just on your replay there. The 77 and the 39. Now, the 77 is, of course, Manhire. The 39 is Mookie. And this is what happened here. So, and Josh Thomas is involved in that as well because he's gone into the grass and into the wall. And Manhire's gone in sympathy. So often the case. So it's like those with the weak stomach. When they're at a party and they see someone vomiting, they go out in sympathy. Even though they're not sick, they go out in sympathy. That was exactly what that reminded me of. Cal Watmore, Brenton Hobson, Nico Pop, Jackson Rayhana. Now, big gaps forming. Already Watmore's got a second on Hobbo. Hobbo's got 4 seconds on Nick, or 3.2. There's Nick on screen. Have a look at that. And their concentration, hard at work. Full screen mode for a change on Nick. And Jackson Rayhana is 2 seconds behind Nick. He's going to love that on the replay. And Adam Lavis is 7 seconds down the road again. The best of the ARCA cars so far. We haven't given these guys much of a run yet. But that is Brady McHugh. And he's got 5 seconds on Warwick Sharp. But again, Warwick Sharp coming into this round, he was 67 points clear. So he's pretty comfortable just staying where he is, not getting into any trouble wrapping up the championship. Again, as soon as we go to competition caution, I'll give you the breakdown of what's gone on so far and also the points as they entered this round to give you a bit of an understanding of what we're talking about. Again, tight turnarounds on a Friday night, particularly grand final week, just trying to wrap things up with our good mate Nico there, who's been an integral part of the broadcast team throughout the 3 seasons. And he's seen the expansion, the evolvement of the club, and the evolution of the broadcast as well, going from 1 night to 2 nights to 3 nights, and then this week 4 nights. He's done a great job. Now, this is Warwick Sharp as the ARCA champion-elect. Brady McHugh's out by 5 seconds in the lead of the ARCA split at the moment. Now, Brady, you might remember, has been pretty critical of how bad the stock cars are to drive in the past, but he's getting used to the ARCAs, which is good to see. So the Hobbo Watmore battle goes on, but Watmore is in complete control of that at the moment. And as Brady McHugh comes into the lane, now is this an early stop or is this routine? Let's wait and see. Just having a look at Daytona, the info here, 45% fuel limit capacity on these cars. That's a 31.8 litre tank and a big tank slabber moment for Joe Baldwin. Those ripple strips bite. They bite hard. The weather, we're at the 27th of November. So this day, we're just a few hours into the future because obviously America's eastern seaboard is 16 hours behind Australia's. So their 4 o'clock is our 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. And at the moment, the sim setup is on 6 minutes to 4. So these guys are racing towards sunset, as they have done the last few weeks. Partly cloudy, 24 degrees. The track temp, 26 degrees. Pace car speed will be 96 k's an hour when it enters the circuit. 88 k's an hour is the pit lane speed limit. Incident count penalties, 17x and then every 10x after that. And there are 3 fast repair limits in play tonight. Let's have a look at this. Brady McHugh giving the hurry up to the 77 there at the moment of Jake Manhire. So Manhire is about to go back into position number 10 here when McHugh goes by. But that gives you an indication of McHugh's dominance. Like, he's gone into the lane. He's come back out just behind the guy that was 5th in class. So that's a really dominant performance, a really dominant start from Brady McHugh. Sets himself up nicely for the rest of the race. However, gets brought back to the field when that first caution flag flies. Cal Watmore leads by 2.7 seconds. Let's, if we can, next time by the line, go for a lap with Cal Watmore. We won't talk you through it because that's Nick's domain, but we're just going to let you listen to the pure grunt, the muscle of these stock cars hard at work. So next time around, we're going to encourage you to turn the volume up, turn the throttle up, as they say, and just listen to how hard these stock cars work. And what's even more interesting with these cars, as we know throughout the season, they don't like turning, they don't like braking, they don't like pulling up. So they spend a lot of time trying to get these cars stopped for corners. Imagine if they had a good brake setup, how quick they would be. They'd be faster than supercars. 7 of 38. Lap 14 is that next 7 lap increment, then 21, 28, 35. So, yeah, you don't want to break it down into 7 lap stints. That's too small. That's too many pit stops. But you'll be looking to break it down into maybe 12, 13 lap runs. If you can stretch the fuel out that far. Here's Carl Watmore coming back onto the start-finish straight, however. For the moment, let's go for a lap with one of the best in stock cars there is, and he's one of ours. He's Carl Watmore. Let's go for a lap at Daytona. So the first of our competition cautions now, that's the interesting thing. I don't actually know if there's 1 or 2 tonight, but remember, between lap 5 and lap 28 it'll be tonight, the caution can fly. There's no caution in the first 5, no caution in the last 10. So the first of our cautions has flown, and apologies, we would have loved to have continued the lap there with Cal Watmore, but we need to break in at this point and say that the field's about to be bunched up. So we're about to see some pit stops. And while Cal Watmore, we were on board with him, Brenton Hobson took the opportunity to come in and pit. So he's pitted 1 lap early there. Now Cal Watmore is going to be fuel saving to get to his pit window. Nico Pop's out there as well. He's second. Jackson Rayhana, Adam Lavis, they're third and fourth. But Brenton Hobson, the first of the top 5 to bite the bullet, jump into the pit lane. So the field's going to bunch up here, which is probably a good opportunity for us to have a look at the season so far as the stock cars are concerned and the championship standings. There's the standings. After 9 rounds, of course, this is the Daytona Road Course for round 10, but we've had a compelling 9 rounds thus far. Very interesting fight as far as the stock cars are concerned, with Cal Watmore on 231 and 217 for Brenton Hobson. 179 for Trent Lavis, not in the race. So Adam Lavis is on track to finish third in the championship here, which is astonishing. And Jackson Rayhana on 157. He could also get by Trent Lavis with a good result tonight. The ARCA split, far more compelling. Excuse me, with the minor placings very much up for grabs. 144 for second place Connor Brown, 135 for Julia Mookie in fourth, and 141 for Josh Thomas in third. So 9 points separate second, third, and fourth. Forget about Warwick Sharp. He's 67 points out in front. He's doing what Hobbo's doing in the supercars. And fifth place is on 120 points, Joshua Millard. So keep your eyes on the ARCA split tonight. Second, third, and fourth could change hands. The season so far, there it is for you. I mean, Trent Lavis won the opening round and did so after Cal Watmore struck trouble early. Cal Watmore has been the best qualifier of the season with 7 pole positions. 2 have gone to Brenton Hobson. And with the exception of Trent Lavis and Brenton Hobson last week, every other race has been won from the front row. But we've had Trent Lavis, Cal Watmore, Michael Schreier, and Brenton Hobson all taste victory so far this season. It's probably been the most competitive stock car series we've seen. And as I say, just 14 points separating first and second. Good stuff there. Lap 9 of 38. So we're about a quarter race distance now. 3 for 98, India at the moment. So they're going along steadily after 13 overs. Now, who's going to pit? Who's going to take the gamble? Here we go. The race off pit road is going to be interesting here. The top 3 all in. Adam Lavis, Brenton Hobson all in. Hobbo's in for a second time pretty much straight away, proving that he absolutely loses nothing at this point in time as well. They're all going to throw 4 tyres at it, and Brenton only just threw 2 fresh ones on. So maybe he'll throw 2 on and try and get the leapfrog. Watch that. That will be interesting. Watmore's going to lead the race to pit road. Who's going to lead the race off pit road? Oh, Nick's gone. Oh, no, Nick, what are you doing? He's gone into the box, out of the box, and back in again, and that's exactly what Hobbo was doing. Hobbo gets the jump. So the second stop didn't cost him anything. In fact, it earns him. It gains him the lead. So Watmore to second. Rayhana Lavis and then, of course, Nick in the top 5. Jake Manhire is 6th. Then we go back to Brady McHugh, Warwick Sharp, Ben Martin, who are all in the lane at the moment. Joe Baldwin, Josh Thomas, Chris Stark, Julian Mookie, and Connor Brown, Dylan Gray out of the race. I'm just going to drag Joe in here if I can. Joe Baldwin, you're the only bloke I can get hold of at this point in time. Just to give us a quick update, mate, how are you sitting as far as this race is concerned? We've seen you a little bit in the wars so far.
Yeah, I haven't had any practice. I literally got home from work, had off tracks in qualifying, so I've had no practice. And yeah, they're not as easy as they were around the other, oh God, where were we when I run
Charlotte? I think we were last week.
Yeah, all the week before. This is a track I've not done a heap of laps around here. I enjoy it. I just trying to find the braking markers and stuff again after driving other cars is just, yeah. Hopefully by the end of it we'll get there. I think we were up to 4th there when I went. I literally had like 200 mil of fuel left when they threw the yellow, so I had to go into the pit and I've got an end of line penalty.
Unlucky. Well, this is the thing, right? We're worried about critical numbers and where things were. Unfortunately, it's bitten you there. But hey, still a long way to go, mate. You can easily make your way forward from there.
Yeah, definitely. I'm full of fuel. I've got fresh tyres. At the moment, it's saying I can sit here. So I'm sitting in 3rd by the look of it because everyone else must have pitted. So no,
yeah.
I just got the numbers to go back. So
bummer. Well, we'll check back in with you later, mate. All the best.
No worries. Thanks, mate. Enjoy the call.
Cheers. I'll put Joe back up where he was in our iRacing chat room there. And I'm actually going to do something unconventional and drag Chris Kisby in from Race Control. Chris Kisby, I just wanted to drag you in from Race Control to have a chat to you for the moment. Firstly, good evening. Secondly, because this is a longer race, have we got 1 or 2 competition cautions tonight? Sorry, mate, there you are. I've got you now.
I didn't even realise. Yeah, I didn't realise I was in here.
No, I dragged you in. That's why. Normally you bring yourself in, but I dragged you in. I played the trick on you. Are we looking at 1 or 2 competition cautions tonight, mate? Because obviously it's a very early caution if this is the only one.
Yes. As far as I know, it's only 1. I haven't been told any otherwise. And my number generator said 8. So
there you go.
This is the one they get.
Very nicely done. So it's a strategy race from here as they head round one more time behind the caution. And Jackson Rayhana sits there in 3rd place. Obviously, good to have you on board again, mate. We'll check in with you as the race goes on. He's just let himself back down into race control. So I didn't have to do that. That's easy. Lap 11 of 38. So we're going to go around one more time behind safety car. Now, what's really interesting here is the way that worked out for Brenton Hobson. It worked out in his favour. He now leads this race. Cal Watmore second, Jackson Rayhana third. And he leads it because he plucked the lucky card, didn't he? He plucked the long straw, not the short straw. He opted to jump. We're not going green. So I've just had it come through my earpiece that we're not going green. So we're going to go around one more time. So this is going to now be a 4-lap caution rather than a 5. Rather than a 3, I should say. And the restart will come at the start of lap 13. I don't know whether to feel happy or sad about that. Because safety cars, when you're on your own, are always harder to fill, aren't they? So, Brenton Hobson, Carl Watmore, Jackson Rayhana, Adam Lavis, and Nick Fodiatis, the top 5 there at the moment. And, of course, Jake Manhire, Brady McHugh, Warwick Sharp, Ben Martin, and Trucker Joe Baldwin, the top 10. So, thanks very much to Chris Kisby and Joe Baldwin for their insights so far. We'll check in with them as the evening goes on. Lap 11 of 38. We're not going green. So, let me just quickly try and make sense of what happened here. Brenton, Brady, and Warwick have all now made 2 pit stops, as has Chris Stark. So Brenton jumped the gun, came in early on lap 7. No one knew the competition caution because it is a lucky dog sort of random prize sort of selection process. No one knew that was coming on lap 8. But in coming in for 2 fresh tyres on lap 7, Brenton was then able to get a free pass and pit again under the caution and not lose any ground to the leaders because the caution came out as soon as he came back out of the racetrack. Bunch the field up, come into the lane, take 2 tyres, and everyone else has taken 4. And that's why he got off pit road so much quicker than everybody else. Brenton Hobson may have just pulled off the masterstroke of the season. And it's fluky at best, but he'll take it, no doubt. So, lap 11 to 38. We've had a great season, haven't we? I mean, we've still got the Supercar race to come over an hour a little bit later on tonight. We are looking forward to that. Brenton Hobson will wrap up the championship pretty convincingly there tonight, unless he has a catastrophic failure. But at the moment, we're expecting nothing less than a Hobson victory. So he's won the production cars, win the stock cars. He missed out on the Porsches. Sorry, he won't win the stock cars, he'll win the supercars. He missed out narrowly in the Porsches, and now he's trying to prevent Carl Watmore from winning the stock cars. Is it doable? We'll wait and see. We're not going green, remember. We're going to go around one more time. There's the yellow light flying on the flagpole. We could go into the night here. I'm going to quickly just have a look at what the sunset time is for Daytona today, and that's according to the real world, not the Sims. So I'll just have a quick look here as we go. In the meantime, India are now 4 for 102. So they're struggling at the moment at the Sydney Cricket Ground. And if you're wondering what website I'm using when I do this, ladies and gentlemen, the website's called timeanddate.com. And of course, Daytona Beach is located in the lovely part of the world that is Florida. Sunrise, sunset for today. Oh no, we'll sneak this one in. Sunset is due for 5:25. Sim server tells me at the moment that it's 4:09, but we will be done by 5:05. So we're going to narrowly escape running NASCARs under lights on the infield section of the... I mean, that being said, no one would be opposed to a nighttime race if it was on the oval because the stock cars run into the night with the Daytona 500 and the Coke 0400 all the time. But we're not going to be going into the night tonight. 4 for 103. The Indians. Good evening to those of you that are tuning in for the first time. And a very good afternoon to those of you in Western Australia. It's interesting. Let's just go back to that for a moment, can we? Joe Baldwin was saying that he literally didn't have any time to practice today. He got home, got straight into service, straight into qualifying. I think everyone's going to be very happy to get us back to April and back to the next season of this sport, because, as you all know, we are compromised when it comes to the 6 different time zones we're operating with rather than 4 between October and April and October. When we get back to April, we'll be running back at 4 time zones again. Our friends in New Zealand will still only be 2 hours ahead of most of the East Coast, except now Queensland will join that bill. And Western Australia will only be 2 hours behind, not 3. And the early starts that we've had to a couple of events this week have somewhat compromised maybe our entry numbers because the WA contingent can't get home in time. But, again, you can't please everybody. Because on the opposite end of the spectrum, if we were to push this thing past midnight, there are a lot of people that would be really annoyed. So you got to, it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, unfortunately. However, I just find it astonishing that Queensland enjoys living in the past. But that's just me. I'm sure I'm not alone in that argument. 12:38, Hobson, Watmore, Rayhana. So Chevy, Toyota, Chevy, then the 2 Fords. How good did the graphics look, by the way? JP's done a great job there. Adam Lavis and Nico Pop, the 2 Fords. Then that long list of ARCA cars and Williamson's retirement down the bottom there in the Ford stock car, the Xfinity car. So Brenton Hobson's going to lead us back to green. And as far as we're aware, this is now a 26-lap green flag run to the checkered flag. So strap yourself in, folks. This is either going to get really interesting or really lackluster very quickly. Back to the line. Hobson and Watmore, the championship decider resumes. The battle is back on. We go green at Daytona. Old mate with the green flag was very enthusiastically getting that out and having a crack. Make their way to turn 1. Jackson Rayhana's broken clear of Adam Lavis. Nico Pop will be looking to make light work of Adam Lavis very shortly. Of course, they're both trying to secure top 5 finishes in the championship. Jeez, that was tight. Jackson Rayhana giving himself no free space there. He was using the grass and the sand to get through the infield section of the circuit. Too early to be using the gravel. Stock cars don't like gravel. That's why they have concrete walls. 26 laps. Cal Watmore closing up. Oh, trouble at the back. Jake Manhire has got a crunched up front wing. Or front bonnet, I should say. Wings was last night. Here's Chris Stark as well. And he's in a bit of trouble. Because he's missed the start completely, and then as a result of that, locked it up and smacked it into the wall. So Nick's had a small moment too around the back of the circuit. Let's have a look at this. Coming through into the horseshoe. This is going to be not pleasant to watch because he's been absolutely sideswiped by the car behind him. It was too deep under brakes. The yellow car there. There was no need for that. That was just a little bit silly. Now, Warwick Sharp is probably a very lucky boy as we have a look at a replay here, that he has one hand on the championship. This is Jake Manhire. Oh, no! For the second time in a lap, Jake Manhire has just slammed into someone. He got locked up and took Nick out in the horseshoe, and then he's slammed into Warwick Sharp there. And Warwick's a championship contender. He's got one hand and 4 fingers on it, but he still needs to finish. Oh, dear. You would not like to be the person responsible for the downfall of someone winning and losing a championship. Jake Manhire needs to get those brakes sorted or park the car, one or the other. And I don't like to be forceful in that situation. I don't like to have an opinion, but when it's grand final week, tensions are already high. You can't have that. Round they come again. This is Cal Watmore closing up on Brenton Hobson. Chris Kisby's in in the commentary box from Race Control. An update from Race Control, please, my friend.
Yes, mate. Sorry about before. I didn't even realise I got coming in. Lap 13, car 77, couple of unavoidable contacts. We've given him a drive through, no stop, no service. Apart from that, everything's going well. Yes, that is the only competition yellow in the race. So if there's yellows thrown, it's up to them.
Copy that. No, I literally, because we had the extended race at the end of the last season, that was the one thing that I wasn't across coming into the race, and Nick didn't clarify it with me either, whether there'd be one or two. So I thought if anyone's going to know, it'll be Race Control. That's why I dragged you in.
That's right.
I thought Manhire would get a penalty because at the end of the day, Chris, before I let you go back, it's championship week, and you can't have that ruining someone's championship at the death.
No, that's correct, mate. And there was a bit of confusion with iRacing. iRacing stuffed up a few of the waiver outs. Why that was so long, I had to throw the second yellow. iRacing had stuffed up and had put
Not for the first
some
time.
rear markers in front. And so we gave them the waiver rounds, and then end of lines came up. So it took a little bit of a while to sort all that out, but we're back racing now, mate, and hopefully we'll go right through to the end.
Fingers crossed, mate. Thank you very much, as per usual. If anything else happens, we'll hear from you.
You certainly will.
Good on you, Chris. Cheers, mate. 24 laps to go. It's always good when Chris Kisby chops by to the commentary box because he's blunt and straight to the point. No beating around the bush with Chris. 24 laps to go here. Good to have you covered wherever you're tuning in around Australia. All around the world as well. Big thanks. I know it's been mentioned a couple of times tonight, but we haven't actually mentioned them in full. So a huge thanks to the people that make what we do possible. It isn't possible without them. Of course, Central Coast Motor Group, formerly Central Coast Subaru, the sponsorship's just slightly changed there because it's now the whole fleet. Oculair, Flash Graphics, LJ Hooker Gaindar, Simple Sim Computers, Flash Graphics, and Racecraft, and Stone Cold Racing. Huge thanks to everyone for their ongoing support throughout the season. And have a look at this now. The challenge for the lead is on. This is Hobson and Watmore. Keep your eyes peeled here, folks. This is going to be very, very interesting. Cal Watmore, Brenton Hobson. Brenton's done a brilliant job to lead most of this race thus far. And Cal Watmore, well, he just needs to finish to wrap up the championship. He needs to finish in proximity to Hobson, as I'm watching Brady McHugh have a moment in the back section of the infield. That's unfortunate for McHugh. But he has been able to resume. So Watmore and Hobson, they continue on. Hobson is the leader, 0.27 the margin. And Hobson at 34 minutes and 40 seconds is doing everything he needs to do to wrap up the championship. But as I was saying, Watmore, as long as he's second or third in relation to that man there, Brenton Hobson, he'll still win the title because he has the bonus points already for pole, taking into consideration where incident points are, and I'm not sure where they stack up at the moment. Then you've got to worry about fastest laps and most positions gained, but these two aren't going to be in contention for that prize as they make their way in one more time. Across the line, 23 to go becomes 22 to go. Cal Watmore all over the back of Brenton Hobson on the run down to turn one. 152.71, the fastest lap of the race for Cal Watmore. So 152.7 for Brenton Hobson, 152.7 for Watmore, but Watmore has it just. Those bonus points might be enough if he can hold on to it. Jackson Ray Hunter having an almighty run in third. He's not far behind this duo at all. It's the 17th over of the one-day international, the first Dettol IDI between Australia and India. and India are racing along at 4 for 116. They've got the run rate under control. They just don't have wickets in the sheds. So we'll wait and see how all that plays out for the Australians. They were brilliant earlier today with Steve Smith and Aaron Finch also scoring centuries there. As we make our way around one more time. Jackson Rayhana sitting third. And doing a nice job of it as well. So Jackson Rayhana is 4.25 seconds away from Cal Watmore. Watmore and Hobson are still fighting over the same piece of real estate. Hobbo is still leading. Now, the question you got to ask yourself is Watmore sitting there waiting for his moment, or is he just sitting there patiently knowing that he's got this under control at any given moment? And is he content with letting Hobbo lead the way? Either way it plays out, we'll wait and see. So we're almost half race distance here. This is lap 18 of 38. So 39, or 19, I should say, will be the halfway mark, the completion of 19. As they make their way around again. "21 laps to go." Very good evening to the Rayhana clan who were tuning in as per usual, cheering Jackson on. Now, let's be perfectly clear with regards to all of that. Jackson's sitting pretty in all the championships at the moment. He's in the top 5 in the supercar standing, so he'll be in for the third and final leg of the triple header shortly. And, of course, he's sitting 5th at the moment in the stock car standings. And while he won't get past Adam Lavis, I don't think, tonight if things stay as they are, because there's only one position the difference, he will get by Trent Lavis, who isn't on the grid. So at least Rayhana's looking good for 4th tonight. So, again, we'll have those championship points for stock cars and for production cars before the end of the broadcast. Unfortunately, we won't have the results of the supercar series because Adam Lavis will be departing the broadcast at about 10 o'clock or about 10:30, I should say, after the supercar race wraps up, as he's got early Saturday morning work commitments, as do we all, but he's down in the civilised parts of the country, so it'll be 11:30 that he'll be clocking off tonight, or 11 o'clock at least, rather than the rest of us clocking off at 11 o'clock Queensland time, midnight Eastern Daylight Time. So he'll clock off an hour early. We'll give you the full results, don't worry about that. We're pretty convinced we know who's going to win the thing. We're not sure how some of the minor positional battles will play out, but you will know production cars and stock cars and ARCA split before we sign off tonight. Don't worry about that. 20 laps to go. Right on board with Cal Watmore, still following Brenton Hobson. We're riding on board with Watmore. Let's do more of this again, because this is about where we got interrupted last time round when the caution got thrown. We know another caution's not coming, so enjoy the ride with Cal Watmore for a minute, shall we? Enjoy the ride. Crank the sound up and enjoy the ride with the Arca cars, ladies and gentlemen. They're a treat. So Brenton Hobson continues to lead. That's a lap at Daytona with Brady McHugh. He is currently he's currently second in the Arca split at the moment by some 15 seconds. Ben Martin is the surprise leader there at the moment. I say that because we're normally used to Warwick Sharp leading the way, but he's struggling down in 11th at this point in time. However, more pit stops to play out. There's still 13 laps to go here on the Daytona Roval. We've had a great season, of course. These Friday nights have been very different because as you pick up the leaders one more time, look at Hobbo. Masterful drive to hold off Watmore for this long, but is Watmore sandbagging? Is Watmore holding something in? We'll find out very shortly when they come to the lane. Probably around 8 laps to go for the run to the line. Now, as I was going to say, massive season this season. The first 4 weeks, we had triple headers at the same circuit, and then the stock cars raced off and did their own thing. They went to Bathurst for round 5, and the other 2 series, the production cars and the supercars, they came to Daytona. Then, of course, they branched off and went to circuits like Watkins Glen and Sonoma and Charlotte before they, of course, wrap up the season right here. Watkins Glen was thrown in there for good measure as well. Whereas the supercars, they wrap up the season at Mount Panorama, and they were here at Daytona in round 5. So it was an exact switcheroo from round 5 and 10. But the circuits in the middle, 6, 7, and 8, and 9, were different for the supercar and production car series. So every calendar is slightly different. It might be a different configuration course. It might be a different length race, but the stock cars has been the greatest point of difference this season for the schedule. But it's added an extra few courses to our broadcast, and we've really enjoyed that, and we hope you have as well. And also, obviously, the other difference too with the stock cars and the supercars, when the supercars were here at Daytona, they used the sports car configuration of the course, not the stock car configuration of the course, which was, of course, only just put in this year, the chicane round coming onto the main straight. Now, next time we crank the volume, there's a little treat coming your way, I reckon, ladies and gentlemen. You'll enjoy that. But in the meantime, 12 laps to go, and the final round of pit stops is coming your way. Round onto the main straight one more time. This is going to bring us to 11 laps to go. And Watmore's on the outside. He might be getting a little bit impatient now. Cal Watmore on Brenton Hobson. Geez, Hobbo's got that finely tuned tonight, hasn't he? 11 laps to go. Hobson leads by 0.7. Then Adam Lavis and Nico Pop. In fact, Nico Pop's trying to close in on Adam Lavis at the moment. Just not close enough. Adam Lavis has really got the hang of these stock cars this year. And he's on track for a 3rd place finish if Nick can't find a way by. Although I'll be interested to see what's going on with Jackson Rayhana, because he's sitting down in 5th. But the reason for that is he's already pitted 3 times. Now, I'm not entirely sure. Let me just bring up the numbers that Nick sent through earlier. I'm not entirely sure if he can get 13 laps to a stint, or 15 laps to a stint, actually, because he pitted on lap 23 to Jackson Rayhana. So, oh boy. Yeah, I think Rayhana's cruel. I think Rayhana has crueled himself here with strategy play, because the numbers I'm seeing on Nick's data sheet that he sends through says nothing about a 15-lap stint. So Rayhana's going to have to pit again, and he's still 10 seconds in the rear of Nick and Adam, and they've got to pit once more as well. Watmore's closing up on Hobbo. Nico Pop is closing up on Adam Lavis. There's 2 out-and-out fights happening here at the moment, but there are still another full round. There's still another full round of pit stops to play out here for the top 5, including Rayhana. Now, I'm not sure why Rayhana was on lap 23. I'll be interested to find out post-race. Oh boy, it's all happening. It's quite extraordinary, isn't it? We're well into a green flag run here. We're now at that magic 10 lap to go marker, so there's no more cautions from here anyway. And you have first, second separated by about 7/10 of a second. Third, fourth separated by about half a second, but half a minute between them, between second and third. If what might have been a 4-way fight is 2 two-way fights. India have moved along to 4 for 151 for those playing along at home as well. Oh, big moment almost there for Nick coming in at turn 2. I tell you what, the heart would have been in the mouth there. He might be getting a little bit impatient here, trying to find a way by Adam Lavis, who's driving a brilliant race. Speaking of brilliant, that's the difference. Those 2 guys are just at the first horseshoe, Lavis and Nick, and while Watmore and Hobbo are at the exit of the infield. And flying around again on the oval. They'll hit top speeds towards 300 kilometres an hour here. So they make their way down into the bus stop. Stick around, folks. Plenty to come tonight. Really looking forward to what will happen in the supercar race on Mount Panorama. And that 1 hour tonight and 6 hours, 7 hours next Sunday. Massive amount of supercar racing to finish the season. Sim style, of course. 10 laps to go. Becomes 9. Watmore's in. Hobson's in. Here we go. The critical last stops of the race. 10 laps to go becomes 9 laps to go. They've perfected it. It was a 9-lap stint. Here's another 9-lap stint coming. Who wins the race off pit road this time? They won't be able to save any fuel. They're too close. This race well and truly alive. A clean race is very key here. In fact, when it's going to be extremely close here between Watmore and Hobson. Watmore wins the race off pit road. How key will that prove to be? Cal Watmore wins the race off pit road for the first time tonight. Now, has he done enough in terms of the essentials? He's obviously taken on some tyres. Has he taken on enough fuel? All the questions that we're going through their mind right now. He has been able to leapfrog Brenton Hobson and takes the lead back. The effective race lead, the outright race lead is back in his grasp. Exceptional. Marvellous stuff. Oh, what a great finale it's been. It's been a little bit lackluster throughout the rest of the field, but this has been top shelf from this pair for the 30 laps we've seen thus far. Both Adam Lavis and Nico Pop have pitted. So too, Brady McHugh's pitted 4 times, interestingly enough. So too Warwick Sharp and Brenton Hobson. So they're the only 4 that are on the lead lap that have pitted 4 times. Yep. A lot more to play out. 9 laps to go. This is going to be very interesting to see how it all works. Because Watmore's already gapped Hobson. That's the interesting telling factor here. Watmore might have just been foxing him. Might have just needed some clear air. Oh boy, 8 to go at Daytona. About 42 kilometres of racing still to come. As they head down to turn 1. Stick around, Supercar finale coming up. That'll take you through till about 10:45 Eastern Daylight Time. Maybe even 10:50, I think. And then we'll wrap up not only the night, but also the season as far as the GSRC is concerned. And then we go to bed and we wake up and we do it all again. Come and join me on West Brabble Radio tomorrow morning as well. I'll be there from 9 till 12 talking all things sport and garbage as I usually do. Look forward to your company there, and then looking forward to catching up with some of our dedicated, hard-working motorsport officials tomorrow afternoon from the QMSO for their Christmas party for 2020. 8 laps to go. What a brilliant performance this has been from Brenton Hobson to stick with Cal Watmore for as long as he has. He's done everything he needed to do. He's done everything he could do, but it might be to no avail. This is Watmore's championship if things stay as they are. Hobbo's absolutely pushing it to the limit through the bus stop. Huge thanks to the great people at Oculair, Central Coast Subaru, LJ Hooker Gander, Flash Graphics, Racecraft, Stone Cold Racing for their ongoing support of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club this season, Central Coast Motor Group, LJ Hooker Gander, all those great people. We cannot do it without them. It's been a privilege to have them on board this year. It's been a privilege to sit here every Monday night, Wednesday night, Friday night and mention the great people that support the club. And watch it go from strength to strength. Fastest lap of the race that time round for Cal Watmore. 1:52.52. Yeehaw. The first shot has been fired. Now, Brady McHugh's closing in on Ben Martin as well, so that's for the lead in the ARCA split, but we know McHugh's got another stop coming up. Actually, maybe not. Maybe not. I stand corrected. I think McHugh might be right now, because it's showing that his last pit lap was lap 30. Oh, no, here he is in the pit lane again. Brady McHugh, this is his 6th stop. I just had a thought too. I know our very competent director is having a lovely time working with some new screen effects and screen graphics, but if we can have a look at incident points, JP, I'd be very interested to see where we are with regards to that, particularly in the instance of this championship fight. Oh, forget about it. They're both gone. There's no bonus points here for Hobbo. He'll be very disappointed by that. That 1X will deprive him of bonus points that Cal Watmore otherwise wouldn't have got. And that will cruel his chances even further. Even if he was to get by Watmore, he would need Watmore to come unstuck, crash and burn, and lose 3-4 positions to win the championship now, even on double points. So forget about it. It's a run to the flag, and Hobbo's likely to get second here. He's not giving up, and you've got to admire that. But even if he wins the race, It is Watmore's championship. 6 laps to go. Look at this now. This is getting really, really spicy. This is Nick all over the back of Adam Lavis. JP's in my ear saying, the face of concentration. Have a look at Nick down there in the quarter. Hard at work. If you don't think these guys are working hard while they're behind the wheel in the cockpit of the home office, just have a look at that. There'll be sweat perspirating out of them at the end of this. It's a very warm, muggy, humid night in most parts of the East Coast at the moment. We're bracing for a real increase in temperatures in the next couple of days. On the precipice of... Oh, geez, deep there from Adam Lavis, but he holds it together. We're bracing for a bit of a heat wave in the next couple of days. So after what we had last year with the bushfires and everything else, hopefully we don't get anything near as catastrophic as what all of that was. 6 laps to go. 5.5. And these two have got Jackson Rayhana covered by 6.5 seconds. Rayhana with his 4th stop has kind of put himself out of contention and finishing 3rd or 4th. Would have been 3rd had he stuck to a 3-stop strategy. But, alas, he'll still wrap up a good spot in the championship. So Nick taking the low line, Adam Lavis taking the high line here, and Nick closing in. He's in the slipstream now. And that's where I think this part of the course really takes away the overtaking opportunity at turn 1, because you lose all that momentum. So you've got to work harder if you're overtaking on this configuration than what you do the actual sports car version of the road course. As you can see here, Nick probably would have got the run had they just left out the Mickey Mouse chicane and left and walked straight, well, drove straight across the start finish line and accelerated towards turn 1 as they usually do. However, Adam Lavis, oh, now he's locked it up, Adam Lavis, and Nick's going to try and get up on the inside. And I know what everyone's about to say. Thank Christ we're finally seeing some action here at last. Take a leaf out of Murray Walker's book on the 12th man record way back in the 80s. These cars have just been going round and round and round, and we've had nothing to talk about. Now, there's a real fight on for 3rd in the closing stages here. On the way down into the 3rd of the horseshoes as they make their way back out onto the oval. Now, this is Nick's chance. A good run round the banking, up on the inside already. I would have stuck at the slipstream. Try and get the toe, set yourself up for a move into the bus stop. Because you don't get a good enough toe from the bus stop around to the chicane. The chicane compromises the slipstream draft effect on the run to turn 1. Lavis doing a nice job to hold on here. And if Adam finishes where he is, that's 3rd in the championship. But Nick's up on the inside. It'll be 3rd anyway, I think, the way it plays out. Less than 1/10 of a second away. Now he's going to have a crack. Nico Pop to the inside, going into the chicane. Adam Lavis wanted to stay there. He ended up yielding. Nico Pop into 3rd. Just made a liar out of me as well. Across the line, another lap gone. We have 4 to go this time. Nico Pop into 3rd at long last, and he's already gapped Adam Lavis. Big block up going into 1. The pressure's still on. They can both feel it. Meanwhile, Cal Watmore's got his lead out to over a second here. Chris Kisby from Race Control. Things have been pretty tame in comparison to Wednesday night.
They certainly have, mate. I saw you all in here by yourself, and I thought, well, I'll give his voice a little bit of a break there at the moment.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
What an absolute battle at the front, and now you've got Nico Pop and Adam having a go at it, with Jackson not too far behind. Now, a little birdie whispered in my ear that Jackson is full for fuel all the way to the end. So he has a fuel advantage over the other two. So we'll see how that plays out.
Well, see, this is the thing. I'm a little bit surprised because he's four-stopped this race.
Yes.
And he stopped on lap 30, and everyone else is good to go to the end as well. As far as my numbers are concerned, Watmore, Hollow, Nick, Adam Lavis, then Jackson, they're all good to go. And Jackson's closed that gap to 4.2 seconds, but I don't think it's going to be enough with only 3 laps to go. That's the problem for Jackson. Time's running out.
He wasn't able to fuel save enough under the yellow flag.
Yep.
So he had to have that extra pit, which put his fuel calculations off. Had he been able to save fuel, he'd have been on the same strategy as all the others.
That's Nick. Yeah, exactly, and probably would have been running third. So Nick's cleared out away from Adam Lavis.
I've just been watching, and isn't it amazing how Cal seems to have it on the banks and the straight, but Hobbo keeps catching him around that later section and the early section of the course.
Oh, well, Hobbo's drive tonight has been superb. Take nothing away from Hobbo, but the experience of Cal has just come to the fore in the closing stages, and he's going to get the job done. It was always going to be a long shot for Hobbo to win the championship. As it was, if he and Cal finished 1 and 2 in any order, it was always going to be Cal's. If it was Hobbo finishing first, Cal still won. Cal still won the championship by finishing second or third by my calculations. Bonus points came into it. They're not going to have to worry about that because incident points go in favour of, neither of them. No one's had a clean race as far as the top 3 are concerned. So, credit where credit's due to Brenton because that was a brilliant championship finale decider drive. It was the drive that he needed to put in the decider, but unfortunately, Cal hasn't missed a beat tonight, and that's what probably needed to happen. The margin's 0.6 of a second. He's not going to give up. He's right there with 2 laps to go, but in the end, it looks like Cal is finally, after being dominated by Glenn Postlethwaite, finally going to break through for its stock car championship.
Yeah, that's right. And just a point of note, in the ARCA class there, Benjamin Martin, no incident points. And he was leading for a while too. Brady's just taken over from there, and I'm looking at those. It's a bit of a gap at the moment. But, Benjamin Martin, 0 incident points by my calculations.
And a very nice drive from Ben Martin as well. Yep, he's been overlapped by Brady McHugh in the closing stages here, but Ben Martin has outdone Warwick Sharp, who is the 4-man in the ARCA split and has been all season. He's going to bring it home in third and wrap up the championship, and rightly so. But right now, Cal Watmore is under pressure still from Brenton Hobson, who has not given up. And that's what you always got to admire about Brenton Hobson. He always pushes to the very end. None of this rage-quitting nonsense. He just stays in there and perseveres with it. And tonight, it'll be second. It'll be close, but no cigar. But he's already got the production car championship. He'll now go and wrap up the supercar championship. 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
I mean, look at these guys. I say it week in, week out, and you've heard me say it before. What absolute calibre of driving, and for me and other mid to rear pack drivers to look up to. I mean, they're just awesome. The guys in this club they're up top there.
So it's 2 laps to go. It's about to become white flag. 1 lap to go. The stock car championship comes down to this. It's Cal Watmore by 0.7 of a second. How'd we go on the time factor? Because, there you go. It's literally going to be that 80-minute window. We're going to come back to the line with about half a minute up our sleeve. If we'd had that second caution, this would have been a time-certain race. How about that? So, and you know my views on that when you put a lap number to it. So 1:17:37 last time by the line for Cal Watmore. This is going to be a 1 hour, 19-minute race. You couldn't cut it any finer than that.
Race control.
No worries, mate. We'll catch up soon. Thanks very much to Chris Kisby there. We've got the supercar race coming up for you very shortly, folks. Don't worry. You're not going to miss a beat of that because this race wraps up before that one starts. And by a fair margin, I think it's 15, 20 minutes that we've got to launch back into that server on the mountain as they make their way out of the infield for the last time. This guy's been dominant all season long. Yeah, okay, he's had hiccups along the way. Round 1 was a fine example of that. But when you look at the stock cars, one name has sprung to mind every single week. 7 pole positions, 4 race wins. This is going to be number 5 after an 8th pole position tonight to go with it. And what a tremendous fight from Brenton Hobson, but at long last, it took Glenn Postlethwaite moving his priorities elsewhere for it to happen. But finally, the resident stock car nerd of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club is going to come into the chicane for the last time and finally wrap up a stock car championship. What more wins Daytona and is the champion in season 3. Nicely done. Brenton Hobson, close but no cigar. It'll be second tonight. It'll be a worthy second as well because by G pushed Cal every step of the way. That was probably their best outright race of the season. They were separated by 3-4 car lengths, no more than that, all damn night. Hobbo, of course, grabbed a couple of pole positions in the Canadian round, Circuit Gilles Villeneuve, and also at Mount Panorama back 5 weeks ago. He grabbed 3 wins along the way here too. He won Mosport, he won Watkins Glen, he won the Charlotte Roval. It wasn't to be in the end though, but by gee, it was tight. Nico Pop comes home in 3rd. Adam Lavis will secure 3rd in the championship, I think, with that finish tonight. Jackson Rayhana comes home in 5th and secures a top 5 result in another championship. He's been racking them up all week. And through we go. This is Brady McHugh on screen now. This is the end of the ARCA split for you, ladies and gentlemen, because there are only 2 of these guys on the lead lap. This guy and, of course, Ben Martin. Brady McHugh, not a fan of the stock cars, the Xfinity cars, but he's handled the ARCA car all right. Bit of a less conventional way to get there, but he's still going to get the checkered flag tonight and get the race win. Another different race winner in this split. Very nicely done. Brady McHugh wins ARCA Daytona style. Championship will go to Warwick Sharp, who comes home in 3rd in class after the 92 of Ben Martin goes 2nd. The 222 wraps up the ARCA split. So Watmore and Sharp, the champions. A brilliant performance. They're going to celebrate with some doughies and some skids, so there's the results on your screen. Watmore by 0.6 of a second in the end. That's about the biggest margin he had all night. And then, of course, you go back to Brenton Hobson, Nico Pop, Adam Lavis, Jackson Rayhana. They were the stock cars. Then the ARCAs. Brady McHugh, Ben Martin, Warwick Sharp, Jake Manhire, and Julian Mookie. Connor Brown, Josh Thomas, Joe Baldwin, and Chris Stark. Well, actually, Baldwin was out early. Stark out early. And then Dylan Gray, Lee Williamson, and Paul Williamson out very early. So, wasn't to be in the end. A lot of retirements there, but go and enjoy the celebrations, guys. There are people performing donuts, skids, and whatever else all around the circuit, so you'll see some of that very shortly. Jackson Rayhana having a particularly good run. He's having a good go at it. And let's not forget, he was the only one to nail the landing on the run out of the chase over the tyre wall earlier as well. We didn't congratulate him on that, but we will when we talk to him next in the split. Let's see if we can get some post-race reaction here. We'll wait for Cal Watmore to join us. Brenton Hobson will join us after the supercars. We'll wait for Nico Pop to come back in as well. We'll say congratulations to Adam Lavis too, because by G consistency is rewarded here with a couple of our good mates finishing well at the back end of the season. An update from the cricket. India are 4 for 184. We are 26 overs into the to the run chase. So if the 2 batsmen that are there at the moment Darwin and Pandya, if they can stay there, who knows? India might still be a chance in the back end of the game. Now, excuse me, I'm going to have to clear my throat here. So as I do that, let's welcome in both the ARCA winner and the ARCA champion. We've also got Chris Kisby back from Race Control as well. And we've got, for the first time this season, stock car champion Cal Watmore in the house as well. Cal, it was 1 hour, 19 minutes and 32 seconds, and you had to work every second of it to hold off a very hard-charging Brenton Hobson. Mate, that was... look, all credit where credit's due. Congratulations on the championship, but that was the best performance from the pair of you we've seen all season in terms of the way that you went for 80 minutes pretty much without being separated by any more than a coat of varnish.
Oh, mate, thank you. That was awesome fun. Yeah, big credit to Brenton. We race each other bloody hard and nothing, yeah, really happy with that. I feel a bit lame to have done it with the pit stop because I was trying everything and he was not making any mistakes while I was trying to rattle his bumper. But yeah, great fun.
I was about to say that last pit stop saved you.
I was going to say, Cal, that last pit stop was phenomenal because we know why Brenton got the leapfrog in pit stop 1 because he'd already come in a lap earlier. Then, of course, the safety car, he only had to take on 2 tyres when everyone else was taking on 4. The second stop, he had your measure. The third stop, what was the trick in the third stop? What little sheepish trick did you guys pull there?
Okay, I just had to be aggressive, pulling into the box and as central as possible, which gave me a low 13 or 13.1 or 2 stop. And Brenton, I guess, might have been a little more conservative, not wanting to overshoot, which is very easy to do with a high risk sort of barging in, sliding in stop. So he went conservative, and I took the risk, and it's lame, but that got me the lead.
With risk comes reward, mate, as they say. So we were sitting here speculating, and a bit hard to speculate as just one person when it's normally 2, but we were speculating whether, you know what I'm talking about, Kisby.
Oh, yeah.
We were speculating whether you were sandbagging, you were holding something back, but by the sounds of what you're saying, you were all guns blazing tonight every step of the way. So your pace, you were going as well as Brenton was allowing you to.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was a bit mad at myself for my early mistake. Yeah, Brenton had a nothing lunge, and I just locked up and ran wide, for no reason on lap 1 and handed him the lead. Yeah, so from then on, had to fight pretty hard and got the lead back off him in that first stint, and then he dropped away maybe, thinking fuel save early, and he nailed the pit stop. But he also had amazing presence of mind. I don't know if he's got a super plug-in or something with his fuel numbers because he pitted again with what was the lead on fresh tyres under safety car, and that was a pretty out there move. But turns out we were critical to the last drop of fuel with those last couple of runs. It was just enough that there was no major fuel save needed. So it was a pretty raw full speed fight from both of us.
Indeed, and hang there for me, mate. I'm just we're in the middle of obviously transitioning from stock cars to supercars, so we're all going in and out of service, loading in. But stick there because we'll chat with you right up until the start of the supercar race if we can. I just want to get to the other boys first. Let me start with tonight's ARCA split winner in Brady McHugh. Mate, well done. Am I right in saying 5 pit stops along the way there? You worked hard for that one.
Yeah, mate. I think the fuel limit, that's the most pit stops I've ever done in my life.
For someone that was so critical of the stock cars, the ARCA cars seem to suit you all right.
A much better car, mate. Obviously not as quick in a straight line, but it brakes a lot better and turns a lot better. I actually quite enjoy it, and it rewards smooth driving. So.
Exactly right. You worked hard for that one. You got home in the end. That's the main thing. Am I right to say that you're turning your attention to the supercars now?
I'm on my quali lap now as we speak, so heading up the hill, see if we can put one together.
All right, mate. Well, we'll let you focus on that, and we'll check back in with you after the supercar race. How's that sound?
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Nicely done. Thank you very much, as always, to Brady McHugh for dropping in to have a chat there. He'll let himself out in a moment. Warwick Sharp, let's move down to you now. Congratulations, ARCA Split champion for the Stockcar Series. Comfortably so. You pretty well only had to bring the thing home tonight. Barely that even. I think even a retirement would have got the job done for you. You had a commanding lead coming into that round. Not the easiest night in the office, though.
No, look, practice was good. Me and Brady went blows for blows until he put a second and a half lap down, so I was going to settle in for second. Obviously, I think everyone saw what happened at the restart, which I don't know. I think that shows why we need something in play, because to get taken out by a car that shouldn't have been where he was because should have redressed a previous incident.
Yeah.
That's disappointing, because the highlight of this series for the season has been the quality of the racing. So
correct.
It was a bit of a low on that, I think, to end the season. But still, I've enjoyed the season. It was a great race, and well done to Brady. He was very quick tonight out there.
Indeed, and the car in question that got stuck into you there, Warwick, also got stuck into Nick as well. So, Nick, I said at the time that action needed to be taken and was taken by Chris Kisby and Race Control, because if Warwick was if Warwick was in danger of losing the championship, if there was a couple of guys fighting him for the title and legitimate chances of potentially beating him, depending upon where everyone finished. It's incidents like that destroy championships, and Warwick's been working hard for this one for 10 weeks.
Well, that's it, yeah. Congratulations to Warwick on that one. Congratulations to Callum on that race and the championship. And congratulations to Brady on the win. But, look, I'm sure they were investigating as just straight after mine happened. But, it's a restart. There's a lot going on. And, by the time if Warwick got hit, it was only like about 20 seconds later. So, I mean, they've barely got time to rewind and actually say, hold on, what's going on here? Because,
yes.
But, yeah, look, it's a tough job. I thank Chris as well for doing it. It's been really tough. But, just as a group, we're getting better. It's a little bit of education, and part of that's down to me. I'm actually going to publish racing notes or drivers briefing notes now from next season on, just so we make sure we got all the same thing, we're on the same page. And just things like last night I actually rewatched the IndyCar, and just things like not knowing the safety car procedure, and obviously knowing what Race Control their directive is. At least now if I start publishing driver notes for next season, or at least for my series and the like, we can start understanding, safety car in this, you get one random safety car, we're going to wave you around after a certain point, lead lap cars are going to pit, this is what's going to happen. Clearly that track, just reflecting on that one, that track has a bug.
Yes.
And as much as I love Daytona and the home of NASCAR, that we may not use it again. We'll see.
Fair enough. And actually, it's interesting you mentioned that. Because I actually wasn't aware, because it was an extended race, whether that meant 2 random cautions rather than 1, as it was 12 weeks ago when we had the season finale for Series 2. But thankfully it was only 1, because you were within half a minute of the window there at the end.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
I think because of the extension of the first safety car, because we were trying to sort out what was going on, and it's just a bit hard, because something wrong with that track. It caught the safety car caught those 2 gentlemen who were just in front of the leader. So I think that just screwed with it. And unfortunately, computers do have problems too. Nothing's perfect.
Exactly. Warwick, you're about to jump in for the last round of the Pro Split for the Supercars. Obviously, Hobbo's got one hand and 4.5 fingers on the championship there. What are your expectations going into the last Supercar race of the year, mate?
Not a lot, because I haven't done many races, but I thought, I'll get in there tonight. I think there's been too much GT and Porsche around here that I've lost the feel for the car at the moment. But I'll give it a go. Keep it clean if I can.
What's been your highlight of the ARCA series, mate, over the 10 weeks as we wrap it up?
I don't know. I think a lot of it's been in practice, when I've really been putting those quick lap downs, getting close to the Infinity guys. And I think when I put up the inside at Sonoma on the hairpin on the Infinity car on Trent, that was probably the highlight move I made for
Yep.
the season, I think.
I must admit, one of my highlights of the season has been watching the Arca boys take it to the Xfinity boys. It's just added a little bit of spiciness to the broadcast, and that's what we need. Mate, well done. Come back and check in with us after the supercar race.
No worries, we'll do.
As we'll start reflecting on the year that was rather than the night that was for a change. Brenton Hobson on track to win 2 championships tonight. He's already wrapped up one. He's just got to start this one and he wraps up the other. There's Mount Panorama for you. We're going to get to that in just a moment. Thanks to these guys for coming in. Chris Kisby, are you in race control or are you sticking with us in commentary for the next one?
No, I'm with you in commentary this one. And
Beautiful.
hopefully can give you some good support.
I appreciate that. Those solo gigs are tough, especially when it's only a 15-car field. But to be honest, Nick, across the board tonight, the numbers are down. That's down to probably 2 things. One, this time of year, now that restrictions have been loosened and we're getting towards Christmas, functions come into play. And 2, the time zone difference has crueled a couple of guys as far as the earlier race was concerned.
Yeah, and 3 schools out, so the Year 12s are out. So some of these guys are probably partying with them.
Schoolies.
Yeah, exactly. Toolies. Yeah, a bit disappointing with some of the numbers, but I mean, it's to be expected. End of the season, people are probably just letting loose, having some drinks, and going out, like you said.
And can I just say, not to flare up that conversation again, but looking at the 2 supercar splits tonight, it's a shame that we couldn't combine them, just looking at the numbers, looking at the size of the grids. But anyway, that's another kettle of fish that we're not going to deal with tonight. Cal Watmore, let's go to you. Reflecting on the season that was, mate, I think it was 8 pole positions, 5 wins. So you were Mr. Consistent. And when you weren't first, you were either a very close second or that lapse in concentration that was Mid-Ohio, because that was not the ideal way to start the championship. The championship that, in the absence of Glenn Postlethwaite, had your name on it. But for Hobber to take that to the final round, all credit due to him too.
Yeah, big time. Couldn't relax at all. And, great feeling to wrap it up. And, mega thanks to the sponsors on the car for helping us go racing. And, to all the gentlemen's crew for putting on a great season, Nick and Chris and everyone in race control and organising such, really good season. And yourself, Zach, for, commentary and putting on the broadcast. Really appreciate it.
Oh, look, mate, I'm just merely a vocal cord in all of the operation that goes on here, but I've enjoyed the...
Can I just ask a question, Zach?
Yes, Chris.
To Cal, Nick, on a lot of laps in that championship there, and as you probably know, I don't pick the number out of the air. I actually get a random generator to pick the lap number for the competition, yellow. How did it affect the race being that early in such a long race?
I liked it because it turned us loose, and for the rest of the run to the checker, because before the competition caution, as long as you're in the position you need to be, there's no real towards the front, I guess. There's no real incentive to fight because you'll be brought back together by the caution. So it's a nice little rest, but the race only really begins after that caution. So I like the early one tonight.
Nick? Yeah, it's always a thing for me. Yeah, Nick?
Oh, look, like Callum said, I'm pretty conservative up until the back half of the race. So as soon as the caution's finished, it's game on. However, looking at the results, it was 47 seconds off the front too. So a little bit later might have been a bit nicer, but yeah, whatever. It worked out. I don't mind them. I don't care where they fall. I'll adjust and manipulate my strategy to fit. That's why I go through my numbers and I send them through to Zach, so I know what I have to hit.
Yep.
I like it. It keeps us on our toes.
So
and also having to look in the review mirror a bit more because I did not expect what happened to happen. So yeah. Oh well.
Yeah. That's right.
Nick, I'm going to talk to you about I'm going to talk to Nick about his 3rd place finish in a moment and say congratulations on that. But we're going to have to get going with the supercar race in just a moment. Cal, lastly, and thank you very much for all your insight throughout the course of the season post-race. We didn't see you last week, but with regards to what's unfolded here, A, you must be stoked to wrap it up. B, you must be looking forward to coming back bigger and better next year. And C, if there's a circuit that's left out on the schedule that you'd like to see Nick incorporate now that he's looking for a substitute for Daytona possibly, what would it be?
Easy answer, Oran Park. I don't care if it's wrong. Wrong is what makes it right.
We'll do the Scarp Circus. That's all really short.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, yeah? Bring it.
I know who's
No.
going to agree with him too.
So do I. Absolutely. Mate, well done. Congratulations. And all the best for Chrissy in the new year. And good luck with the Speedway stuff. How's all that going so far?
Yeah, thanks very much. Got a little break on Speedway at the moment till December 19th, but tomorrow we're taking the car to the dyno to hopefully get it nicely tuned up. And yeah, looking forward to a good Speedway Christmas season. And should be a good one. Same to you guys. Have a great Chrissy, and thanks again.
Yeah, well done, mate. Fantastic stuff. Dominant throughout the course of the season. Rightful
well done,
champion. As good as Brenton Hobson was, it was always difficult for him to get it done tonight because he needed something to go catastrophically wrong for Cal, and it did not and never looked like going wrong. So well done to Cal Watmore. He is your champion after Glenn Postlethwaite dominated the first two series. He nicked off and gave someone else a crack, and it was only right that it was the man that finished second in the first two series. Came through and cleaned it up in the third. Well done. Let's turn our attention to the supercars. We're back at the 6.213 kilometre Mecca that is Mount Panorama. It's a field of 15, and we've got a rolling start tonight as well, which is interesting. I wasn't expecting that. I'll run through the race stats as we go on because there's going to be a little bit of time to fill here. Look at Dennis Gaderick sitting there nice and pretty with the Vodafone. Looking Mustang. Fantastic. So Brenton Hobson's from pole position. John Merritt will be alongside him. Michael Angus and Dennis Gaderick from row 2. Then row 3 is Simon Ferris and Dave Trevathan. That grid's going to come up on your screen in just a moment here, folks. 7th is David Kirby, and alongside him will be Brady McHugh. Simon Francis and Jackson Rayhana from row number 5 right there. And from row number 6, it'll be Aidan Rice and Warwick Sharp. The 7th row will be Pete Matson and Josh Thomas, while Rick Sibra has not set a time. 2:04.65, a qualifying time for Brenton Hobson. 0.6 of a second he put on the pack with John Merritt there on a 2:05.2. I mentioned Rayhana's name, 2:08.4 for Jackson, but he'll work his way forward. And Dennis Gaderick at 2:05.7 as well. He'll try and move his way forward as well. So a lot to be excited about here as we get set to go racing. Huge thanks to Cal Watmore and everyone else for coming in and having a chat with us post-race there. We look forward to doing the same with the Supercar boys here after the race tonight and wrapping up the season that was. And looking at the field, we might actually get away with only a half-hour post-race show instead of an hour. So we might all get an early night tonight. We'll see how we go. The race 1 hour long instead of the usual 45 minutes. It's a 4:11 sim time, which is again set to Wednesday for some reason. Wednesday, the 25th of November. So 4:11, we're in no danger of running into the sunset and the darkness because of Bathurst being a civilised part of the country. 65% fuel tank capacity here on these cars, so there'll still be a splash and dash involved. 25 and partly cloudy. Track is 39 degrees. Winds to the south at 18 k's an hour. A race 1 hour in length. Pace car speed 88 k's an hour. Pit lane speed 50 k's an hour. Incidents 17x and every 5x after that. And a fast repair limit of 1. Nick, final thoughts from you before we go green. Who wins it and why?
Jeez. It's hard to look past that fella in first position. Really is.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Running a bit of a different look tonight, actually.
I might have to refresh trading paints. I think that's the under.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Getting set to start here. Let's wait and see. 1 hour on the mountain to get the season wrapped up. We're underway in our final race of 73 this season. Brenton Hobson leads the field to Hell Corner. The run up Mountain Straight is key. Everybody safely through, which is really good to see. Rick Sibra sitting there at the back of the pack. We're cleanly away on lap 1. Riding on board with Brady McHugh. Looking down the inside of Mr. T. Oh, I tell you what, almost a touching Griffins. And then big moment for Trevor down on the exit. They make their way up to the top of the mountain for the first time. Let's hear them roar.
Get out the gutter.
Oh, no. Brady McHugh's already smashed the wall there, Jamie Whincup style, but he's been able to keep it on track and make their way up over the top for the first time. Hobson's cleared out. That was to be expected, Nick. We didn't expect anything else from Brenton Hobson. When you got 6/10 on the pack in qualifying, the writing's pretty well on the wall.
Well,
The message is
like I
catch me
said,
if you
yeah.
can.
Yeah, look, something catastrophic's going to have to happen to him, and he drives very well, so he doesn't make too many mistakes.
No, he certainly does not. On the Conrod for the
I've
first
seen him
time.
make one mistake all season.
That was Wednesday night.
And when I had to give him a penalty.
Exactly. A minute and a half gone, 58 minutes to go. At this pace, with one pit stop along the way, you're looking at 28 laps of racing here. It's a busy night. Brady McHugh into the chase for the first time. There's a replay coming onto your screen now with thanks to Stone Cold Racing, the sponsors of the Stone Cold Supercar Series. This is Rick Sibra losing it through the S's. The Dipper and on a run to the elbow. He's going to go wide and straight into the wall. And they don't bounce well. Rick Sibra has manually disconnected. That was him retiring from the race. So 1 down, 15 to go. To Hell Corner we go. The 12, Brady McHugh to the inside. Job done. On Dave Trevathan. Up Mountain Straight they come. Hobson, Merritt, Ren Gaderick, Angus, Trevathan, then McHugh. The 6 at the moment. We're keeping an eye on here. Look at Kirby as well. Trying to find a way through, but running out of track as they head to the mountain, to the top of it for the second time. 2:05.7 the opening lap time for Brenton Hobson. That is astonishing. His lead is 2.5 seconds. The man has bolted. John Merritt is second, and a distant second at that. He's got Dennis Gaderick for company, though, as Gaderick forces the issue up over the top of the mountain, almost in the wall there. Centimetre perfect, you've got to be up over the top. The run down through the S's, then to the Dipper. And then you begin the run down to the elbow. Whoever thought of putting the road the way they did back in 1930, here's to you, because it is just revered all around the world. It is a legendary piece of motor racing real estate bitumen. They make their way down Conrod Straight. Dennis Gaderick all over the back of John Merritt in the slipstream here. Watch this as they head down into the chase. Merritt's going to have a chance when they get under the brakes. They get through the kink. He's going to have a chance under brakes, but he's going to be on the outside. The up and under maybe. Woohoo, Gaderick wanting to force the issue. Running as the safety car for some reason. I'm not sure why. As they make their way down into Murray's one more time. Look at this on the outside. Then on the inside, the switchback on the run to Hell Corner. Nothing in it at this point in time in the battle of a second, but Hobbo's lead is 4.3 already. 2 minutes 4 that last time round. He's in the 4s already. Extraordinary. The fastest lap of the race belongs to Brenton Hobson. Nick, it looks like it's going to be an interesting race for second, but it's already a case of catch me if you can for third. You can't go to Nick right now. He's just muted himself, so I'll get back to him shortly.
Oh dear.
So 55 minutes to go. Chris Kisby, I'll go to you. Catch me if you can was the message from Brenton Hobson. At 4.5 seconds, it's already looking like the horse is bolted.
It has. It's just. It's one of those drivers, isn't he? Hops from one car into another, and away he goes. A bit of controversy at the start line. I've got the one ear on race control, so they're having a look at that. But passing before the control line, I believe. But they'll have a look at that and sort that out. But you're way out in front, and I don't think anyone's going to catch him tonight unless that best lap at 2:04 already, and what's that? 3 laps into the race. These guys astound me.
We've got the final point score through for the production car series and the stock car series. So as soon as this race is done, we'll bring you that information. Adam Lavis, a big thanks to him. We won't have the supercar information for you tonight officially. However, we will get that out to you unofficially as best we can tonight. We think we know who's going to win the supercar top split. And of course, tomorrow, just keep an eye out on the club page because that information will be made available there. 53 minutes and 34 seconds to go. Brenton Hobson leads after 3 laps. That time around a 2:05.2. And we've already got Brady McHugh in the pit lane as well. So Brady McHugh in the lane, and certainly an unscheduled early pit stop. Not sure what's happened to McHugh there, if I'm honest. Because that just doesn't make sense to me that he'd be in this early. Unless he's got a penalty or unless he's had an incident. Let's have a look here. Up through the cutting, climb to the top of the mountain. Oh, don't tell me he's walled it at the crest. Oh, whooshka. Yep. As soon as I saw where the replay picked up, I knew that's where we were going. My goodness gracious me. And thankfully he didn't have to crab it back to the lane, but he did have to all the same drive it back somewhat damaged. Somewhat worse for wear. Back with Brenton Hobson now. Brenton Hobson leads from John Merritt, Dennis Gaderick, then Michael Angus, Dave Trevathan, then Simon Ferris, David Kirby, Jackson Rayhana, Warwick Sharp, then Simon Francis making up the top 10 here right now. Don't forget, German Sim Racing Club action might be done, but SimShed Broadcasting is back next Sunday, the 6th of December, for their NPS, is it? Yeah. NTS. I knew I had the second letter wrong. NTS Bathurst 1000, and we'll be bringing that to you all day long. Basically, go out the Saturday night, get on the cans, and enjoy a hangover with us on the Sunday. It'll be good fun. Now, 51.5 minutes to go here. Warwick Sharp is there in 9th. Simon Francis is 10th. You can see that on your screen. The scroller at the top doing a great job. Chris Kisby and Zach Caven with you at the moment. Nico pop back with us soon. No doubt probably just smashing down some dinner at the moment, which I will do at the end of the broadcast. India at 4 for 219 at the moment. They still need another 156 from there. 6 wickets in hand. Plenty of time up their sleeve if the Australian acceleration in the back end of their innings is any guide. The Aussies looking good in the first ODI. And I was somewhat right when I suggested that we might finish before they do. The over rate has been atrocious tonight at the Sydney Cricket Ground. So much so that the first innings finished...
That's not like India.
No, not at all, no. The first innings, their bowling effort went half an hour longer than the allotted time. So by the time the dinner break was scheduled to be finished, they were going off for dinner. Oh, dear. So, yeah, we're playing from half an hour behind at the moment, but at least we've got past the era of the late 70s where Kerry Packer had to slide the clock at Waverley Park in Melbourne. At least get the game in. Stop the clock, so they slowed it down by 1 minute over. They slowed it down by, I think it was 1 minute clocked over every 5 minutes, and they slowed it down by 5 minutes over half an hour. Fantastic, just to get the game in. Thankfully, those days are long gone, and they can play through till 11 o'clock if needs be, and they'll be there till 11 o'clock at this rate.
You're probably not old enough to remember back in those days, mate, but it was just... I remember as a young fellow watching those and the whole World Cup and Mr. Tony Gregg coming out with his aluminium... Oh, no, that was Dennis Lilly coming out with his aluminium bat, and
yes.
It was fun days.
It's been well documented in a few docos over the years, and I've got all of them on tape up here, or on DVD at least. Love it.
Tony Gregg coming out with a motorcycle helmet was so funny.
And it got a workout as well. It got a cricket ball sized dint in it very quickly. Now let's focus on what's happening here. No, not at all. Absolutely.
Brendan
Now,
Hobson out to 21 seconds by my timing machine.
I've only got him by 5.5, but mine might be a little bit behind
Five
yours.
and a half.
Yeah, 5.5 is right. Yep, 5.5 he's out by. So, 6 seconds, in fact, now back to John Merritt, Dennis Gaderick third, then Michael Angus and Dave Trevathan. That's the way we're playing tonight. That's the wheelhouse. In fact, since we are in a little bit of a limbo mode, let's have a look at how dominant Brenton Hobson's been throughout the course of the season, if we can, by having a look at the season so far, because that'll paint an incredibly good picture. That's the championship points as we come into the round. 248 played 169. I'll get to that in a moment. Points. Well, I was going to say, those of you that know Brenton will know that he normally runs a different livery, but we've had some trouble with loading trading paints at our end, so apologies for that. Here's the championship. He's entertaining us to the nth degree. Also interesting, worth noting, that battle further down. So Gaderick obviously joined the series from the Pro-Am split, or the development split. And he still has managed to get up into 7th, and there's still a chance of being in the top 5 by the end of the race, given that it's double points tonight. Tim Harris and Simon Ferris are only 3 points away from each other, 9th and 10th. And Dennis Gaderick, Rick Sibra. They're only 3 points away from each other, but Sibra's out of the race. So Harris and Ferris will likely jump above Sibra. Gaderick is likely to jump above Angus and Rayhana at the moment. And then the next target is Trevathan. So Dennis Gaderick might salvage a good result here. John Merritt, however, likely to grab second at this stage because David Kirby is not in contention. There's only 1 point separating them in the fight. So a lot of positional battles to play out here as we edge towards the end of the night and the end of the season. Let's, at this point in time, folks, we're on board with Dennis Gaderick. I like looking at the Ford logo, so let's stay there. Let's crank the volume up.
Yeah, me too.
And enjoy this ride around Mount Panorama with D. Gaderick. And he's on the ragged edge, trying to hold on to 3rd at the moment and track down or chase down John Merritt. Watch this for commitment. Dennis Gaderick, we were following him, we were enjoying the ride, but then he decided to come to pit lane. So Gaderick, the first one to jump, and that seems early to me. That seems like it could be a two-stop race for Dennis Gaderick. So watch that with interest. Given that it's a 65% fuel tank, given that it's been green so far, it's not likely to be interrupted by the safety car. It could be a quick splash and dash at the back end of the race now for Dennis Gaderick. He could be breaking up into 20-minute runs. Meanwhile, this guy, watch him, Brenton Hobson, just in complete control. Up over the top of the mountain, leads by 9 seconds already. What will be the winning margin tonight? That's where Sportsbet's interest should be. 205.68 last time round. Before that, 204.68 his best lap of the race. We're on lap 9 on Mount Panorama.
So a 16.8 stop for Dennis. So.
Oh, big moment there. Dennis Gaderick. Oh, look at this. The elbows are out on the run to the cutting. Look at this on the exit of Griffins. Sorry to jump in on Chris Kisby there, but have a look at this. Through Griffins. Now, I think that was Pete Matson ahead of him. Yes, it was. And it was Matson that was hanging tough on the outside there. And Gaderick got loose trying to get around the outside to put it, well, what was the inside for the right-hander to put him on the outside for the left-hander. He did it, and he did it nicely. But by gee, it was a heart and mouth moment for Dennis Gaderick. He moves back up into position number 10 at this point in time. Dave Trevathan continues to lead this battle on screen at the moment for position number 4. Simon Ferris, David Kirby in behind him. As you can see, it's a long gap from Ferris back to Kirby, but Ferris is in at least a position to have a crack at Trevathan if he can get into the slipstream and into the draft and into the tow. And I think there's been a wicket at the Sydney Cricket Ground as well, folks. So India continue to slump. They are indeed 5 for 229 with 15 and a half overs to go. So India have lost another wicket there. Australia looking good in the first ODI. Second ODI Sunday from the Sydney Cricket Ground. Play gets underway at 2:40 Eastern Daylight Time. And then on Wednesday they go to the Manuka Oval in Canberra. Now, what's interesting about that is since Fox Sports have had the One Day International broadcast rights, as we have a look at Brenton Hobson over the top of the mountain, and that looks much better, doesn't it? There you go, the JK Signs delivery up and running. There we go. Since Fox Sports have had the cricket rights, by the way, boys, we've had different start times for the ODIs every damn summer. When Channel 9 had it, it was consistent, 2:20 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Happy days because it fits in with their news. But because Fox don't have news commitments, 2:40 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, I think that is the latest start to a cricket match in terms of ground time in the ODIs that we've had for some significant amount of years in Australia. Don't quote me on it. I'm pretty certain.
Late times?
2:40 p.m. So normally it's 2:20 or 2:30, but 2:40 we don't normally start that late. So, of course, when we go over to the west, it's about 1:30 local time that they start, or in recent years, in the latter years of Channel 9's broadcast agreement, there was actually 11:20. They were day games in Perth, but what do you do? 38 minutes and 47 seconds to go. We're more than a third of the way through now. Stick around post-race. We'll be chatting to Dennis Gaderick and we'll be chatting to Brenton Hobson. Michael Angus will probably jump in and have a chat to us as well. And Jackson Rayhana and Warwick Sharp. Brady McHugh is, I think, disconnected from the server. I think he's out, so I don't think we'll be hearing from him at the end of the race. Josh Thomas is also disconnected, so too Rick Sibra. So 3 retirements already. Pete Matson, the last of the cars on circuit. So just 12 cars left in this race. And as you know as well as I do, Kisby, that's a long push uphill for the next 38 minutes for us.
It is. The skippies the other night. Oh, how long was that?
Wasn't it?
Coming up through here, and these guys are the V8, so they're a lot quicker than what we were.
Indeed, they were. So, unfortunately, Josh Thomas just pointing out that he had a terrible race with the stock cars, and it didn't get much better for the supercars, unfortunately. He was pointing that out.
It's funny how you lose the groove.
Absolutely. And it's the same in the commentary box as well. You lose the groove in one race, it's very hard to get it back.
The production cars tonight, I was doing well. I had 2 goals in the production cars tonight, and one was to stay ahead and don't get lapped by Jackson, and 2 was to not finish last. And I had that little bit of a battle with, I can't remember his name at the back there, and just lost concentration into Murray's, put it on the grass, got in behind him, and that was the end of my groove. And I hit every wall after that.
Yep, it's usually the way. But when you reflect on the year that was, Chris, I mean, you've had a dabble in a few different categories and a few different races. What have you enjoyed most about 2020, mate?
So just driving, and I've really enjoyed race control. Funny as it seems, and it can be difficult at times, and trying, but I've really enjoyed watching all the guys progress. I haven't done as much racing as I would have liked, but somebody's got to sit and keep an eye on the guys as they're going round, and I think that's probably got to be what I'm going to reflect on most is the job that we've done inside race control, not just me, but the other guys, and the way that the committee has tried to listen to the guys and put some things in place. Obviously, some stuff we can't put in until next season, but a bit of a moment there by Aidan Rice.
Just a little bit.
Oh, sorry. I was watching a different one to you.
All good. No, I've got the same screen. Yeah, I've got the same iRacing screen up on my right-hand monitor, and on the left-hand monitor, it's Simon Ferris going out the top now.
And I can see things.
Yeah, actually.
I've also got a track map sitting over the top of it.
We're on lap 12, so we're very much on track for about that 28, 29 lap mark. Maybe 27, who knows? We got 27.5 laps per hour. Sorry, 28.5 laps per hour in the GT race on Monday night because we got to lap 57. We went caution-free. I'll be interested to see where the supercars run in comparison because the pace from Brenton Hobson is about similar to what Dennis Gaderick and Luke Turner and the like ran, and also Guy Leach, of course, and Yanni Soteria, what they all punched out on Monday night. But tyre wear is going to be a factor. Fuel burn is going to be a factor here in this race, and we are only 34 and 35 away from the checkered flag. Chris?
Yeah, that's right. Getting back to Dennis, as I was saying there before, 16.8, so I'm assuming that would only be fuel. He's gone on an early pit stop strategy here. What's your take on that one?
My take? I was a little bit surprised, actually, because given that I think if Brenton can squeeze this out to the halfway mark, he might just be able to do it on one stop. But if Dennis is going to try and do it on 2, I'll be interested to see how it plays out. Maybe he's thinking tyre wear more than anything else. I don't know. I was a little bit taken back by that. I didn't think he'd be in that early.
Yeah, Aidan Rice onto the grass there at just Murray's, I think.
So that's not the first time he's run into trouble in the last couple of minutes. Here's David Kirby coming out of Griffins. So Kirby's sitting there in 6th at the moment. Ferris is 5th. And Ferris is closing on Dave Trevathan. He's only about a second away from Dave Trevathan. So if we can just skip up to the next car, you'll see Dave Trevathan under pressure from Simon Ferris. That is, he has been for a while. But Trevathan hasn't succumbed to the pressure yet. He hasn't caved as they make their way across Skyline. How good does Mount Panorama look at this point in time? 33 minutes and 6 seconds.
Very green, isn't it?
Yes. One of my very favourite parts of the world, the city of the town of Bathurst, of course, down there in the central west of New South Wales, and I miss it dearly. I don't miss winter because it's too bloody cold, but summer down there is always a treat. And now that I'm on the precipice of getting a road license, I might just take a detour on the way back to Queensland and go via Bathurst just so I can go to Annie's ice cream parlour and have a caramel milkshake because no one does it better.
Have you had the chance to drive Bathurst?
Look, I'm going to say no because Mum and Dad gave me the opportunity to drive it when was it? I was 18. And I'd hardly done any car driving and I was hopeless, right? But thankfully for me, I didn't get to the top of the mountain because I got brought home from Hell Corner because they were setting up for the Bathurst 12-hour production car race that weekend, so we weren't allowed to go up to the top. So it was all barricaded off.
I've driven over the top there, and I'm in the 50-somethings here.
That's it, I've walked it. It's not fun walking it.
No, and it's not fun driving it. I mean, I was, could you say, very, very nervous doing 60,
Yes.
coming down through there, and then knowing the speeds that these guys come down in real life is just, it is mind-blowing coming down through the S's there, the cutting, and then into Forest Elbow. It's just the actual decline is a lot more than what you see on the TV, that's for sure.
Oh, absolutely it is. It's deceptively simple on television in terms of the drop, but the drop is massive, and it's just as bad in the middle of the night if you're going for if you've got a mate that wants to go for a lap around there. Oh, geez, that's hairy. But thankfully, I've always been in the company of someone who I've trusted behind the wheel of a car. I wouldn't do it if I wasn't. So, yeah, I'm almost at halfway. Yep. You just saw David Kirby in the pit lane, sitting there nicely. And at this point in time, Nico pops back in the commentary box with us. You've not missed much.
Oh, look, I had to change shirts and actually been drinking water for the past 20 minutes. It's the first night, the first time I've been driving this year that it's actually been really hot enough to actually sweat a heap. So I know everybody's been talking about previous weeks. This is my first time.
I was going to say...
One of the guys...
You go, Chris. You're right.
Oh, yeah, one of the guys, I noticed a comment come through. One of the guys was saying, sorry he couldn't make it to the race, but he was that dehydrated that he just could not concentrate. And I feel sorry for the people up your way. We have a beautiful 13 degrees down here.
Wait till Sunday. There's a car meet I'm going to, and it's about 31 and up. It's going to be 3 days in a row. It's going to be really hot.
Yeah, but he was saying that it was so hot that he was just pushing down the water, and he couldn't get enough water into him to actually concentrate for the race tonight. So, kudos to him for stepping out.
Add a dash of Himalayan salt, actually absorbs a lot quicker. Enough personal training.
Yes. Oh, look at that on the outside there. Brenton Hobson skips through, but there's a car in the wall on the top of the mountain. Possibly Aiden Rice. We're not quite sure. Let's have a look. No, yes, it is. Well picked by the director. He's nailed that.
Yep.
Have a look at this. Oh, he didn't even get to the curb and he was sliding. That was never going to end well.
Yeah, Hobbo's just come over the radio and said he gave him a heart attack.
Absolutely. Hobbo, Merritt, Ferris, Rayhana and Sharp, the top five at the moment. But pit stop still playing out. Garrick stopped incredibly early, lap 8. Everyone else waiting to 12, 13, 14. What does Hobbo do? Does he come in now at the end of 15? He's past halfway? Yes, he does. This is the perfect opportunity for us to have a look at what Branson Hobson does in pit lane. Here we go. So, this is Hobbo's first and only stop. So, Gaderick is 2 stopping. Now, I'm not sure what that's all about. We'll see how it plays out for him. And Hobbo is 1 stopping. We're past halfway. He's coming in. He'll top up. He'll get to the checkered flag. He'll take on 4 tyres. He'll bounce back out onto the racetrack. Nick, let's go back. What you mentioned there, it's prevalent here as well, actually. I found myself needing to go out and splash my face during the stock car race. Actually, we cranked the sound up. We went for an onboard lap with Carl Watmore, and I just had to get out and splash the face because it is a very warm and humid night. So it's not just you guys in the cockpit that are feeling it, it's us in the commentary as well. Sometimes you can never just get cool enough when you're sitting around all this hot equipment that we work with. The computers generate heat, so that's part of the problem. But from your own personal standpoint, mate, we haven't had a chance really to talk and say well done for the third place in the stock car race. What do you make of all of that?
It was hard work. I forgot. Personally forgot that it was a longer race tonight. Only slightly longer, but it was just, I've been sitting in this hard shell seat for most of the week, so I can't feel my derriere too well. And it makes for uncomfortable driving. It actually does change the way you sit, you position your hips, and it throws everything out above it and below it. So let's just say I can't wait for this break.
You and me both. You and me both.
Oh, safety car going fast?
Yes.
Brenton's taken a 30-second pit stop there, so he's taken tyres as well. So he's going to have fresher tyres than Dennis on that. So, very interesting the way they played it out.
And only 1.3 seconds the margin between Gaderick and Hobson at this point in time. So have a look at that.
Yeah.
All that Dennis gained by not taking on tyres, Hobbo's lost absolutely nothing because he's going to be right there in the position to take the lead back very, very shortly. Hobbo's in the box seat. We knew that all along. Nick mentioned heat waves. Look at Ipswich. 38, 38, 37, 43. That's Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Thankfully, the one-day international's on Wednesday. I'll be parked in the lounge room under the fan, and I might even crank the aircon for the first time this summer as well.
You might have to do your radio. You might have to do your radio from remote at the Bayside, at a pub or something.
Oh, I'd love to. Maybe when I get my license in a couple of weeks, if I get my license in a couple of weeks, that'll be an easier option.
Do an outside broadcast.
Might even the Umanto Tavern's appealing. I haven't been out there for yonks. The only problem with P plates compared to blacks, you can't even enjoy one. You've just got to have water for the afternoon. But anyway, 25 minutes, 20 seconds left here. Dennis Gaderick from Brenton Hobson. All over the back of him as they head towards the top of the mountain. Up mountain straight, down into Griffins they go. And this is on for young and old. Hobbo to the inside. Oh, contact! No! Hobson and Gaderick have come together. Oh. Wow, can you believe that? What a race-defining moment that turned out to be. Look at this. Hobbo down on the inside of Dennis Gaderick. Gaderick, oh, jeez. Hobbo's gone too deep, too wide for a car on the inside. And for the second time this week, he's caught up in an incident. You can't write scripts like this. Grand final week's had absolutely everything.
He might be feeling a heat too.
Nick, who copped it in that? Does race control deem that a racing incident, or does Hobbo get a penalty?
It looks like they're back to
heard
normal.
Anything over the radio yet?
Copy that. 24 minutes to go. We're gonna have a look at this one again, folks, because it is, well, there's not much else happening out there. Let's be honest. Hobbo on the inside of Gaderick. Now, nice and slowly, you're going to see this frame by frame almost.
That right front.
Hobbo's saying that he probably didn't account for the draft.
Yep.
And oversteer.
Yep.
And he's apologised to Dennis.
Because that crunched Dennis big time, didn't it? Holy smoke.
Driving Dennis back on his wheels.
Yeah.
Yes. They both continued on, so well done. Like,
He needs to talk to Craig Lowndes about doing it on the outside, maybe.
0.8 of a second, the margin as Hobbo goes out in pursuit of Gaderick again.
Doesn't look too good now.
It doesn't at all. It looks a little bit better than Bruce, doesn't it?
So the difference with this one here and the one the other night that I had to adjudicate on is that Dennis didn't get turned around, and the yellow flag wasn't thrown. So in this instance, it would have been just a redress.
Yep.
In my eyes, but if Dennis had continued on, then a drive-through would pursue. But because they haven't changed positions and it was sort of, let's say, redressed, then Hobbo shouldn't get a penalty in my eyes. But we'll have to wait and see what race control say.
Yeah, we will indeed. There's two things there that I'm picking up from what Chris said, Nick, and I'll get your thoughts on this in a moment. One, yes, it didn't cause a caution. B, well, actually, A1 and A2. A2, Hobbo was past the B pillar as he made the move. And C, it didn't turn into a 25-car wreck.
Well, that's it. These guys are, how far in front are they? Where are we?
Oh, they're miles in front, 12.9. Look at Hobbo down the outside. Should get it done on the run chase.
So obviously I've come in late. Is that the only stop they need to do?
Well, I'm not sure because Dennis stopped incredibly early, mate. He stopped back on about lap 8, and everyone else stopped about lap 13. So with Hobbo, I think he gets home on the fuel he's on. With Dennis, I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah. Well, look, if it's a one-stopper and these guys have got 11 seconds on the field, or Dennis, hold on to it, mate. I think I'll just leave it be if I was race control. They've sorted themselves out. It didn't get anybody else involved. They had that much of a gap that at least the field didn't pile into them like the Porsches on the other night.
And at least they've given us a little bit of something to focus on in terms of the entertainment department as well. On that note, Pete Matson's a lap down. 3 retirements thus far. Still 12 cars running in this race. 11.7 seconds. The margin between first and third. So that's coming down slightly. But John Merritt's doing a nice job there in position number 3. Michael Angus, Dave Trevathan, and David Kirby make up the top 6. Simon Ferris, Jackson Ray, Hunter, Warwick Sharp, and Aidan Rice, the top 10. At the moment, Merritt gets second in the championship because he'll leapfrog Kirby. So that's a critical point of interest, provided the count back and everything else goes in his favour once they drop the 2 worst rounds and all that jazz. This is the double points round, and that's a critical bit of importance to note for John Merritt, who's on your screen at the moment, coming across the top of the mountain. We are into the final third of the race as of now. 20 minutes to go, and the last 20 minutes of what's been a very long but enjoyable and entertaining season. Sometimes challenging, but always entertaining, Nick.
Always entertaining. Yeah, there are some lulls, but I mean that happens in real motorsport. But
does it ever?
It's kept us on our toes, especially with all the little fights, and you can see on the track map there's little clusters of cars running together, so there's always something to watch. I don't know how the NASCAR race looked, but I was trying my best to get onto Adam and trying to reduce the gap and keep it as close as I could, so at least I could get some screen time. But yeah,
you've got screen time. Don't worry about that.
Okay, cool. I'll have to watch it back tomorrow. I mean, I got plenty of screen time as well yesterday from what I've seen. But yeah, look, it's great exposure. When the field spreads out like this, we can now focus on people, who are just doing hot laps and doing a really good job, such as John Merritt here, who did you say, leapfrog? I'll close it down now. Oh, sideways.
Dennis is in the pit lane, so we knew he was on a 2-stopper. I'm not sure why, but Dennis Gaderick in the pit lane. That will have implications on the outright results here.
Might have made a mistake.
So, well, I thought so. As soon as I saw him come in, when was it, lap 7 or 8? I thought, hang on, there's no way he's on a 1-stopper here. Because he came in about the 20-minute mark, so he's broken it into 20-minute stints rather than 30-minute stints.
Alright, I've got a very early morning tomorrow. I'm going to depart. I will say you can pretty much give my man of the match or man of the night to pretty much all the champions.
Well, I thought you might say that, but just quickly, we know you've got to go, but before you do, some reflections on the year that was, because we've been sitting here for, it seems like, only a few months, but we know this stretches back to the start of April, and I was with you from mid-April. It's been a nice way to spend a Friday night, but then it's become Monday and Wednesday as well, and we've even thrown a couple of Thursdays in for good measure. We've had some good fun, haven't we?
I don't think there's too many clubs, as we watch Warwick here. Taylor, no? Exited
He
the
was
gate.
Taylor, but he saved it.
There it is.
Until then, yep.
Oh, there it goes.
On the exit. Sorry, Nick, go on.
I don't think there's too many other clubs that do as many races or as many broadcast races as us. That's a very good move by David Kirby, or at least getting through the corner.
Squeezed it down the inside and very nicely done. Well, this is exactly right, Nick, and it doesn't happen without, I know it was mentioned earlier by Grant Gill, it doesn't happen without people like yourself, it doesn't happen without people like Paul Nichols, but so many other people at club level who administer it and Gallerick into the side of Kirby, through the chase, and Gallerick locks it up this time. We'll eventually get to say what we want to say to Nick. Well, here's a replay while we do that. But it happens behind the scenes, in front of the microphones, behind the scenes. There's a lot that goes on to making this happen. It's a small team, but it's a strong and dedicated team, and it's expanding with the ever-growing presence of the club. If anything, the Gentleman Sim Racing Club has been the winner of the COVID year.
100%. We saw when we first started, there was... I really did put the invites out for Friday nights. We got a lot of people from the club level, especially from Queensland club level, jumping in the, as it were called back then, the TA2 category. And, people like John McLaughlin, who actually raced the cars. Even in a comment that I saw, he actually does find them very similar, but he just got... it was just so busy and so chaotic that he thought he'd give it a break. So, but also, work's taken over. But yes, 100%. It all started with two gentlemen who haven't been around for a while. They've obviously got their things to do, with Craig Russell and Major.
Yep.
And they started it all off just to having a chin wag and having a chat, and then it kind of grew to a point where at the end of last year we decided, why don't we do some NASCARs around some road tracks, which sprouted my idea this year, and then just to talk between myself and Paul Nichols, and we all put it into action, and then literally the week of COVID, I think, and the AGP shutting down. So timing was really essential for that, and as always, whenever I do the sim race, I meet new people every year, do get to meet them face to face, all that kind of stuff. And yeah, I've been involved in a lot of sim racing over the years, and this is one of the best clubs. I can honestly say it. I wear my heart on my sleeve when it comes to this club, and as much as we have controversy, there's text channels going off, I tend to ignore because there's just so much going on.
Yes.
I look after my little wicket, so to speak, but I'm always looking for the benefit of the club. As always, not myself, but the benefit of the club. As much as I've got my own agenda, but I'll just try and keep my own agenda to my own race.
Yeah.
But look, I always think club comes first. Individual agendas can always come second. And as a club, we've grown.
Yeah.
We've expanded. Where people have gotten better at all sorts of skills, such as learning how to drive. I've taught a lot of Motec here, and I'm not even accredited by Motec, which I know those guys get paid a lot. We've got broadcasting, we've got commentating, we've got race control, we've got all sorts of things happening. I feel it's like being back at junior football again. Like, there's so many people looking after all the different grades and all sorts of things, and all the different coaches and all the different admin, and then I'm surprised that we don't have a virtual barbecue all at the same time. So, the Queenslander guys, I will organise it probably in the new year now, but
looking forward to it too.
it's just come on and leaps and bounds. It was a lot of good timing, but now that we've got the ball rolling, and as always, it's always easier to get to keep the ball rolling than to get it started. We just got to keep putting out a quality product, keeping to our club ethos about being gentlemanly and redressing and getting rid of the aggro, that kind of thing. So as a whole, I think it's a bloody good place to be. And we do ask for a little fee, but in the scheme of things, it's what, 2 cars or a car and a half in iRacing is what we ask for a full year's worth of membership, which is virtually nothing to get.
Look at all the
racing
practices they get.
Well, that's it. To get quality racing.
Yep.
To get quality fields. To get fields. Nothing worse than being in a field when you got nobody to race against, where you're just basically hot lapping, as we see.
Oh, Jackson on the limit. Jeez.
And yeah, nothing worse than doing hot laps by yourself. And
that's right. And that's where fee also goes towards the broadcast and a few other things that wouldn't be possible without some input from not just the members, but also some dedicated, passionate supporters in the term of sponsors like Ocular, LJ Hooker Gaindar, Central Coast Subaru, Flash Graphics, Simple Sim Computers, Stone Cold Racing, and Flash Graphics, and Racecraft, obviously, was the other one I didn't mention there. So all those guys play a significant role too.
100%, and I was building up to that, but yes, all our supporters, our partnerships that we've built, it's not possible without them, and we could have run the club at say 20 people without all that and just putting our own money in, but to expand it, to keep up with the membership base, we needed those partnerships to happen. So no greater way to do that than with the broadcast. So you see, who's this? Aiden locking the rear brakes on the way into the last corner.
11 minutes to go, by the way, folks.
And
Hodges still in charge by 25 seconds. That's why we're talking to Nick.
And as always, like I say every time, you get better through osmosis. We get better broadcast quality because we got JP on board, because he's quite good. We get better commentators because we got yourself on board. We got better racers because we got people like the likes of Brenton Hobson and Michael Hammond, and then you have all the other guys trying to catch those guys. So getting that exposure to wow sideways.
Oh. Come on, you save the heroics for the end of the race, please.
He's trying to get Jack, I think.
He's had a tough one, hasn't he?
He has. He's had 3 or 4 dings so far, but he's still soldiering on. And that's what, to be honest, I'd rather him soldier on than just rage quit like the others have.
He's only 3 seconds behind Jackson. It's the second closest fight on the track. But yeah, it would not be possible, and we wouldn't be as good as we were in all these facets if it wasn't for the great people that we have coming on board. So to every single member, to every single person who has helped us grow, expand, and become better, to everybody who's watching, our supporters. Like I heard Angus Cook's got a full house at home watching this.
Yeah.
To every single person that has come across the I guess the Facebook or the Twitch or even just driving in our servers, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We thank you, and 2021 onward and upward and bigger and better. There's more stuff coming.
Absolutely, there is, mate. And from a so do I. And
to say thank you, guys.
I'll get Chris's comments at the very end of the broadcast. But we're about to lose Nick, and he's been an integral part of the broadcast throughout the course of the season. It was by sheer chance of COVID that I ended up in here as well. But mate, I've greatly enjoyed working with you every week. I've greatly enjoyed learning the craft of iRacing and everything else from you. You're still much more of a fountain of knowledge than I am. And as you say, I mean, there are a lot of people that put in a lot of work behind the scenes. We should not forget your involvement in the behind-the-scenes facet of that, because let's face it, when it comes to this combination, I am literally a mouthpiece. I have very little involvement in terms of what happens behind the scenes in the admin or whatever the case may be. But you're all hands-on, all in, and we're very much grateful for the work that you've put in throughout the course of the year as well. So enjoy your summer and enjoy the 7 weeks off, and or whatever it might be. I think it might be a little bit more than that, but we'll wait and see. and I look forward to doing it all again next year as well.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Once again, it can't be possible without you guys as well. So, especially yourself, Zach, the voice
No,
of
mate, you're fine.
the voice of the Gentlemen Sim Racing Club. So,
Who'd have thought that'd be a tag I'd have on the CV at the start of the year? By the way,
there you go. I mean,
Yeah,
like you said, you wouldn't have expected sim racing to be a bigger thing as it is, but you know what? It's simulation. It's even good practice for race commentary.
well, that's exactly right. It's turned out very much that way, especially when QR did what they did. But anyway, we won't end on a low point. But in saying that, I'm not the only one. Like I'm okay. I'm probably one of the only handful of people that thinks that from a broadcast standpoint. I probably didn't see this happening in 2020, but there are a lot of people out there from a driving standpoint, and this is where the clubs benefited so greatly, mate, that probably didn't see sim racing being as big a part of their life as it has become in 2020. And we're all looking forward to keeping it on board as part of our every week, our weekly routine, our structure. Going forward, it might not be in the same capacity as it has been this year as things slowly get back to normal, as we watch Brenton Hobson go around the outside of some lap traffic there and just continue to dominate as Hobbo does. He's 26 seconds clear at the moment. But I mean, there's been that many drivers that have come on board that have said, look, we weren't expecting to be sim racing every week this year, but we need to now try and wriggle some things around, move some things in our schedule, make time so that we can continue paying sim racing back for the release or the escape from reality that was 2020. And it's been great for everyone's sanity levels, I think.
Yeah, 100%. I've got an early one. I'm going to go.
We'll go and enjoy that.
Guys. We'll catch
we
you
will indeed.
whenever.
Look forward to it.
Thanks,
Take
Nick.
it easy.
Catch it.
Good to have Nico Pop on board as per usual, an integral part of the
Amazing,
broadcast
gentlemen.
team. He's a great man, no doubt about that. Actually, can you believe it?
Helped me
When
out
he was
so much
talking
this
about
year.
when he was talking about meeting people in person that he's met through the club, I was one of them because he was out at QR late September, I think it was, and I happened to just bump into him at the racetrack. So it was nice to put I mean, we see his mug on the screen every week because he has his onboard camera, but to put the face to the name and everything else in person, it's just a whole different kettle of fish. So it was very nice to catch up with him. Eventually, we'll get down to your neck of the woods, I'm sure.
Well, I hope so. I was going to say there before that, I lived most of my life in Queensland, and the heat got to me up there, and you guys are going in 40-degree pluses, and as I said, we had a nice 13 degrees, tomorrow 21, Sunday 19, Monday 21, so Tuesday 17. So
and
down in
more than
Tasmania,
that,
you can see the reason why I moved down here.
more than that, Tasmania is part of progressive civilization, whereas Queensland's stuck in the 18th century. So you made the right call. If it weren't for work, in the first place back in 2018, I wouldn't have moved here. But anyway, that's just me. Stone Cold Racing, the replay on your screen here now. Here's of Dennis Galloway almost touching the wall at the top of the mountain. Jeez, he's on the limit tonight. He's been caught up in some carnage so far, and that was into the wall! Across the grass! Stephen Richards-Craig Lowndes did something very similar. That the Triple Eight car at the start of the 2014 1000. That was very similar to that. Didn't cut the wall, but certainly ran through the grass and gravel. Magnificent.
The minute I even look at that sideways, I'm in the wall.
Oh, you've got your eyes closed and you're thinking, oh, this is going to hurt. And that's even in the sim rig. Fair dinkum. 4 minutes to go here. Thanks to Nick for at least filling a good 5 minutes there because, as you can tell, folks, there's not much to talk about here at the moment. It's just, look, this is the frustrating thing for mine, but it's part of the world we live in. The fact that we've got to the end of November, things have got back to normal. If this was the first round of the season, when things were still in limbo in some parts of the country, we'd have 40 on the grid here because it's Bathurst. So I'm thinking that we might have to start the championships with Bathurst next year and then work our way through and end them elsewhere. I don't know. I really don't.
It's one of those things, isn't it? As things have progressed.
Yep.
We've gone through. I know couple of the guys are feeling the heat up in those northern states, and that could be
Yeah,
playing into
absolutely.
it as well. Because even down here, when I was driving earlier tonight, it was. I know I had the sweat coming into my shirt when I was driving around.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, this is the thing. 70, 80 minutes behind the wheel, whatever the case may be, and Brenton Hobson's been behind the wheel since 7 Eastern Daylight Time tonight, so he's been there for nearly 4 hours now. It gets you. Sitting in one place, focusing on one thing. Oh, bang! No! Gaderick that time scrapes the wall! Oh, he's overcommitted. He's trying too hard at the moment. He's trying to catch Michael Angus, who's 7 seconds up the road, but it's not going to happen, Dennis.
No.
He's trying to stay ahead of Trevor Sam. I think he's just got no grip, or he's trying too hard, or the car's just not wanting to handle for him because of all the clouds it's already had tonight. Remember, he's had more hits than Elvis.
I think the panel beater back at Logan Village is going to be sitting there waiting and saying, "Oh, money, 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 money."
Exactly right. Hey, just an update from what is turning out to be one of the slowest one-day internationals ever played. India is 6 for 280, and we're in the 46th over. We are actually going to finish our race, maybe not our broadcast, but our racing before they finish the game, and that wasn't due to happen. That wasn't scheduled to be that way. It was scheduled to be 10 past 6, 5 to 7, take the 3. They were meant to finish at 10:25. They're still going. So here we are at 10:50. They're well over time, as are we, but we were always meant to be over time tonight because of the extra races. And stick around, we've got a full post-race show to come. I've found a second win. Can you believe it? All week, Chris, I've been sitting here, I've been waiting for my body clock to just give up. And I have to say, during that stock car race, I needed a second wind. I'm glad I found it. Otherwise, you might have been sitting here with Nico Pop for the rest of the night, not me. Down into the elbow, 58 seconds on the clock, and I think the J.K. Signs supercar is going to get a 29th lap in here, which is extraordinary.
He's driven an absolutely perfect race in terms of strategy and negotiating other cars, and I hats off to him, and because I know how it's like to drive around these tracks. From my point of view, being middle pack to rear pack, and I struggle at times, but still having fun. And these top guys just make it look so easy in real life and on the simulator here.
Last lap board in the air for Brenton Hobson. The hour is nearly up. It will expire halfway up mountain. Straightening out a big moment there. He almost put it in the dirt. Actually, you know what? He's just showing off now. He knows that this is the last lap. He's got a 34-second lead. He can show off as much as he likes. He's not going to be caught. He can pull over, scull a beer, and keep going and still be leading this thing. It's just been supremely dominant from him, and he's showing off because this is the one that he wanted to win. He would have loved to get the stock cars, but this is the one that meant something. And he's always prided himself on his supercar form. Michael Schreier might not. This is a showman at work, ladies and gentlemen. This is just pure arrogance of a showman. This is just, have a look at how good I am, and justifiably so. The season, he has dominated. Every pole position he's taken in this series is converted into a win. The other 2 weeks, okay, he lost out to Michael Schreier at Phillip Island because he jumped the start and all hell broke loose. But then you look at the week that he wasn't here, everyone else got a chance to step up to the plate. They did that. But for the other 8 weeks, it's just been Hobson by the length of straight.
He actually private messaged me afterwards and said, good call, Chris. Don't stress. I made a mistake. And that just shows you the calibre of the gentlemen that are driving in this in Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club.
Into the chase for the last time. We'll come back to you very shortly, Chris Kisby. This is Brenton Hobson, ladies and gentlemen. He's already won the Production Car Championship tonight, second in the Stock Car Series. Now he's under the bridge for the last time, and if it wasn't already wrapped up beforehand, It's emphatically wrapped up now. Last turn, checkered flag. Not only a win on the mountain, but the Stone Cold Racing Supercar Series as well. The Brenton Hobson in 2020. What about that?
Look at that.
Oh, look at the showman. Brilliant stuff. Just over 1 hour and 1 minute, almost 1 hour, 2 minutes in the end there. 1 hour, 1 and
Here
53,
comes
and already he's going to light it up. Look at this. He's going to get collected here in a minute. Oh, no. Jackson took evasive action. Very nicely done. Brenton Hobson won that one by 33 seconds. 33 seconds in the end. The winning margin. He did not lift. He did not take the foot off the throttle all the way to the checkered flag. He just absolutely ripped in. 29 laps we got. 1 hour, 1 and 53. And the second place to John Merritt. Third to Michael Angus. Fourth is going to go to Dennis Gaderick. And then, of course, Dave Trevathan, David Kirby, Simon Ferris, and Aidan Rice.
Pull up.
Oh. And then you go back to, Aidan Rice was the lap down. David Kirby, the last one on the lead lap. Aidan Rice a lap down. Simon Francis in 9th, and Jackson Rayhana in 10th, a lap down in the end as well. Actually, saying 2 laps down, but I find that hard to believe. I'm not sure what happened. Have a look at the doughies, the celebrations going on here. Under the bridge for the last time comes the car of David Kirby. Unfortunately, he won't get second in the championship. It might be third in the end because of all of that. But what a great drive throughout the course of the evening. There is Brenton Hobson lapping it up. They've got, would you believe it? They have another 44 minutes in this server. I'm just reading the server time. They've got 44 minutes and 40 seconds. So they can just go around, perform doughies, skids, and do whatever else for the next 44 minutes. I dare say, now it's just flicked over to 4 minutes. So now you've been told, okay, you got 4 minutes to, pack up and get out. And that's the G-rated way, the polite way of putting it. But a lot of them will now head towards the chase for that usual catapult through. So looking forward to that. Stick with me, Chris. We're going to get into the post-race show here in just a moment. There are the final results. Brenton Hobson, John Merritt, then Michael Angus, Dennis Gaderick, Dave Trevathan, Simon Ferris, David Kirby, Aidan Rice, Simon Francis. In fact, in the end, everyone from 7th down was more than a lap down. Jackson Rayhana, a disappointing 10th. Pete Madsen, Warwick Sharp, Josh Thomas, and then Brady McHugh and Rick Sibra. And we know that from Warwick Sharp down, everyone retired there. Oh, wow. Well, actually, I'm not sure if Warwick retired in the end because he was 9 laps down, but he'll be cruelled on the 75% rule, I would think. Geez, Simon Francis went in hard when he jumped up over the tyre barrier going through the chase. We'll see if we can get some replays of that for you in just a moment. It is, and I have to say well done to Jackson Rayhana because he landed it beautifully the other night. Earlier in the night in the production cars. He landed that TCR car perfectly. Right, here we go.
So he beat his 8.5 from the other night?
Oh, yeah, no, it was a 10. You'll have to have a look on the replay.
I will have a look at it on the replay.
Let's get some drivers in here to have a chat post-race as well. We've got Aidan Rice and Michael Angus joining us very shortly. In the meantime, let's have a look at this. Up and over. Nice.
Over.
Too far left. Too far right, I should say. Yeah, the landing was a little... The landing was just a little bit too awkward. Fantastic stuff.
Yep.
Well,
7 out of 10 for that one.
73 races down, none to go. The Gentleman Sim Racing Club Season 3 is done for you, ladies and gentlemen, from a broadcast standpoint. We've still got a couple of club events to come, but they are not broadcast. The Road America 500 miler is in the not-too-distant future. In the meantime, let's continue the conversation here because we've got Dennis Gaderick in the booth, we've got Michael Angus in the booth, we've got David Kirby in the booth, and we've got Aidan Rice as well. Brenton Hobson, the champion, will join us very shortly, but in the meantime, Dennis, I'm going to start with you. Mount Panorama hasn't been all that kind to you this week.
Oh, mate, not at all. I'm hating it.
And normally it's one of your favourite places. Can we go back? I hate to dredge up bad memories, but can we go back to Monday night firstly and say thanks for, ditching us and not coming in to have a chat. probably a good thing from a language barrier standpoint. Although now we're safe because we're almost at 8 o'clock in the west. So go your hardest, boys. It's the last one of the season. Who cares? The fact of the matter is, Dennis, that was a rotten way to lose the championship, and all because, from what Adam Lavis said, you didn't click the fast repair off in your second pit stop. Otherwise, you would have been fine.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't know so much about fine. It was just more. I was just going through Skyline, and in the Audi, it's very sort of commitment based. So it's kind of you got to be on the throttle. If you're not on the throttle, you're going to spin. And unfortunately, I wasn't, and then it just sent me. But the funny part was, I was 10 tenths that entire the entire race. And the second I was like, you know what, I've come out of the pits, just need to be fourth, and I'll win the championship. I'll just tone it down a little bit. I crashed, so it is what it is.
Yeah. Well, that's true. To be honest, though, mate, and for anyone that's just joining us in the chat room, we're reflecting on Monday night before we get to Friday night, but I'm going to get to all of you very shortly. We've got an hour here, and great to have everyone stop by for a chat here post-race after what's been a very long season and a very long night, particularly for Brenton Hobbs and Dennis. To me, on Monday night, and I made the comment during the call, it didn't look like the Audi was the best car for the track on that occasion, and we mentioned that throughout the season. There are going to be weeks. Brenton, I'm coming to you as soon as I'm done with Dennis, mate. Don't worry. I'm not going to make you stick around all night, but we have got an hour in terms of the broadcast. I know you haven't got an hour personally. That's all good. Dennis, I made the comment during the call, and it was something that we said during the season, that there are going to be some weeks that suit the Audi, there are going to be some weeks that suit the BMW and the Ferrari and vice versa, and even the Ford. It didn't look like the Audi was the best car for the mountain on Monday night. It looked like you were on the ragged edge and you were struggling with it.
Yeah, it was just sliding everywhere, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But to be fair with you, I think it was it's also my fault. I had zero practice going in, but then at the same time, I just couldn't find a setup that that I felt comfortable with, and that's always putting you on the back foot. So I just chose the best one I could and just went for it. But it was fun chasing everybody over the top of the hill and catching, and then it was a bit sad losing them down the straights. But it is what it is.
It certainly is, and obviously, I mean, all it would have taken. Like, I mean, we set it up from a championship standpoint, from a broadcast standpoint, that you sitting out the third week was a good thing in terms of giving us a cliffhanger. Unfortunately, you got thrown over the cliff. Unfortunately, if you had your time again, would you have come and put it on the grid for Sonoma?
Yeah, I probably would have. But at the same time, it's okay. It's what I wanted. I wanted the last one to be a cliffhanger, and it was. It definitely was.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, it was my mistake, and that's the risk of leaving it, sort of to the last race. So no, it is what it is. I'm really happy for Luke winning the championship there. He's been, you can see it in the results every week. He's just been getting better and better and better, and the 2 consecutive wins. And yeah, the guys just did a great job, and he won it in the end.
Fire in the belly for next season, though, as far as the GTs are concerned, no doubt.
Well, that's the thing. I have to choose between the GTs and supercars, so we'll see what happens. We'll see.
Okay. I'm going to come back to that, but I'm going to come back and talk to you about this race shortly. I just need to get to Brendan Hobson firstly. Hobbo, congratulations! An awesome season, highlighted by 2 championships, and oh so close in one of the best performances from start to finish that we've seen from you in a stock car race against Carl Watmore. No more than 4 car lengths separating you pair for the entire 38 laps. That was pretty good.
You're not wrong. What a long night. Oh my God. The arms feel like they weigh about 40 kilos each. It was a good night, and the stock car race was, as always, it's the stock car race. It's become almost the expectation every week, hasn't it? That's going to turn on a good race between me and Cal, which is, I'm glad that I'm able to do that, because it was always him and Posy, and I was sort of somewhere there. But I feel like I had to step up a bit this season to make it interesting, and sort of bridge the gap mid-season and made it happen. So yeah, great race again tonight.
Well, mate, 3 race wins and a couple of pole positions along the way. I mean, you were up against it tonight, to be fair, in the stock cars, and I'm going to get to the production cars and then the supercars, so you are going to be here for a few minutes, but I'm going to let you go before the hour is up. Don't worry about that. With regards to the stock cars, though, that was the one that was the long shot because of the low grid numbers, because of Cal's consistency. He was unlikely to retire. You needed to put a few cars between him and you, and have a bit of luck fall your way, incident bonus points and a couple of other things to get the job done. But when you're second to him by that smaller margin, and I'm going to get to the points in just a moment, across the course of 10 races, you've got to take that as a pass mark and a big tick, given, again, as you say, you were there or thereabouts with him and Posy, so you've essentially come in and provided the challenge that Posy normally would, except the table has turned and Cal's actually been rightly rewarded as a champion for the first time this year.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, missing the first round because of the server kerfuffle probably ended up hurting a bit. Because then
that's a good point. Yeah.
When I had to then take a second week without racing, I mean, that's your 2 drop rounds without even hitting the track. So that sort of probably hurt. But I'm not about to blame it on that because Cal, is just a class act in these cars, and I'm never going to say that I am as good as him in them because I don't think I am, and I feel like a lot of the time we get over the top of him just on a bit of luck and a bit of strategy and a bit of trickery and cleverness and all that stuff, which is part of racing. You know, win's a win, but without a doubt, he's the guy. Like this is his thing. So I'm just glad to be able to get up there and have a race with him. I mean, it's the highlight of my week, just about that race with him every week at the moment, because it doesn't really matter what happens. It always works out that there's a good race. So I'm just happy to be a part of it. And I mean, the championship was maybe half a chance, but I mean, it was never really my intention to win it this season. I wanted to get in there and enjoy it, and I did. So for me, it's a pass mark anyway.
All right, hang with me, because now that we're talking stock cars with Brenton, it's a good time to reward your patience, ladies and gentlemen, with the final point standings as far as the stock cars and the ARCA are concerned. So congratulations to Cal Watmore, champion by 30 points in the end. So he extended that tonight. Double points and countbacks and a few other things play a part there, as we know. 2 drop rounds taken into account. 303 played 273. Adam Lavis finished third, and I'm disappointed that he had to go to bed early as well, because it would have been great to talk to him about that. 211 to Nico Pop, 204, and Jackson Rayhana, 201. Trent Lavis, through missing more than 1 round, more than 2 rounds, he dropped down out of the top 5 to 6th on 195. Michael Schreier, sending out a search party for him. We haven't seen him for weeks, on 140 points there in the end. Rencaster Ward on 127. 81 points for Paul Jansen and Dennis Gatterick on 68, made up the top 10. So even when you haven't been on the track for half the season, Dennis, you've ended up in the top 10. Well done. And then stock car development, the ARCA split, Warwick Sharp, comfortable winner in the end, 261, played 186 for Connor Brown. Julian Mookie on 179, tied for third, but Mookie got it on countback with Josh Thomas and Joshua Millard, I should say, 120 points round out the top 5. Dylan Gray, Ben Martin, who was good tonight, Anthony Visma, Paul Rogers, and Jack Manhire made up the top 10 there. Rogers and Manhire were tied for 9th in the end, but obviously Rogers got it on a count back there over Manhire. So nicely done. All right, let's backtrack. Let's talk production cars. Let's talk Mount Panorama. Brenton, I've never had to sit here for an hour or 40 minutes, as it was in that case, and watch you work harder for what was not a race win in the end there. Geez, Cook and Ray Harder really put you to the test tonight, didn't they?
Yeah, ganging up on me, eh? I'd done myself a mischief. I thought that race was an hour, not 40 minutes, and I also didn't have a fuel number, so I way overestimated my fuel level for an hour race, and it turned out to only be 40 minutes. I actually was about 3 laps short of being able to do the race twice on the fuel that I had. That's how much I overfilled.
Yeah, righto.
And I wonder, I don't know with the cars, because
and there was no fuel limit on that either, which meant that you could go all the way through to the checkered flag and not stop, regardless of, you just had to have the 40 minutes fuel load on.
Yeah, exactly, which is where I went wrong. So
yeah. Normally they capped the fuel limit, and that was the problem. We were a bit confused by that too.
Yeah, well, I knew that I could make it on fuel. I just put way too much in. I think it was a 100-litre tank, and I put like nearly 90 litres in or something, because I wasn't sure how much I needed. I think we only needed about 45. So anyway, you live and learn. I don't know if that was the issue that I was having, or if it was actually set up, because it's open set. And this is where practice and more time probably wouldn't hurt, because I had no speed on the straights. Now, I don't know if that was just the extra weight or what, but
yeah,
I was in front and they were driving straight past, and I get behind, and with the toe I could stick with them just. So I don't know what the cause was with that, but I put on for a hell of a fight. I mean, it was great fun. Had an excellent race with Angus. That was just a heap of fun. just it was different, like having to race the way I had to race to try and keep myself in the battle with him actually, and he did a great job. He was unlucky not to get the second place in the end. Jackson just once he got through, he was gone. So it was a shame we didn't get to have a proper ding dong battle with him either. I think it would have been a good race if we were all on the same fuel level or car pace. But I mean, either way, it was a great race. I really enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun.
Would have been fantastic if it was a three-way fight. You're absolutely right about that. We had plenty of fun watching just you go hammer and tong for second and third, though, with Cookie. That was terrific stuff. Probably the best battle for second we've seen in several weeks here. But with regards to your race, actually, we noticed, and it might be, again, that fuel factor, we noticed that you had the edge on Cookie over the top, and then, as you say, he pulled away going down. So it seemed to be a case of 50% one, half dozen of the other. You know what I'm trying to say here. It was just ebbing and flowing beautifully to the point where neither one could get a definitive edge, and that's why you guys were so close. But it wasn't without a little bit of drama, a little bit of hip and shoulder, if I can put it that way. You did have a couple of moments where you both said good evening in manner of speaking.
Everyone loves a good bit of fisticuffs. That's what they've fenders on the cars for, I think. Yeah, that was pretty interesting. We bombed it down in hard on the outside at the chase, trying to compromise his line off the corner to give me a run at a pass at the final turn, and he just got in a bit deep and pushed wide, and he was kind enough to redress that. He really probably didn't have to. He had the position and just didn't allow me through. It's not like he passed me, but he redressed that and let me go through, which was nice. And then I shoveled him off with about a lap to go, not intentionally. I didn't actually think at the time that I hit him, but I must have, and I probably he didn't get the same courtesy and response. Let's put it like that. But it was a great race. I mean, sometimes you get the door handles out, and that's what makes them fun. So it was a good battle. It was good to race against him and get to have a bit of a run with him. I don't think I've really spent much time racing near him before, so I enjoyed it.
I'm going to come back to that in just a moment. But I want to move to a bit of breaking news here, boys. And the Australians have won the first ODI by 66 runs over the Indians. They set India a target of 375. India have fallen well short and 7 wickets down. But Australia take a 1-0 lead in the series game 2 at the SCG on Sunday. You'll see it on Fox Cricket. On the subject of a little bit of hip and shoulder, Brenton Hobson, let's talk supercars. Let's say congratulations firstly. 9 starts, 8 wins, just that 1 week at Phillip Island that didn't go according to plan. We know why. But 8 pole positions, 8 wins, dominant in every sense of the word, and you've got the job done yet again, mate. So congratulations. But, again, not without some drama tonight. You and Dennis at Griffin's Bend.
Yeah, I just felt like punting him. I had the eyes on because I was just out of the pits and I wanted to set a new fastest lap. And I thought, you ripper, I've got a bit of draft. I've got a great run up the hill. This is great. And I knew he was on old tyres and was due to come back in soon to pit anyway. And I thought he was just sort of cruising up and might have let me go. And then I had so much speed with the draft. I think I just went in way too hard. And yeah, all my fault. That was silly. But either way, it was all right. We played fidget spinners for a bit and then got going again. And no harm, no foul, though it may have cost him more than it cost me. I don't know if it hurt his overall result, and I apologise if it did, because that was, again, my fault, a bit of a brain fade. But, yeah, it wouldn't be a race around Bathurst without some kind of interest.
Well, that's true.
Who's in race control?
I was going to say, who was in race control tonight? Chris Kisby was with me in the commentary box. James Wood was. Yeah. Gotcha. So, Woody's the one you can have a chat to. But in saying all that, I'll get to Dennis in a moment, whether it compromised him or not, because he's got a couple of wall scrapings to explain here. But Brenton, one of the comments you made to us a few weeks back was being mindful of the blokes coming through that were soon going to be putting the pressure on, like Jackson Rayhana. Well, tonight you had both him and Angus Cook in that TCR race. It bodes well for 2021, the improvement that some of these drivers have made in the presence of the standouts like yourself and Mikey Hammond and Dennis throughout the course of the season. I'm excited for 2021. What are your thoughts initially?
Yeah, well, at the front you can only go so fast and everyone can catch up. So, I mean, it's only going to get tighter. I'll know next time not to pick a fight with those boys in the TCR cars because that was a poor decision. So, yeah, I mean, it's the first, I think, of many. They're not the only names. There's going to be more that come and go. I mean, the supercars and the stock cars would have been a whole lot more interesting if my mate Michael was able to race the whole series.
Yes.
You mentioned him before. And just to let you know, he's due to get up and running again this weekend. Unfortunately, just missing the finale, but fingers crossed he will be back on the grid for the start of next season. So he'll be back and he'll be raring to go too because he was right into it and had a bit of a hot streak going himself. So
He did.
that'll make it interesting too in supercars and stock cars, another name up at the front again. So it's not going to get any less entertaining. I mean, people will just keep rising and rising and rising. You only rise so far, so eventually you all end up together at the top. So I think I think next year will be very interesting.
I'll get to the points for the production cars in a moment before you shuffle off, because when Michael Hammond didn't show up, that kind of handed you the production car championship. The supercar championship, I don't think you even had to start tonight to wrap that up. We won't have the final points for supercars tonight either, guys, because Adam Lavis has already hit the hay. But check out the club page tomorrow for the final standings of this season. Production cars, final standings there. Brenton Hobson, 294, 209 for Michael Hammond. Simon Ferris, unlucky, 208. He could have pipped Mikey for second there with Michael's absence tonight, but not to be. 174 for Grant Gill, 164 for Jonathan Turner. Paul Nichols, 144. Adam Lavis, 111. 109 for Ben Collard and Josh Thomas on 90, with Jaden Russell rounding out the top 10 on 88 points. Brenton, there's been a lot of races this season. You made this last one, this 73rd and final one of our broadcast. You look very, very easy tonight, but across the year, not just the season, what's been the highlight for you? What's been the standout? I know this championship will sit high because you put a lot of emphasis on the supercar, but everywhere else that you've been a standout performer. What have you enjoyed the most? And obviously, what are you looking forward to about the off-season, the fact that you've got now 7 weeks or so to kick back and relax?
Yeah, well, the off-season will be good just to have a bit of a chance to slow down again for a while. As far as highlights go, I mean, yeah, the Supercars Championship's great, but the Supercars races haven't been as exciting. I mean, I've mentioned it already, but the stock car races week in and week out, it doesn't seem to matter what happens. We just end up having a great race. It's like, I don't understand how, but it seems to be the way that it is. I mean, out of those, it's even hard to pick one that stands out above others too. Getting punted backwards across the line for the win at
yes,
Mosport was pretty good. And then the Formula D session at Phillip Island was a good bit of fun too, but that wasn't exactly a great result. But there's been plenty of highlights, like the whole season really, though, combined. Just it's often you'll have a great race. Like you'll just have a great race. You might be racing for 20th, but it's a great race. But I've just had that almost weekly in that series, so it's hard to just explain how rare and how kind of brilliant that is. And it's a testament to Cal. Like, he's a great racer and he's a hard racer, and that's what I like about it. He's a very, very stubborn hard racer, but he's very fair, and we sort of have a mutual respect going, and it puts on for great racing every time.
A few people to thank before I ask you a couple more questions to go here.
Oh, well, thanks obviously to everyone in the club, like the club itself and everyone that gets behind running it. I mean, it doesn't happen without those guys, so thanks to everyone who makes the wheels turn in that sense. And obviously to everyone involved in the broadcast side of stuff, be it here with JP or Trent when he does them, and you as well, with the amount of time that you put in chatting away here and keeping us all entertained. So not an easy job on a long night like tonight. So thanks to all you guys as well that make the product of the streams. And to my teammates, I guess, too, because I've had a few of them come and go throughout the season. There've been a few people that have jumped in and had a run, and those guys are what got me into the league in the first place. So shout out to them, and then the sponsors on the cars, particularly Smith and Sons, those guys with the Porsche, the backing on the Porsche, and JK Signs and all the others that feature across the cars. And it's worth giving them a quick little shout out. We don't talk about them a lot, but they all help in their own little way.
Indeed they do. Where's the 6-hour road trip to tomorrow, mate? Obviously the first proper weekend where Victorians can enjoy freedom again.
Yeah, well, yeah. I wish it was for some kind of fun and exciting reason, but it's actually for a funeral, which is a bit disappointing. But
that is very sad, yeah.
Yeah, an early start. Got a long way to go tomorrow morning to get there. Actually, even heading interstate. I'm heading into New South Wales from Warrnambool, so a long way. So it's going to be a long drive, but fortunate, I guess, that I'm able to get there given how everything's been with the borders lately. So
Exactly.
yeah, it's going to be a busy weekend, a long way to go, but either way, it'd be nice just to get away.
Yeah, well, obviously condolences for the fact that it's a funeral, but no doubt you'll be obviously enjoying getting across the border and taking in some freedoms that you haven't had for quite some time. Great to have your company throughout the course of the season. Thanks for all the entertainment you've given us along the way, and enjoy the break over the off season. I'm pretty sure there was something else I was going to ask you there, but I've actually clean forgotten. So we'll let you go on that point, mate. Thank you again for all the time you've given us in the post-race shows throughout the course of the year, and your insight as well. Bring on 2021. I think there's a lot to look forward to. I don't know if the club's got enough nights of the week to manage the amount of members they've got and the amount of series that everyone wants to run, but I know you're going to be an integral part of the showpiece events that we have here in the broadcast next year.
Absolutely, I'm looking forward to coming back, and I've got a nice little taste of success finally in this league. And watch out if you're Cal Watmore or Jeff Connell, because the hunger to get back and do better next year in those series is stronger than ever. So can't wait.
I've actually just remembered what it was, and it wasn't so much of a question as a statement. I loved the fact that you got back to the start-finish line with 10 seconds to go and then just used the last lap of an actual race, the 29th one I might add, as a celebration. The fig jam arrogance of your last lap there was absolute top shelf, mate. I loved it.
Yeah, I wanted to rip a few skids and have some fun, like the old days in Bathurst where they have their hand out the window as they roll around on the last lap. Don't get any of that anymore, so I made the most of it. We had a bit of time up our sleeve, and I was primed to look like an idiot if I crashed, but we got away with it.
We were looking forward to seeing what was unfolding because we knew it was going to be a hairy lap given how sideways you were coming out of Hill Corner. Get out of here, mate. Enjoy some sleep. Get on the road tomorrow morning. All the best for the summer.
Thanks very much.
All right, let's continue the conversation here, and apologies for keeping everyone this long. Joe Baldwin, you're over in Western Australia, so you've got a little bit of time up your sleeve. I'll get to you in just a moment. Let's go to David Kirby firstly here, and Aidan Rice is sitting there patiently as well. Aidan and David, actually, 7th and 8th, so this is a good place to start. David, unfortunately, that's probably going to cost you second in the championship. You only had 1 point up on John Merritt coming into this round. He's finished second, but still, by my maths, it's a podium finish for the season. Are you happy with that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, I knew that, and good evening too, by the way, and to everyone at home. Yeah, I knew I had to finish in front of John, regardless of what position it was to secure second. But yeah, looking at the points and stuff like that, like to finish third for the season, I'm stoked. And you said to me in round one, where do you feel like being? I've said in the top 10, but to get a podium finish in season 3 this year, I am absolutely ecstatic.
And so you should be, mate. Congratulations on that. Talk to us a little bit about the race. It wasn't without its drama. We saw quite a few replays of drivers having some moments, and I'm going to get to Aidan in just a moment with his dinged up panel.
Oh, that was subtle.
Yes, but with you, David, what did you make of the hour, I should say?
No, look, it was good. It was tough. It was intense. Look, I made quite a few mistakes myself, but you know, it was great to get out there tonight, and I was looking forward to it. With it being obviously a hot track and hot track surface and stuff like that, I did struggle. I'm not going to lie. So to find the right balance and the right setup through practice earlier on this evening and through qualifying, I'm happy with how I went. Don't get me wrong. And obviously, as you see, you know, supporting a new livery this weekend ahead of a retro round next weekend. So, look, I'm happy. It's just a case of, you know, fine tuning it. Don't overdrive the car. But look, I'm happy. Like I said, I'm happy with how I went tonight, and to finish P3 in the championship for this season. Yeah.
Yeah. David's actually one of the cars that you'll see in the NTS Bathurst 1000 that I was talking about earlier in the broadcast, and that's coming up for SimShed Broadcasting next Sunday. I'll be in the booth for some of that, if not all of that. Who knows? Because I'm going to be here watching it, so I may as well probably just lend the mic. Looking forward to it immensely. And 8 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. That's an early start for everyone. Have a look at that. 9 a.m. in the civilized parts of the country. Australian Eastern Daylight Time, of course.
It's a
So
7
we'll be with
a.m.
you for
warm
that.
up.
That's well, exactly right. Nothing wrong with that. But
No.
looking forward to being part of that. Big Sunday ahead here next week, of course, to bring the curtain down on the season for Sim Shed Broadcasting as well. So obviously, this is just a 1/6 of that race that's coming up. David, your thoughts going into that? Was tonight a good trial run? What are you looking forward to? Obviously, you won't be driving the whole race. You'll have a co-driver there. What do you take out of tonight into next week?
Of course. My co-driver for next weekend is Craig Hopkins. He's been running in Split 2, so the Frigid Chill Commodore will be out next Sunday. But look, tonight was actually a very good test run. Obviously, the sim dates and times and stuff like that, and the track temps will be rather similar. Obviously, tonight was only an hour. Next weekend we've got 6 or 7 hours of it.
Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? It's actually tonight I was hoping Hobbo wouldn't do that last lap because I had to pit for fuel.
No, oh, no.
I was watching the track map. I'm like, no, slow down, slow down. But yeah, look,
we were looking at the clock. We knew he was going to get there.
yeah, thanks. You could have told me. No, look, tonight was a really good dress rehearsal for next weekend. So looking forward to it. It'll be my third Bathurst 1000 this year.
Commitment?
Yeah, commitment. I've done the Gentleman Sim Racing Club early in September. Then I did the iRacing official one the week after. So to finish the year off next weekend with NTS and everything for another 1,000, I'm excited. I'm nervous because it's a great series as well as Friday nights here at Gentleman Sim Racing Club as well. Yeah, looking forward to it. Like, bring it on.
Bring it on indeed. Looking forward to it, mate. Good luck there. Hang around if you can. We might ask you another question on the way out here. In the meantime, let's go to Aidan Rice. Aidan, what happened? It was it looked like a frustrating hour, and that Commodore's a little bit worse for wear, I'd say.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, look, great race, starting 11th, finishing 8th. A lot of excitement on the track and also actually on the rig myself. I broke a mount on my direct drive, and the direct drive was floating around at full strength. So my arms are yeah, they're feeling it now. It felt like I had the Mercedes DAS system. The wheel was just sliding back and forth, but had a great battle with Pete Matson at the start of the race, and he definitely kept me honest and yeah, gave me a little hip and shoulder into the chase, but nicely redressed. Just that moment there is when the wheel broke. So apologies to Hobbo. That's when the wheel broke off the mount just at that point there. But yeah, look, Pete readdressed at the end of the chase, and I was working the fuel number as well. I was sort of hovering in the 4.8s. And had to bring it down to 4.35 to actually finish. I was watching Hobbo, whether he was going to get over the line. I think he got over the line within about 12 seconds or something. But I was just managing the gap back to Simon. So it was just, yeah, that was pretty cool. I know it mightn't have looked super spectacular on the outside, but yeah, I was definitely definitely earning my spicy cola, that's for sure.
Seemed like a trying night at the office, mate, but at least you got there to the finish in the end. Well done on all of that. Final thoughts on the year that was, because it's been a long one, but it feels as though it's gone rather quickly since we've got back into some form of normality, with thanks to sim racing, but also normal world commitments resuming as well.
Yeah, look, I only joined the club in August. I only really got into sim racing in June. So season 3 with the club was my first full season, and yeah, just what really amazing club, and a massive thanks to everybody involved, all the the guys that I've battled with in the Porsche Cup and in the V8s as well, and also the great race control, the guys offering up their evenings, and the committee, and also yourself, Zach. Really, really do enjoy all the engagement that the club brings. And by the way, I really enjoyed that race last night as well. That was something else. Really
I
good
was going to
sport.
say the racing last night was top shelf. It was somewhat. We look back on that and we're like, why weren't we covering up and comers and in IndyCar or Zero to Hero ovals all year? Because the racing last night, they certainly saved their best until last. And of course, I don't think I'll commentate a better sim racing finish than what we saw in the GT3 race on Monday night. That was just scintillating stuff as well. Let's quickly bring in a couple of others into the conversation here. Michael Angus and Joe Baldwin, thank you for waiting patiently there, guys. Michael in third, and Joe, I believe you were in the development split, yeah?
I was in the development split, yes.
How'd that all play out, mate? Because I haven't got access to any results at the moment.
Oh, look, I reckon I can even give you the results of the championship. But look, Glenn Cito Riddell, he had it smashed to pieces. He was lapping like 5, 6, 7 tenths faster than anybody. And we had a yellow flag in the middle there, a safety car. And I don't know, he pulled over to the right-hand side of the track and disappeared. So I don't know. So... unlucky for him. He was going to smash it to pieces. He had it won, but he sort of fell out, and a couple of guys that were between me and him ducked into the pits, and I was lucky enough to pull off a win. So I was, pretty damn happy tonight.
And as you should be. Congratulations. Very nicely done. Reflecting on the year that was, there have been shining lights and moments of success, and there have been some frustrating nights as well. But what have you enjoyed most about the year that was? Obviously, tonight we were very lucky that the supercar race started late enough for you. You guys obviously hampered. You get smashed at this time of the year with the time difference. You don't get to probably be involved as much as you'd like. But what have you enjoyed about where you have been able to be involved, mate?
Making friendships along the way, and that's. I mean, I've been a part of this club right from the start. It was born out of another group. Migrated here with probably 5 or 6 different guys. Got it going. 1 or 2 of them have sort of not around anymore, which is a little bit sad. I mean, I'm sure they're there in the background, but there's some absolute stand-up guys in the club here, and you just the friendships, like the chat, the banter on Discord, and everyone races clean. It's just such good fun. I was unlucky enough to have a computer failure 2 weeks ago, and I lost all my setups. I lost everything, and guys, just as soon as I mentioned, here's a setup, and it's that camaraderie with all the guys. It just makes it, I bust my ass to get home from work so that I can just join in and hang out with the boys, because it's like a bunch of mates going in the pub. We just sit at home, sober, racing virtual race cars, and we have a bloody ball doing it,
Absolutely, we do, and it's the same from our end as well. Those of us that aren't racing but we're commentating, we have a ball here as well. And those of you that have been watching us right throughout the season, it might sound like we're having a lot of fun on air, I should say. It's because we are, and sometimes the post-race chats that extend beyond the end of the broadcast, they're just exceptionally entertaining. So I'm sure there will be a few more of them next year. Probably not tonight because of the way that we're going past 11:30 already, and we've still got a couple of guys to get to and a couple of little bits of housekeeping to get to as well. But Joe, hang there for me for a moment. Michael Angus, welcome in. 05, a number very synonymous with Mount Panorama for so many reasons, and you brought it home on the podium again tonight, mate. Well done. 40 seconds the margin, but it looked like you were a little bit lonely there. You had John Merritt was too far up the road to be in a battle with you. Dennis Gaderick was too far behind. It ended up being a case of keep it on the black stuff and bring it home on the podium. That seems simple, but I'm sure it wasn't.
Yeah, it was a boring old race, to be honest. Once Dennis pitted a little bit early, and I don't know if he was going a 2-stopper or he got a fuel calculation wrong, but...
Well, see, this is why I asked him to stick around, but he's actually, bolted on me, unfortunately. I would have loved to have known myself, but anyway.
But yeah, once he once he pitted, I was literally by myself for the rest of the race. So I had a little crack halfway through the race at Johnny Merritt and chewed through some of the tyres. And once I started to crunch the numbers in my head with Brenton out in front and how many laps he was going to run, I realised I was going to be pretty tight on fuel. So I sort of just parked myself, 7 seconds up the road and 7 seconds down the road and just lapped around. I didn't really see anyone.
Didn't, but not seeing anyone around here is a good sign that you're not getting into any trouble. So that's a good thing. And you brought it home in third. I'm not sure what that's going to mean for the championship, mate. As I say, the points will be crunched tomorrow by Adam Lavis. But what have you enjoyed most about the last 10 weeks and particularly this series itself?
Yeah, I don't think I'll figure too much there. I missed a few races throughout the year, so that sort of put a bit of a hamper on a good result. But no, the guy's an absolute cracker, and that's all the guys up from the AMs through to Pro-Am, and everyone that's out on the track. It's a good bunch of blokes to go racing with, and it's my first full season running a supercar, so. I think definitely throughout the year you could see everyone getting more comfortable with them, and it's the same across the other series as well. You can see guys, and talking about Luke Turner before, we were running around the AM split in the GT3s last season, and to see him go from where he has to winning the championship, it's pretty cool to see guys improving, and it's happening for me as well. Seeing guys out there like Brenton running around in the times that he's doing, it's definitely giving you something to chase and just sort of not letting you sit back and think you're doing okay. You've still got time to find.
Yeah.
So no, the challenge has been great. The club's fantastic, and like I said on Monday night, everyone does a great job, and everyone really appreciates and respects the time that the club and the volunteers committee and commentary team put into the product. It's amazing.
No, it's noted how much you guys appreciate that by the fact that every single person that stopped by here this week has said something about the effort that goes into the club, the effort that goes in behind the scenes, and of course with the broadcast as well. So we haven't forgotten that. Jackson Rayhana, let's bring you in on this note. Can I just say too, by the way, we forgot to mention earlier, 10 out of 10. As we say, good evening and almost good morning to you. 10 out of 10 for the landing when you guys went speeding through the gravel trap into the chase and launching it over the tyre wall. You were the only one that landed it well. Everyone else wrecked.
Oh, man, I did it in the V8 one as well. It's the first time I think I've ever landed it. First time I've ever landed it once, but to do it twice in one night after
I didn't take the supercar one.
After attempting so many times, it was cool. But look, rough night in the supercar. Bit of a rough night in the stock car too. Like we got off to such a good start in the prod cars, and then it all went downhill from there. But look, it's cool that it's all over. Oh well, I guess it's not cool. It's not, not ideal that it's all over. I wish you could keep going and going. But look, since I started sim racing, it's been pretty flat out. So we've just got the F3 to focus, last round of F3 to focus on next week, and that's pretty much it. Done and dusted for the year. So me and Gus are going to hook into that, practicing all week next week, and then it's feed up and margaritas for everyone.
That's across Thursday night. What time do we tune in for that again, mate? Let us know.
Race start is at around 8 o'clock.
Excellent. Let's have a look at your landing here firstly. JP's fast forward to the end of the race. Have a look at this. Just admire this brilliance for us, ladies and gentlemen. Straight into the gravel trap. Look at the speed that he's carrying here.
You're hanging on a bit in these things. They're a bit quicker than the TCRs.
Bang! Up and over, and just when you think you got too much lean on the right, you somehow managed to bring it back and save it. Look at that. Whoa. You didn't want to get too much close to the wall there, did you? My goodness.
Actually, I
was going to say the TCR one was more impressive because you continued going straight. You didn't actually lock it up.
I didn't even need to do anything.
No.
We nearly get it. And I just overcorrected just here. I'd count that.
I'll pay it. Because you got past the bridge. Not many people do. No, you did well. Keep going, mate. You're right.
Oh no, I had a mental blank. You go.
Okay, that was exactly the same here. I was getting you to go because I was
my brain's a bit. You got to excuse me. My brain's a bit fried after doing 5 hours of racing.
let me come back to that in a moment because that's an important point to focus on. I was going to ask Brenton Hobson, but he obviously had to skip away, so I'm going to ask you on that in just a moment. Aidan Rice, you're sitting there on mute at the moment. Just give us what you're most looking forward to about 7 weeks of being able to kick back and relax, and I guess look ahead to next year. Is there any routine in place to the summer schedule, or is there a particular car or a particular circuit that you would like to improve on, that you need to master in readiness for next year? Have you thought that far ahead?
I'm just really looking forward to learning my kids' names again.
Good point.
Nah,
I
look,
like it.
yeah, look, I'm actually I'm gonna take probably about a week off. I'm gonna hang the wheel up for about a week, and
Yep.
I'm gonna bolt it down first. But yeah, probably
That's true.
take a week off and just just really, I guess, capture my thoughts on I guess how I've gone this year so far, and even look to how I can contribute to the club a little bit more as well, because yeah, I guess it's really important. More hands, all hands in. I guess it makes everyone's life a little bit easier. So yeah, and just looking forward to the general festivities of the holiday season, right?
Well, this is exactly right. Now that the premiers have stopped, playing border politics, we can all look forward to proper, actual, traditional, usual Christmas routines. That's the main thing. Unless you're in Western Australia, unfortunately, Joe, no one's allowed to come and visit you. Edward McGowan's just keeping the border checks in point until March, I think, until he wins the election, isn't he?
Look, it's a bit crazy over here. I know he wouldn't want to come across my wife. Our daughter's getting married in January in South Australia, and yeah, she's not real happy with him right now. I'll give you the tip.
Yeah, except the problem is they weren't happy with some of the politics being played up here in Queensland by Palaszczuk either. But what did the dopes of Queensland do? They went and re-elected her anyway. So, look,
Go figure.
I've got my fingers crossed that common sense prevails in Western Australia. But given the popularity polls that are coming out, I reckon he might be on track to win every seat in the upper and lower house, which might be a bad sign going forward in Western Australia. But who knows? On that note, let's start to wrap up here because we've got I reckon we can stretch it out to midnight with the amount of thank yous and everything else we've got to do. And Chris Kisby, I'm going to get you to be a big part of that, and Joe Baldwin as well. Mr. Kirby, same question I asked Aidan Rice there. What's the schedule for the next 7 weeks now that you haven't got a solid Friday night commitment with the simulator? Is there a circuit that you want to master? Is there a car that you want to have a crack at in readiness for another series within the club next year? Obviously, this all comes after next Sunday's Bathurst 1000. Of course, all the time between now and then will be the supercar. But then what happens after that, mate? Obviously, there'll be some family commitments as well, but it'll be nice to just kick the feet up and not have to place so much of an emphasis on the simulator. But I'm sure there'll be some restoring, some repairing, some regrouping, and some tuning and some weaving done in between now and when we get back underway.
Yeah, obviously, of course, there's between now and next week, it's Bathurst, and a little bit more Bathurst.
Too much Bathurst is never enough, apparently.
Yeah, actually, before this week, I haven't actually turned a lap around here since round 1 of season 4, like the official season. 12 weeks, 10 weeks ago, 11 weeks ago. So yeah, it's just all focusing for that next week. Obviously, Road America as well will be heavily featured through the official series. But once we're done racing, it will be pull the rig down, make some adjustments, make some, move the pedal box, everything, and just relax and not have to rush home from work both Tuesday and Friday nights, so I can actually make some money for overtime. So that'll be good. But look, it'll be good. I don't even know how the whole schedule exactly works over the Christmas New Year period. It's my first year in iRacing, so yet to feature all that. I know the club's starting back, I think, the second week of January, which is great. Everything else, not 100% sure, but
No.
Look, I'll be jumping in. I'll get as much practice in as I can. I want to hit 2021 running, and and make improvements through my own racing and racecraft, etc. So
There's an illustration of the commitment of sim racers, ladies and gentlemen. They pass up overtime. I love it. Now,
okay, occasionally I'm working
occasionally.
Sunday this week.
well, it's a little bit of give and take, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it is, and
Yeah.
you got to have that work life balance, and that and to step. Obviously, I drive a truck for a living, so yeah, I sit in traffic, I sit in the border crossing and everything because I am here in Queensland as well, and I do go across
You
New
too,
South
Dave.
Wales. Yeah, mate, I'm here, and I've only
you
got
poor
one more day of having to go through Palachuk's border crossing. So I can't wait till Tuesday. Bring it on.
You and me both, mate. I'm more relieved that I don't have to deal with the idiots at Queensland Health with their border pass rubbish because I'm trying to fly a relative up here, my sister, in fact, in a couple of weeks, and they've been changing the
Mate,
border passes by the day.
I have every single border pass
I
that
could
I've
imagine.
had to have, and it's in the truck. And I can't wait until I get them all out. I'm going to line them all up, take a photo. I'll post it up in the club when it's all
Please
done.
do, but don't sell them on eBay because you won't make anything for them.
No.
Once Tuesday comes around, they'll all be rendered useless anyway. So it's strange how all this plays out. No, border politics has been a big part of the year. When you say you're stuck up here in I mean, some of us, again, it's work that brings us here. Some stay for the lifestyle, but that's because they actually are content with living in the past, whereas those of us that are trying to fight for progressiveness, sorry, what was that?
I'm born and bred Gold Coast, so.
Oh, you are born and bred Gold Coast. Well, you are in a good part of Queensland, but again, we're still lacking that ability to progress into the 21st century. I'm going to continue that fight next year.
As my brother in Melbourne always says, Queensland, welcome to 1985.
Exactly right. Or actually, I'll go one level further than that and say 1908, but that's just me. I mean, and the reason for the mathematics there, I had to go further back. I had to go further back than a century, and find a leap year that corresponded with 2020, and 1908 was the year where the February 29 fell on the Saturday and everything. Yeah, so it's called 1908. Next year it might be something different, but we'll work on it. Hopefully common sense prevails because, as I've said all along, that business sector cops it. $23.9 million a day it loses through, and not discounting everything that's lost because of COVID and the ongoing border politics, but 23.9 million because of the 1 hour difference. In the aviation sector, when they can't fly a 9 p.m. Brisbane to Sydney service because of the Sydney curfew, just imagine how many millions they're losing each summer. It's just madness. Jackson Rayhana, as someone that works in the aviation sector, your thoughts on the year, because mate, you have been an integral part of not just the on-track stuff, but also the post-race stuff here. You've even had a stint in commentary with us. What are your thoughts on the year that was? As we've lost Aidan Rice there, but we're, again, getting close to wrapping things up here. What are your thoughts on the year that was? What do you take stock of, with one eye, obviously, to that Formula 3 finale, and then what do you do with your summer other than work? What do you do as far as sim stuff is concerned? Do you sit back and let it rest for a couple of weeks, or are you in there keeping yourself match ready for next year?
Oh, gee, mate. To be honest, if you told me 10 months ago that I'd be sim racing against the likes of, going toe to toe with someone like Brenton Hobson and, competing for an Australian Formula 3 title, I would have laughed and said, "You're kidding yourself." Because I mean, I'd always wanted to start sim racing, but I guess COVID was just the final push to say, "Oh, look, you got plenty of downtime, so you might as well invest in yourself and have a crack." And it's probably the best decision I've made in the last few years, ever since I stopped go karting. So it's been really cool. It's been wild. Like, it's been a really steep learning curve. But man, I don't regret anything, and just grateful I found a place, like the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, to hone my skill and get better. Because without these guys, I probably the learning curve wouldn't have been as steep, and I wouldn't have had as much knowledge to bounce off everyone else. And that said, made a few really good friends, and it's just been a phenomenal, crazy fast, just hectic last 6-7 months. But it's couldn't ask to start my sim racing career in a better place.
almost out of time here because we've got to wrap up and say our thank yous and everything else. Chris Kisby, now that the season's done, obviously, I'm going to get back to you and Joe with regards to how proud you guys are of what the club has achieved this year. That'll be our last thought here. And also, I want everyone to nominate maybe who their favourite driver of the year was rather than driver of the night, because we know driver of the night's Hobbo with 2 championships in a second. Don't forget about that. Push it out the door. But have a think about driver of the year, because, by gee, there's some good nominations. Chris Kisby, what do you do with your summer now that sim racing's not demanding your attention in race control 3 nights a week? What is there to do in the little island state of Tasmania, mate?
Well, as the borders are slowly opening up again, we're looking forward to more tourists, which means I get to sell more coffee
That's it.
in my little coffee van, and maybe catch up with the likes of Mr. Polly and Mr. Hammond at some point. I'm going to have a crack at the Stone Cold Racing, see what they do. There's not much else I can do down here, but it's sort of the thing we do. Generally, summer and the tourist season is our busiest time with cruise ships and all that sort of stuff at the caves and with my coffee van. But they won't be back for a year or so, and we're relying on local and Australian. So, hopefully they'll all get back to us.
When the Formula V National Challenge comes to Tasmania, does that coffee van, because they've already asked me about coming down to commentate it when the Formula V National Challenge comes to Tasmania, I'm yet to commit because, well, it was supposed to be next year, but I think it gets pushed back to the year after because Victoria, who lost out this year, gets next year, and it all gets very messy after that. But does that coffee van of yours also do caramel milkshakes, mate?
I'm sure we can arrange it.
Very good.
We do one of the best iced coffees and iced chocolates in the state.
Yeah, very good. I don't doubt that for a second.
Man, I want to try one now.
Hey, I'd come and get one, but I wouldn't be allowed to come home.
Well, that's exactly right. Not only have one on order for me and on standby, but there's incentive to come to Tasmania, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not a coffee drinker in any sense of the word, but if they can arrange a caramel milkshake, I'm all over that. I used to go, the ice cream parlour in Bathurst used to see me 3 times a week. Because I'm not within walking distance of an ice cream parlour anymore, I have to make my own bloody banana smoothies, and banana's not the same as caramel, but anyway, what do you do?
That's right.
Joe Baldwin, apart from prepping for a hopeful trip to South Australia when common sense might prevail for a wedding here, what is your summer entail, mate? Obviously, there'll be no shortage of work, but how do you spend your downtime when you haven't got to be in the sim rig twice a week?
No, I'm lucky. By the industry I'm in, because we deliver to mills and stuff like that. They have holidays. I have holidays, so I'll actually get about 3 weeks off, which I'm looking forward to.
Yeah.
But just on another note, can I talk about
mate,
the
go for it. Yeah,
championship
please do.
for the in the development series? I've sat and crunched some numbers because I'm quite impatient like that.
Yeah.
Now, one thing that has happened is the top 3 finishers in the development series in Tony Darkozy, Daniel Birchnell, and myself all finished on the mountain with 0 incidence points, and we were the only 3 to do it.
Yep.
Which I'm pretty proud of, because it's not often you get a race around the mountain with 0 incident points. So I'm pretty happy with that. Tony has smashed the championship with 134 points plus the bonus for the 0 incidents. Between Daniel and myself, it come down to 1 point. 199 for me, 198 for Daniel.
Wow.
So and I missed last week as well, which sort of put me on the back foot, but was my wife's birthday. So happy birthday to her for last Friday night, and she lets me race when I don't have anything else to do. But
that's it.
Look, just guys like Kisby, can't say enough for what he's done for the club, and I know it comes from everybody.
Yep.
He's spent more time in the booth doing race control than he has racing, and that's a big sacrifice for the club. And I just personally want to say thank you to Chris. Top job.
Absolutely.
You as well, Zach. on behalf of everybody here, I just want to say, thank you to you personally. I think you do a great job. Keep, and I hope you stick around. I hope this partnership continues on.
It'll continue in some way, shape, or form, mate. I'm not entirely sure what 2021 has in terms of work outside of the home office, but there will be some Gentlemen Sim Racing Club stuff in there. Don't you worry about that.
Yeah, good to hear. And there's so many guys in the club that just I could be here for half an hour rattling off some of the names, but guys like Polly and Nico Pop and Paul Nichols and and it goes right down the line. There's so many guys there that you just want to thank because they're the oil that makes the machine run smoothly, And you were talking about a driver that you want to put your hand up, and nominate.
Please. Yep.
For me, a guy watching his improvement from the start of the year to where he is today, he's on pace in every single car. I used to be able to whip his butt at the start of the seasons. I can't now. He thumped me in some cars, and if you want to talk about I think if you want to talk about most improved across all cars, doesn't matter what he gets in, is Warwick Sharp.
Absolutely. Yeah, Warwick's been very impressive.
He has. He was always a clean racer. He always raced really well. And just to see the improvement over the course of I've been doing this a long time, so I'm probably about as good as I'm ever going to get. But, to see, Warwick just step up week after week after week, and he's been learning his craft. And I just say, congratulations, Warwick. You're doing a wonderful job, mate. Keep doing what you're doing. You never see him involved in scraps. He's never barking at anybody. And he's exactly what this club's about is guys like him. And there's a bunch of other guys like Tony Duckosi, that won the championship in the Supercars with me.
Tony DeRossi, yeah.
DeRossi, yeah. Sorry, I don't know how to.
Oh, mate, neither did I until he personally messaged me and said,
there you go,
say it as it's spelt here, not as it's spelled on the screen, and you'll be right, yeah.
Yeah, right, cool. Yeah, so, but and there's so many different guys as well, that have just stepped up, and they're just good fun to race with, and it's great to be a part of the club. So thanks to everyone involved. They all know who they are, and and I'll certainly be around so long as there's a place for me to join in.
There always will be, mate. Obviously, it's been a difficult season in terms of accommodating for the time difference with the West Coast, but we've always been able to rely on you to be in here on a Friday night and a Monday night. And that's the main thing. Great to have you on board as per usual. We've got Warwick Sharp actually in our green room right now, so he must have felt his ears burning because he's sitting in here. Warwick, good evening to you. Great to have you on board, mate. Congratulations on the ARCA Championship yet again. And to be fair, to go off Joe's comment, and I'll get Chris Kisby to comment here before we get to you, Warwick. Joe's well within his rights to say Warwick's one of the best drivers of the year because whilst he might not always be a winning driver, he's a consistent performer across the wide variety of categories that we have here. Yes, we can talk about the Rayhanas and the Hobsons and the Hammonds all day long, but consistency like that just shows that the versatility stretches right across the club from everyone in up-and-comers and their versatility to adapting to different circuits. And last season it was different cars to guys like Warwick who show up every week and always give 110%. There's not many rage quits involved in Warwick Sharp's business, Chris, but it's the versatility, it's the consistency, it's the commitment, isn't it?
Oh, that's certainly the case, Zach. I totally agree with Joe there. He was Warwick, and I have another one that would be my probably tie for driver of the year. In from my eyes that I've seen come through the ranks, and that's only because Warwick isn't in a particular class that this other driver is. He can't actually get into the class because he's too high on I rating.
Yep.
But totally agree. Thank you very much for the kind words there, Warwick. Joe. And it's a pleasure to try and make the racing a bit more enjoyable for you guys.
Warwick, obviously, it was a difficult night in the ARCA, but it was also appeared to be a difficult night in the Supercar, mate. Just give us a quick rundown of what went wrong.
Look, it was like ice out there tonight. But to be honest, while I might have parked it once I crashed, so I'd done the earlier race.
Yep.
I really enjoyed it. I mean, it was only a season ago in up and comers.
Yep.
If Jackson was in front of me at Bathurst and a Commodore, I would have been waving goodbye to him. And I kept in touch with him, which sort of showed how far I've come in the last season. So I actually really enjoyed the time I spent out on track.
Indeed. Good stuff. Grant Gill, Jonathan Turner, Brett Selby-Wood, they jump out of the up-and-comers now. They're gone. I just read the message that Chris Kisby sent through, and that's what progression is all about. When you win, no more up-and-comers for you. Jackson Rayhana found out that the hard way last season. Off you go and play with the big boys. Be the small fish in the big pond rather than the big fish in the small pond. And Warwick, what does your summer look like now that you haven't got the weekly structured commitment of iRacing? Will there be some testing and tuning on your part getting ready for next year?
Well, we've got the Stockcar Series, which we're actually testing out cars currently as we speak for the
I was going to
first
say, I
race.
could hear some gear crunching in the background, yeah.
Yeah, we've got a car that we're out on track giving a run. There's about 8 of us. See if that's what we're going to go with. Got the Enduro to look forward to. Currently we're in a Pro-Am car sitting in second outright. So that's come up. And then, I don't know what sort of racing I'll do over summer. I might give it a bit of a break or, I'm not sure yet.
Joe
Definitely
Baldwin.
look forward to the season starting again next year.
Exactly right, mate. I think we're all looking forward to it as well. I'm going to wrap it up on that note because I'm looking at the clock. It says 11:59. We've almost hit midnight, so we won't be saying good night. We'll be saying good morning. But there are some thank yous from my end as well before we do say goodbye. Huge thanks to Joe Baldwin. He's just jumped out. And thanks to all the guys that have stuck around here, David Kirby, Jackson Rayhana, and Chris Kisby. Chris, thank you very much for your help in commentary and in race control throughout the course of the week.
You're most welcome, Zach.
We have put in 18 hours of on-air coverage across our 2 platforms this week. It's been an immense amount of fun. We've enjoyed it. We hope you have as well. And the season that is now complete. But the season isn't done. As you just heard Warwick Sharp say, the Stone Cold Series, the boys, just when you thought, God, here's 7 weeks, we can kick the feet up, we can relax, Stone Cold Racing come to your saviour and say, look, take your sim rig on your holiday with you so that you've got something to do. And because at the end of the day, too much sim racing is never enough. So Mondays and Fridays, keep an eye out for that across the course of the summer. They're going to take a week off the week that correlates with the Boxing Day holiday and also New Year's Day. So there'll be no racing that week. December 28 to January 1, but they'll be back. It's a 5-week series across that 6-week window, so get amongst that. It's not broadcast, but the guys within the club, the links will be up so you can, if you've got an iRacing login, you can jump in as a spectator there and watch the boys do their thing. And of course, on that subject, we'll also make sure that there's a link up for Jackson Rayhana's Formula 3 finale with Angus Cook and Chris Stark and a couple of others. Really looking forward to that. Good luck to the boys there. That's next Thursday night, of course. And I might even tune in because no home and away, so I'm free. And of course, don't forget the NTS Bathurst 1000, Sunday, December 6th. We're going to be on air all day long with that one and really looking forward to it immensely. And that's a personal free plug for JP Simshed and Simshed Broadcasting because he's done a great job with us right throughout the course of this season.
Just on that, Zach.
Yes, David?
On behalf of all the drivers, just want to say a big shout out to JP and Simshed Broadcasting for coming on board for season 3.
Absolutely.
Monday nights and Friday nights, it's been a top class broadcast each and every week, and of course Adam as well on a Wednesday night. So to the broadcasters from all of us drivers across all classes and all categories, we say thank you.
We certainly do, and that echoes from the commentary box back to our directors as well. They're always in my ear. They're always doing a great job, and the great thing about this throughout the course of the year, and it goes from season 1 all the way through to season 3, and it'll work the same way next year. They're always looking for subtle ways to improve the quality of what we present. That dedication won't die. They'll be still sitting there over summer, jotting down ideas and having things pop into their mind with ways to make this look as flash as it can on the television.
Yeah,
and
I
the races are a huge part of that. What you guys do makes the show. I mean, at the end of the day, we're just directors and mouthpieces, but it doesn't happen without you guys. So we've got to thank you for your dedication as well, David, you and every other driver that's been a part of the season.
Yeah, thanks, Zach. And just on that, make sure everybody, you do tune in next Sunday.
Yes.
I believe JP does have some special things up his sleeve. He's going to debut next weekend. So tune in and watch the broadcast go to the next level.
New
Yeah,
overlay.
that's right. He said he was going to sit there and sponsor the up and comers next season, didn't he? Yeah, right.
Right, yeah, looking forward to it. Looking forward to that next Sunday. I mean, the on-screen presentation, it always looks top shelf. It'll be the same next Sunday. There's a little teaser in there for you with regards to all that. I might wrap it up on that note. To be fair, 2020 has thrown stuff at us that we never thought imaginable. The bushfires at the start of the year, then of course COVID-19, which has dominated the rest of our year. All we can say is thank Christ for sim racing, because it's been our weekly escape from the insanity that's been unfolding around us in what has been a trying and difficult year, a year that we won't forget, but a year that's been made far easier by being able to convene here on a Monday, Wednesday, and Friday night. If you'd asked me back in April when I was first asked by, and let's not forget this guy's involvement as well with Robert Hazeldine. He, of course, looked after the direction of the broadcast for season 1 and 2, and then, of course, we've got JP and Adam Lavis doing it for season 3. I almost got Trent and Adam confused there, and I shouldn't. But anyway, we got them involved for season 3, and Adam did a couple of things for us in late season 2 as well. But Robert spent much of the year much of last year and the year before when we were working together out at Queensland Raceway trying to sell sim sports on me. And I was like, mate, when I go home and play the PlayStation, I commentate there. I can't see myself doing it, watching other people play. That's just not who I am. And sure enough, it's become a weekly ritual for me. I got in here mid-April, just after Easter, and got shown the ropes by Nico Pop and Paul Nichols, and I'm constantly still learning from those guys, and I'll get to them in a moment. But the great thing is that throughout the course of the year, when I first jumped in here on the Friday night in April, I thought, oh yeah, let's see how this goes. This will probably be a one-off. Who knows what's going to happen? And then, sure enough, 1 week became 2 weeks, became 3 months, became 6 months, and away we go into December, and it's still a part of my weekly ritual. So my heartfelt thanks to everyone that's been involved behind the scenes and on air as well. Nico Pop, Paul Nichols, they've been integral to making this happen. At the end of the day, I'm just a mouthpiece. It doesn't happen without the club. It doesn't happen without the drivers. It doesn't happen without the direction and the producers of our broadcast, and it doesn't happen without the quality entertainment of the driving standards that we've seen right throughout the course of the season. Yep, sure, there have been some nights where it's been forgetful on all counts. Wednesday night will remain with us for a very long time, not because it was a bad broadcast, but because the Porsche saved the Demolition Derby until last. But it's been a tremendous season. It's been a lot of fun. As I said, 73 races across 24 circuits across 10 weeks. We're stuffed. We're done. It's been a tremendous season. And now, as I said earlier, we're all looking at ways that we can incorporate some of 2020 normal into pre-COVID normal when we get back to there after the vaccine arrives, hopefully in the early months of next year. And as I said, my commitment here will remain the same. It's gratifying to know that so many people appreciate what we've been able to do. And I'm an amateur to sim racing, just like the up-and-comers are. They're still learning. I'm still learning. There's always tricks to the trade. What's been the most challenging but most enjoyable aspect for me is working with people that aren't in the same room. Normally you can point to your co-commentators and everything else. We're communicating through Discord. We're communicating through computer technology. Sometimes we don't know what the other person's going to say when they're going to chime in. It's basically a circus, and I've been very blessed to be, trusted with the role of ringmaster. And we so often have fun with that. As I said, the post-race show, after we get off air is almost as entertaining as the post-race show on air, and that's because these drivers stick around. Huge thanks to all the drivers that have made themselves available throughout the course of the season, be it in a post-race discussion, as an in-race commentator, as a guest commentator when some of our guys have had to take a night off. It doesn't happen without them, and we're very grateful for their insights as well, that they share their time with us. And a huge thanks to everybody that's enjoyed what we do, as I say. For someone that didn't see sim racing as part of his 2020, I'm already looking forward to incorporating it in 2021, as so many other people are. We're coming back to sim racing next year, but we're also going back and enjoying what we were enjoying pre-COVID as well. We hope you'll continue to enjoy it, and you'll go out and support your grassroots motorsport as it resumes right around the state, right around the country. And of course, we'll see what 2021 throws at us. Have a safe and Merry Christmas, everybody. Thanks so much for your company throughout the course of the year across our many different platforms. We look forward to doing it all again next year. As I say, safe and Merry Christmas. All the best for the new year. It can only be better than this year. The only way is up, as they say. Huge thanks to Paul Nichols, to Nico Pop for their help right throughout the year in commentary, to people like Chris Kisby who step in from time to time as well. In fact, he's now part of the furniture here. He's every Friday night. Chris Kisby's in the house. To Adam Lavis, to JP, to everyone that's an integral part of what we do. It doesn't happen without them. And to the club themselves, a lot of unpaid time goes into making all this happen. It's expanded beyond anyone's wildest dreams this year because of COVID. The GSRC is the big winner of this year, but it's made for a headache for our admin team, who are always now trying to find slots to fit everyone in and accommodate everyone's wishes and desires when it comes to what they want to race week in, week out. And they do a tremendous job. It's a thankless role, as is race control. I mean, to be perfectly honest, the volunteers are what make the club. We're very lucky to benefit from their input, and it comes with great sacrifice, because they're giving up time with their families, functions, dinners, parties, and they're giving up free time where they'd normally sit down and watch a television program, or they'd unwind with the meals. Some of us are shoving down $3 meals instead of cooking a nice steak or something. We're all playing our part so that all these drivers can have a friendly avenue in which to race in. And of course, let's be perfectly honest, the camaraderie here is second to none. It's called the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club for a reason. I'm done
Watch
on that
this
note.
space for 2021.
Exactly right. On behalf of all the crew here, thanks for your company tonight. Congratulations to all the champions on what has been a massive grand final week. Brenton Hobson dominated tonight. Cal Watmore finally wrapped up a stock car championship, and we crowned some great champions across the course of the week as well, all deserving in their own right. We hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have. After 18 hours on air across the course of the week, it's time for us to grab some sleep. Don't forget to join me on West Radio tomorrow morning between 9 and 12 as well. That's Queensland time, 10 and 1 Eastern Daylight Time, 9 and 12 West Brummer Radio. Looking forward to that second last outing there for this year. And then, of course, next week for the NTS Bathurst 1000. In the meantime, thanks for your company. I'm Zach Caban. Have a great morning, everybody. Bye for now.